Shalom, Israel.
Shalom!
With the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, we're here at Norfolk, Virginia, at 2660 Granby Street. And I know everybody's going to be filing in for Shabbat morning class, so we're going to get started with the prayers as everybody kind of files in. So, sorry for the late start, but we're going to get started.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathalanahu. Awar. Zayawam. The Aman.
That's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. You can find that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathalanahu. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet Savior represents our prayers going up to the Most High. We can find that in Psalm chapter 141, verse 2.
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
I imagine we'll put you on Jerusalem.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathalanahu. Hashabah. Basalam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
And this is Psalms 121. Anashah. Ayam Yah. Al. Haharyam. Na'ayah. Dabu'ah. Isaiah. Dabu'ah. Mayahawa. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regolia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Tashawamor. Nasr Allah. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Tazoya. Al. Niyamyah. Dad. Hashemash. Gala'ah. Hakayah. Mayawam. Wala'ah. Halabanah. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemariah. Mapol. Rad. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Hawalakya. Wawa'aya. Ma'aitan. Wa'ai. Iwalam. Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashamala shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Yehovah Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yehovah Eloheinu. Yehovah Echad.
The Lord our power is one. You can find that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
Comments. This is the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Batazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemaya, Natalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachnawa, Chabawatnawa, Kasalachnawa, Chabawat Yanawa, Wala'ah, Tabiyanawa, Banasayawan, Abo, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kayat, Lakat, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata, Paharat, La'aywalamya, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the Ten Commandments. Number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Leka, Alahaya, Achaya, Al-Punya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'aisha, Leka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talakwa'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Bashuwa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak. Number 7.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Takamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabu, which means to be seated.
First reader.
Yahweh, Banya Shalom, men of Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Barakatam. Okay. So we're going to start the Sabbath reading at Exodus chapter 1. So we finished with that Genesis and just the story of Joseph. So we started at Exodus chapter, the first reader, he started at Exodus chapter 1, and he's reading all the way through verses 1 and 19. And, just we go into that transition again, so going from Genesis to Exodus. And, the key components that everybody want to pay attention to and just take note of and pick up and be aware of is that, remember, these are historical events. So you're reading your history, you're reading about your culture, your customs. So everything that you're reading is supposed to be retraining your mind on how to think, you know, and you should be able to be comparing and contrasting your life and your mentality to what you see these individuals are doing. Because we've seen it, the children of Israel, right? The literal forefathers, we've seen them in their low point in their behavior, but then you see them come out of that slump, right? When they meet their brother, you see their brother go through something, right? Who stayed in the spirit, but then you see how the Most High dealt with him at the end, right? You see your forefathers sacrificing their lives just so that they can receive that blessing, and they were thinking about their generations to come, which was Jacob, right? I mean, Abraham thinking about Isaac, Isaac thinking about Jacob, Jacob thinking about Israel, Israel thinking about what? Jacob is Israel, right? Thinking about his children and his children's children. They were thinking 1,000 years ahead. They was thinking about the next generation. So now we're transitioning into that generation who's what? Now known as what? Israelites. And now that's where we started at Exodus. So you can begin.
Exodus chapter 1 and verse 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already.
Right. So we came in with a little crew, you know, and built, and it's going to say it, so I don't even want to jump ahead, but go ahead.
Verse 6. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation.
So all the forefathers died. The literal man, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, right? Read.
And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty.
Right, so from that point, the Most High increased us. From that point of us entering, the forefathers fading away, right? They left us with what? The Hebrew customs. They left us with the information and the dynamic on how to serve the Father, right? And how to please Him. And then obviously they used that information because it said they increased and they became fruitful and they waxed exceeding mighty, right? Read on.
And the land was filled with them.
Right, and the land was filled with them, and we became that fruitful people, right? That standard of the sea, like the scriptures like to say, right? So we became that standard of the sea. And then think about that, right? Because we're going to read down, of course, right? But think about another nation seeing a small nation become a mighty nation. What are they automatically thinking, especially without the Spirit of the Lord? They're automatically thinking what we about to read, right? I don't want to jump ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Hold on.
And it's also important to remember. Somebody get Genesis 22:17. It's the power that he doesn't make a promise and not fulfill it. If you recall, Abraham the father of faith, and the Most High made promises to Abraham. Right? Read that.
Genesis chapter 22, verse 17. That in blessing I will bless thee, and in the multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven.
As the stars of the heaven. So here it is in the land of Egypt. It just said that we multiplied exceedingly. Right? So the Most High, what we can see here is that the things that we see in these scriptures are real, are legitimate. They were told that they would happen, and it came to pass. Keep going.
And as the sand which is upon the seashore,
Read.
and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemy.
And his seed shall do what?
Possess the gate of his enemy.
Yeah, so not jumping ahead, like Shaquat said, but we all know our heritage. By now, we should know as Hebrew Israelites this story. But it's beautiful to consistently go over it every Sabbath because this is true history. This is our real lineage right here. And we know that the Most High made a covenant with Abraham. He had promises. He said that his seed would be multiplied as the sand of the sea. And here it is, we're reading it. Right? And look at here today. Look here today. No matter what city, state you're in, we're the majority. And they're to label us the minority, but we are the majority. This is why Esau is so nervous. They're so scared. All of these Mexicans are coming and taking our jobs. They're taking our jobs. It's the same. It's the same story. We repeat itself over and over again.
Right. No, yeah. Yeah, and like you said, that's what we about to read as we read on about us, the Most High fulfilling His promise, and then we're reading, and that's creating intimidation. Right. So read on.
Verse 8. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph.
Right. So and that Pharaoh that was there with Joseph, right, faded away. He passed away. So now there's this new king, right? Think about it. He's a nation. No wisdom, no Most High in his mind, right? He's looking at this other guy from another nation ruling and guiding his people. He's like, what the heck? Like that's anybody. Like, think about it. Like when you just see, when you think about just us, right? You being in that mind of like pro your people, and then you see another nation messing with your sister, right? Or the sister see another nation messing with your brother. You're like, what's going on over here? Just in that minute situation right there, you're like, Jake is tripping. Eve's tripping. What's wrong with her? Right? You that vice versa. What's wrong with them? And then, but then this is this nation looking at it like, what the hell? What is this guy doing over here? Looking at Joseph crazy. He don't know Joseph. He put Joseph to the side, right? He didn't care about all the good things that he did for his nation, right? Read, huh?
Saved them out of famine.
Saved him out of famine, right? He dealt justly with the people, right? He didn't just like be like, okay, my people coming in, I'm gonna slide them in, and then I'm gonna forget all about the Egyptians. He dealt just with everybody. He didn't consider, the dude didn't even consider that, right?
Yeah, that's just like, I mean, it's questionable if this brother's Israelite or not, but the way that America, the Edomites, how they hate Barack Obama. But Barack Obama was doing things for America. It's not like he came in. A lot of black people thought when Barack Obama was going to come in, it was going to be so great for us. Like he was just going to change the dynamics of this country to where like we on the top and they're on the bottom. No, he came in and kept their policy. Not like Joseph. Joseph was fair. Joseph was fair.
Yeah, Joseph was fair. He ain't like how they treat us right now. Right? Damn cops doing police brutality. Right? Because that's their like you said, that's their intimidation because they see us coming out of that, right? Because there's a half of Jake that's just like, they don't care, they just run around with the world, right? But then you got the other half that's waking up and actually becoming, somewhat conscious. Right. Somewhat conscious, so-called woke, right? They get to where they want to work for themselves. They get to the point where like, man, I've been doing this day career for about 15 years. I might as well step out on my own. Damn, they be making it seem like I can't even step out. Right? So it's showing what? That Esau wanted us to stay in this place where we lack faith, that we can do our own things. But you meet a lot of Jake now that's been working. I've been doing, that tells us in the mall, we work in the mall. We talk to a lot of different types of people. Man, I've been doing construction for about 30 years. It just hit my brain to just work for myself. But then Esau seeing that is like, nah. I think the brother when Mike was out here, his job was trying to downplay his move to Houston. Yeah, I remember that. His job was trying to downplay his move to Houston. Nah, they was trying to get him to stay.
Oh, Little Caesar.
Yeah.
They try to give him a raise and everything, right?
Yeah, I think they tried to give him a raise, right?
They tried to give him a raise and try to keep him to set.
Yeah, like
wait a minute. The whole time I was working, I've been working here for about a year and some change. You didn't pay me no mind, no damn. But now that I'm about to leave, a better opportunity, be with the family, learn the truth. Now you want to keep.
Yeah, better myself. Right now you want me to stay. Right? So this Pharaoh, like he want us to just be at this. They just want us to be. They don't want us to be above them. You could be wherever you at. I don't want you to just be above me. And that's this little ego trip right here he's going through. And then that's the intimidation factor he's going through. And we probably just we just living life, doing our thing, not knowing this cat over here just feeling that way about us. Read.
Verse 9. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
Right. It says, and he said, what?
Unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
You see that? So, but look at what he's looking at. It's not like he's saying the children of Israel committing sin against God. We need to put them in order. He's just looking at the fact that they're growing in numbers. Showing you what? That intimidation, right? That fear of them losing their power at this time, right? Losing that position, right? So that fear alone was causing him to be like, we got to do something. We got to act fast before they try to make a move. Well, I'm jumping ahead again. Go ahead, read.
Verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them.
Yeah, so he's like talking to his guys. Like, we got to do something. We got to come up with a plan. We got to stop these guys. Right? We can't let them grow. Right? We can't let these guys grow. Because if they grow, what's going to happen?
Lest they multiply, and it come to pass.
We already did the multiplying. He's like, if they can continue to multiply after they already did the multiplication. Read.
That when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies.
You see that fear. That fear to control that Pharaoh. The pride, the ego. He's looking at the carnal things that he has, and he's like, I don't want to ever lose these things. Right? And that's why it's like he's trusting in his items, his material, his notoriety that he got from amongst his people. And he's looking at all those things, thinking about all these different things, and then what is it doing to him? His spirit. Now he's looking at the Israelites and like, nah, these are my enemies. These are not my friends. These are my enemies. These people I gotta take out, because if I let them just pass, right, and I'm not thinking about them, and I just go about my day, and I don't even think about these people, then they're gonna grow. They're gonna come at us. They're gonna attack us. They're gonna attack us, and they're gonna attack us with our enemy. They're gonna take us over. They're gonna what? Make a pact with somebody else. So that fear of losing that luster. Because they also, think about it. You think he didn't understand where his blessings was coming from? They didn't see that the Hebrews was making it beautiful and lustrous over there, right? They was ingenuitive, right? Or ingenuitive being like it was creating, coming up with ideas to make things better and easier. You think he didn't see that, but and them noticing that these people are better than us. So it's that feeling of that they're better than me,
Right.
running through his veins. Read.
And fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Right. So in him dealing wisely with them is like them slowly trying to find a way. How can we bring these people under our subjection? That's the wise dealing. How can we slowly bring these people under our subjection? Let's think about it. This is a mass amount of people. How do you get like a mass amount of people just automatic into slavery? Oh, come on. Right? Social media. But so even that was a slow process though, right? That was a slow process of capturing people to where now they just do things all for the notoriety, for the blue check. Yeah, that was a slow process. So you got to think about what he was doing to actually get to this point.
What's that precept?
Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 83, verse 2, or verse 3.
Come.
It says, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. So this is that consent that they did amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's been every nation's standpoint, just in dealing with Israel from the beginning. So it started in Egypt. Let's bring it to 2023. That's been everybody's agenda against the nation of Israel.
Right.
Further along in the future, they're doing it for what? That the name of Israel is no longer in remembrance.
Right.
They've always been trying to divide us. But this is like a beautiful start of where you can see that start. That domino effect.
Yeah, the domino effect. Right. So, and think about it. You know, they're literally just sitting there thinking about doing evil, because he didn't point out anything about the wrong that our people was doing. So they crafty counsel. It's like they just. It's like a cat that's just in his head and just trying to make excuses on why he can't be corrected, or why he shouldn't be humble, right? Or why he shouldn't be just. And he's just finding different reasons why he'd rather be just for no reason, when the people was probably just living peaceably. Like, we didn't want no problems. We was just living our life. right? But I mean, of course, the Most High let things play out the way it's supposed to play out, right? So, read verse 11.
Verse 11. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens.
Right. And you got to imagine that slow process. I'm even wondering, like, how that little process of them just even setting those taskmasters over them. Like, they probably was doing some certain jobs, and then they started just slowly sliding these men into these positions and making them get a little bit, hey, you got to be a little bit more stern with them. You got to be a little bit more hard. Yeah, don't give them a pass. You see how the cops do like us today? Yeah, you know, they don't deal with Esau as hard as they deal with us. Yeah, we gotta get these Negroes, right? They be talking, and they think about it. They be catching cops nowadays over the body cams or the little speaker walkie-talkie, and they talking about doing stuff to black people and what they gonna do and plans that they have, and they be catching it, or you know, like black cops be coming up on the news and being like talking about things that the white cops was talking about behind the scenes, and then they be hazing the black cops and all that stuff. They be mistreating them, and then they literally sit there and talk about how they're gonna go afflict the black community. They literally talk about that. So you could imagine they probably was doing some reverse psychology type thing. You see that?
Oh,
No,
no.
go ahead.
I'm a jump.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they could have been doing some like reverse psychology on the people, trying to make it seem like we were the issue versus them. Read.
And they built for and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses.
Right, and they just put them to work. Over time, they just put them to work, and they set these little taskmasters over them.
Right, and it wasn't just like the Paul servant thing, but that taskmaster, he's one who imposes a harsh work environment.
Right.
So what they didn't just put us for labor. What they did was they came with the whips. You know what I mean? They came with billy clubs.
Right, so it's like you was working one day and out of nowhere, and somebody just went, like, what the? like, what the? Yo, we was just chilling the other day. And then this cat just come out of nowhere. Right, so it's like somebody that's set over you. These cops, right?
Pharaoh said we gotta get harder on y'all.
Right, now, and then nowadays, like, you with the high school with the cop that's now abusing you in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And their title used to be peace officer. They were there to create the peace.
Right.
There's no peace. You're not a peace officer.
Nah.
Affliction officer.
Hiding under a guise. Right. Read.
Verse 12. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew.
Right. Like you said, that he Most High is not a guy that he should lie. A man that he should lie, right? Because he did what? We still continue to grow, even in our captivity. We still continue to grow. And they couldn't stop us from that growing. And that even angered them even more. Just seeing us grow angered them even more, because like, damn, they still growing. So they tried to do what? Inflict more on us. Afflict us even more to do what? Water us down. But think about what they're doing to us today. They're trying to water us down. Right? What's that scripture in Daniel? I think it's in 7. I think it's in Daniel 7. But this is what they're doing to us today. You got it? So where are the saints?
Daniel chapter 7, verse 25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High.
Right. The Father was not in his thoughts. Right? The Father was definitely not in Pharaoh's thoughts, because he definitely wasn't thinking about all the history that was there about Joseph and what Joseph did for his nation, what the Hebrews did for his nation. Read.
It shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
And that's what they're doing right now. That's what Esau is doing right now, and that's what they were doing right there. Right? They see us growing, they see us prospering, they see us multiplying in the land, but they want to do what? Inflict us with more pain. They want to weaken your mentality. They want to weaken your mental state, because if they weaken your mental state, you'll be given to all the beggarly elements. And you won't fight against it, right? Because things will frustrate you. When things start to frustrate you, what does the natural man usually do? The man without the wisdom. What does he usually do?
figure it out for himself.
He aborts.
He aborts?
Yeah.
Right. What'd you say?
He tries to figure it out for himself, sir.
Yeah, he tries to figure it out for himself. You try to do it. You try to do it your way. Then you start to stop thinking about the Father because the situation feels overwhelming to you. It feels like you have to think too much, and you want to avoid that. And that's what Esau is trying to do to us. He's trying to wear out our mind, and that's what the Egyptians was doing to Israel. They were trying to weigh down their mind, their conscience. So what? To kill you, to kill your spirit, your zeal, to discourage you, right? They want to discourage your spirit from doing righteousness. They want to discourage your spirit from fighting the change, right? They want to make you feel like you can't overcome your battles. They want, like, think about what we were talking about earlier, right? Just a few seconds ago about the job. You work in a job for 15 years. You do the job better than the manager, the store manager, right? You know more about the supplies than the store manager, but you lacking faith that you can go and run your own business on something, on a craft that you mastered, and you didn't just master the craft, but you mastered just even taking account of the things that's needed, right? So you can run it and you can maintain it. You can do the job and you can maintain it, but you don't have no faith to even step out on your own and do your own thing. But that's what Esau does. He kills us and he wants to wear our spirit down to where we don't think that what we can be married, right? Like, think about it, like just like that logic, like that Jake always pushing, like they not being married to their 30s, or even 30s is now like not even a thing where people even want to get married. Like, I be talking to 30-year-old people in the mall and they don't even want to get married. Like, they be like, I'm waiting till I get 40. Like, even I've been hearing that a lot lately. But there's that logic of like you wait till you do all your dirt, and then you want to get married. But that's because you lack faith that the Most High can give you somebody good. But then you don't want to do it the right way to get somebody good, right? You don't want to wait for that because it requires you to restrain yourself and restrain yourself from your pleasures, right? But Esau have you thinking like that, and that's what they do when the scriptures say what?
And shall wear out the saints of the Most High.
And that's what they're doing when they're trying to wear you out. They're trying to wear you out because they don't want you to think about the Father. They don't want you to put the Father first. They don't want you to have him in your first mind. Read.
And think to change times and laws.
Right. And they confusing the whole world with all these different with the functions, right? We don't even know about seasons, times, and we don't even know this is something I was looking up when I was in Rochester a little bit about just like there's different fruits that it's good to eat certain fruits at certain time periods and certain seasons, or it's good to fast. Let's say like you're juicing, it's good to juice on certain fruits in certain seasons. But because they change the times, I don't even know if like we're doing it at the right period, right? And obviously something small. We're not like oh, if I don't juice in this season, my body's not gonna be good. Right, but just little things like that they switch up and play around with that kind of like confuses you, and it confuses your mind to you like, okay, should I go right? Should I go left? Should I take the job? Should I not? Right? Should I go with the brother? Should I not? And it plays on your mind and they make you choose slavery or freedom. They put you in this position where you want to choose slavery or freedom. Slavery allows me to do what I want. Freedom, well, I don't want to be disciplined. You don't think about discipline as freedom. People don't think about that though. They don't think, because they look at that like that's a prison that keeps you in shackles. But the point is that what? They trying to wear your mind down to where you don't think about the Father first. The Father's he's not in all your what's that, Psalms 2 and hold on. Psalms 2 and 7. Lord. Psalms chapter 2. Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, Psalms 10 and 4.
Psalms chapter 10 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
The wicked.
But this is where, and I know it's talking about the wicked, right? But this is where Esau wants to take us. He wants us to take us, and he wants us to fall into wickedness. He set up environments, he set up situations, he set up systems systematically to destroy us so that we can become wicked in the eyes of the Most High. And the Most High doesn't fight for us. Read.
Through the pride of his countenance.
Right, and he wants us to be filled up with the pride, the same type of pride that he has against the Father. So he wants us to be contrary with the Father just like him. So what does he try to do? He tries to wear us down. This is what they was doing in Egypt. This is what they was doing, where it says, but the more they afflicted them, the more they grew, multiplied and grew. But even though in that affliction, they continued to grow and prosper. But the key is that they afflicted us more because they seen that happen. And Esau see us coming out of the world. He sees what the Hebrew Israelites is doing. They ain't talk about it. They like, of course, they're not going to talk about it. Think about how quick they try to shut down Kyrie and Kanye, because that was going to motivate people. You got people's parents now believing what they were saying 5, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that they thought was like, you crazy, you out your mind. Just because two cats that got celebrity want to say about Israelites, right? But they want to wear you down, so that's why they had to shut those guys down. They want to wear your mind down and keep you in the darkness. Read.
Will not seek after your help.
And they want to keep you in that place where you don't seek after the Most High. Right? They want to keep you in this place where we are abiding in wickedness, where we trust in vanity, we trust in evil. They want to keep our minds to where, like what? We run to a job first before we run to the Father. We chase after money before we chase after the Most High. Right? And he said God is not in what?
Yeah, and the Most High is not in all his thoughts.
And these things keep the Most High from being in all your thoughts. Now we know the verse is talking about the wicked, but this is where Esau kept us, because when we was in the world, we was doing what? Wickedness. We was doing wickedness. And then when you try to come and you now know the knowledge, and you try to wean off from that wickedness is so deep rooted within you. It's like you fighting against the change, right? You fighting against the change because God has not been trained to be in all your thoughts, because they sought so hard to wear down the saints. But you got to be the one to say what? I want to stand up against that. Right. I want to fight against that spirit that's in me. I want to destroy, eradicate the Satanists inside my soul, right? Because Esau's connected, it's so deeply rooted in me, right? That I gotta detach. I gotta literally detach from the world. But you gotta see, that's why brothers be so hard on just making sure that what? You be around the brothers, right? Be around the brotherhood, be around the sisterhood, communicate, counsel, seek the help, listen to the counsel. Because it's for your betterment, because you don't see that what? God has not been trained to be in all your thoughts. He's supposed to be in your relationship. He's supposed to be in your friendship, right? He's supposed to be in the relationship between you and your parents. He's supposed to be in the relationship. You want to get a job. You want funds. Like he's supposed to be in all those interactions. But being that we haven't learned to have God in all our thoughts, right? Esau's been using that against us. Right? And think about it, they fed us that pork during slavery. So now what's so hard when a cat learns the truth? Or somebody's run across somebody that knows the truth. That right there, that's a killer. That's a soul killer. You're like, what? Nah. I love my chitlin. They be loving it. Cats be loving it. I love my catfish. Right? What's wrong with eating that? I love my little gator. But cats be messing with that though in the South. Right? And it be so hard to let go stuff like that, but because what? God wasn't trained to be in all our thoughts, because they wear down your mind. They literally did it though. They accomplished it. They wear down brothers and sisters' minds so hard to where when somebody's trying to tell you the right way, you say, but I don't know if that don't sound about, I see what you're saying, but you come up with all these different things because God ain't in all your thoughts. But you gotta acknowledge that God ain't in all your thoughts, so that you can see what the brother's trying to tell you, that it's not wicked. He's telling you something righteous, but you coming from the world or allowing the world to inseminate itself in your mind is keeping that negative close to you.
It's just like even look at one of the tools that they craftily put and use against us is the music, right? You got the rappers out with this drill music, clearly putting out lyrics that's contrary to the Most High. All about revenge. Let me smoke my op. Let me smoke my op and then let me kill my op and then go lay with this woman. Right? We see that. That's a violation of the top 10. But then you got, brothers and sisters that supposedly love their people, but they enjoy this music and don't realize subliminally this is putting this message that our enemies want us to follow. So where we're more entertained and charged up by this negative, right, that's going to leave a negative seed in our brain, as opposed to waking up and thinking the Most High for the brothers and sisters that's laboring for the kingdom, that's trying to be like Yahweh. See, these are tools that these nations that use against us today, here in America, here across the world. And it's crafty. If you're not seeing it, it's crafty.
Right. And you gotta see. And that's why God ain't in all our thoughts. And this is what they was trying to do. They was trying, and when you put it like a word on it, like I always say a worldly word, they trying to diminish your morale. Right. You put a biblical word on it, they try to take away your courage. Right. They try to put a spirit of a coward on you. So they try to put a spirit of a coward on you, and that's what they was doing right here. But they kept on moving. The people kept on moving. And we got to look at this, like we said, right, a historical account. We got to look at this historical event, but then go to Romans 15:4 real quick. Was that it on that verse? Okay, go to Romans 15:4. And this is why I keep saying that every Sabbath about. I just want to say what I'm saying is biblical, right? That because the scriptures is going to highlight it to us that why it's so important we take note of the instances and the stories in the Bible. Read.
Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime.
So whatever thing was written in the past, right? Read.
Were written for our learning.
So anything that was written in this Bible about the past, it was written so that we can learn from it, right? So we can examine our character and see where we're at with the Most High. Where is my level of strength in my affliction as Esau continues to apply more pressure, right? As Esau continues to apply more pressure and make things harder and strenuous, right? Just to live, right? They increasing rent, right? Like, what's some other things they're increasing right now to make things hard on people? Meat.
Eggs is, how much is eggs?
It's
Right now?
eight and some change
Eggs
for
is
a dozen.
ridiculous right now.
Really?
Eggs.
Huh.
What's up, eggs, man?
A dozen eggs.
Like you see all
$8.
the things going up, but then that money that we need to survive,
Right.
they're not increasing that. So that makes you what? A slave. Because what are you going to do?
Right.
You're not going to say, well, let me trust in the Father and step out
Right.
and try to apply some of these skills, these gifts that He gave me, right, to make my own financial freedom. No, you'll say, let me get another job. Let me get a second job. So now you're a double slave. Right? So and you so consumed with chasing that financial that you don't have time to even put it to your family.
Right.
And who's leading them? Your enemy.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know what that does too? Just what you're saying, what popped in my brain, what's beautiful about what you said, it teaches us negligence. It teaches us how to be a negligent parent.
Right.
It teaches you how to be and then it teaches the child how to be willful. So it's like there's no connection between the parent and the child being cultivated or created, because now you're chasing after the thing that's afflicting you, the thing that was set up to afflict you. Excuse me. Right? Because that thing is causing you to say, I know I gotta serve Yahweh, but I need this dough.
Right.
So I gotta go sell this dough. Right?
Bars.
Right? But right? But that's what it do though. It weighs on your conscience to where your morality is, your integrity is all being put to the test. And it's like but I need it though. Rent. In the next 2 months. Ain't no 2 months, but you save money, it's like that. But rent is in the next few days. If I pick up an extra shift, I'll be good because I get paid 2 days before. What should I do? Right? Dang, this my family. And my mom keep pressing me about coming. and then it's weighing on your spirit because your parents is pressing you about coming to the Thanksgiving, the family get together when you're supposed to be in Shabbat class, right? They keep pressing on you. Why you wearing fringes? Why you growing out your beard? What's wrong with your hair? You look ugly. You don't like my son. You look ugly now, right? Your parents be doing that. They be trying to cap. I mean, what's some of I'm just curious, right? What's some of the things that your parents have said to you that's like to kind of pull you away? Go ahead.
You haven't been calling me.
You haven't been. Oh, that's the main one. That's the main one. Oh, you get that?
All the time.
Oh yeah.
He was in the car with me when that happened.
Right. I get that one too. If I don't call you, you be never call me.
No.
I get it with an accent. Right?
Yeah.
What you guys?
His mom said the same thing my dad was saying.
Right.
If you I ain't gonna be here one day.
All right.
You'll never call me.
Now, mind you, this disclaimer: call your parents. I ain't saying don't talk to your parents. We ain't saying that. But you be when you doing the work, like we do a lot of different things. We do flyers, we do street speaking. Then you can counsel a brother at any time of the day. Somebody call you random time period of the day, right? Or you could be trying to accomplish certain duties. That'll kind of like almost skip past your brain a little bit. You'll miss it. You'll forget it's not intentional. It's not intentional, but they don't understand that. And then they're trying to. They don't realize that them doing that. It's like they're trying to discourage you from the path. Because then, and then if your mind ain't strong, right, to not allow that to affect you, you'll allow it to affect you to where like what you'll bend to your mother's will, you'll bend to your father's will, you'll bend to your auntie's will, right? And you don't want that to catch you. You don't want that to get you. You see that? You don't want to be caught up in that situation. Well, what's some other things where they try to afflict you? So it's finances, it's family, right? Kids. Oh, go into that.
Okay, so it's like I always say. So what happens is because the increase of bills or the increase of prices, so now you have to work. Now both parents have to work 2 to 3 jobs. So now you're never home to raise your kids or spend time with your kids. So then they created the social media to raise your kids. So it's YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, what else? Snapchat, TikTok, right? That's why you got random kids walking around public places, standing in front of the camera, doing this stupid dance and stuff like that. Because they're learning, they're being raised by the latest fad. Right? What's trending is that's the way I'm supposed to live my life, by what's trending. Not because my mom or my dad said something and I got to follow that path. They can't teach you because they're working sun up to sun down. So it's a revolving cycle that never ends, where the parents are never home. Social media has to raise my kids, but then because social media imprinted on my kids, then they're locked up, they're in jail, they're dead. So it's like a pipeline of a cycle that never ends.
So they're getting their values from tools that's designed by our enemies to destroy us.
Correct. That is 100% correct. So what I created for entertainment was really for your downfall. What you thought was cute was really for your demise. Right? Because you scroll up and you laughing at this, scroll up, laughing at this, scroll up, turn your head, tilt your head to the left like, I wonder. Scroll up, now you're more curious. Right? And then what? Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah. Because then they give you the option on there to do.
Right.
To make the video like exactly what you just seen.
Right. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Con, I wanted to show but this is because this is our this is the mentality that they was in though, because they at this point, you know, they ain't just break yet, because we're gonna read it a little bit. Our people didn't just break and diminish this yet, you know, because read Psalms. Go to what you have.
Romans 15:4.
Oh, finish that. I want to establish that.
We're ready for our learning.
Right, and so We just went on a whole nother montage, but all that is for our learning, to be aware of things like that, where how they try to raise your kids, how the families try to press down on you, right? That's nothing new. The Bible writes all this history to show you that that's nothing new that people were doing, right? You're either going to choose righteousness or you're going to choose wickedness. And the Most High gives you the ability to show you through the history how to overcome that wickedness or that evil that tries to weigh you down. Read.
That we through patience and comfort of the scriptures.
But he gave you these historical accounts, right? These scriptures, right? To use, to give you hope, to give you comfort. That comfort, it relaxes your brain where the frustration is. It relaxes your brain and it pops that bubble, right? It soothes the pain, the anger, the anguish, and it makes it easier to deal with, because then you actually learn how to truly deal with it versus how the world try to teach us how to deal with things. And this is, at this point, they didn't break it. You know, they didn't break to the Egyptians. We're gonna read about some of the sisters that did something courageous, right? So, was that it? Yeah, you can drop that. So, and no, let's read on. Let's go back to the reading.
Exodus chapter 1 and verse 12. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew.
Right.
And they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
Right. It was hurting their spirit just to see us multiply and grow. Not even doing anything to them. Not even worried about it. We probably just in our own little world in Goshen. Right. And they over there just bothered. Read.
And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor.
And then they got to that point where we gotta lock them up. We gotta put them in shackles. We gotta contain them, right? We gotta contain these guys, like they were doing with the Black Wall Street, right? You're a couple of years out of slavery, like the physical slavery, right? Then they see you start prospering, and the white guys is like, what the? Can't let that happen. I don't like that. Then they do what? I gotta drop a bomb on these cats, and then I gotta send them on martial law on them.
They literally did that though.
Yeah, they literally that was literal history.
A crop duster plane with TNT dynamite flew over. Boom, 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 boom.
Right, and we was just trying to do what? Mind our own business. Y'all didn't want us around y'all. We gotta live and eat. We found a way to live and eat. And but then that grieves them just like it grieved the Egyptians. And they're like, what the hell is these Negroes doing over here?
We're gonna take over the whole Tulsa.
Right now, if that didn't happen, they would probably take over the whole Tulsa, Oklahoma, would be owned by black people, because they was running it. Like people from other countries was coming to do business with them. Yeah, they wasn't coming to do business with different white people. They was coming to do business in there, right, in Tulsa. And sometimes money didn't even leave the community. It would take like 2 years before money would leave that community. It was cycling through. So we was flourishing. We had our own everything, right? But that right there. Go ahead, Ariel.
Except the police force.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have our own little militant police force.
And what were we missing? The spirit.
No, but again, one of the reasons why it fell is because it wasn't founded on the Most High.
Right.
As long as it says in Acts, if it's not established of the Most High, it'll always get brought to naught.
And that's the key point right there, right? Yeah. They got to it. They attacked us. They demolished us, right? And with that, it's like it didn't come to pass. It didn't come to pass because we wasn't thinking. We wasn't thinking because we didn't have God in all our thoughts. And because we didn't have God in our thoughts, we was like, okay, they're gonna just probably leave us alone. So we didn't do what? We didn't set up no police force, right? They thinking they chilling in hunky donkey. They was grieved. Them Egyptians was grieved at seeing what we was doing. Then what happened? They made us to serve with rigor. Rigor is hard, right? Hard bondage.
Harsh.
Right. Let's look up that word. Let's get a visual.
Harshness, severity,
cruelty. Cruel. Like think about when somebody's cruel. Y'all ever encounter somebody that's cruel?
Done.
Really?
He said, really?
It's like, It's the way he said it. I was like, oh, really? It made you think. But like, how does a cruel person act?
Compassion is not something that's in their heart. You know,
Yeah.
they lack compassion. They're biased. You know, you see all these reports of how the so-called peace officers or law keepers, they treat our people. You could see a video where a Karen or Edomite will talk disrespectfully to this police officer. They'll run away and they're taking, you know, a lot. But here it is, a so-called person of color will try to do the same thing, and no, that's not tolerated.
Right.
You leave it with a toe tag.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shoot, we see these all day. Cruel. Right. It's like, yeah, those are so frequent. It's so crazy how frequent. Like, you got millions of videos like that, where they just be like you said, that's the key word, bias. You got a biased opinion, and then it makes you cruel because your opinion is biased, and then the compassion can't enter because you only look at things from your way. Your way is the way, and everything else is incorrect. But that's because, like, you going back to that Psalms, God is not in all your thoughts. You know, but that's the spirit that they have. God ain't in all their thoughts. They're cruel because of their greed, their envy, their jealousy, and their want for power, but not for the right reason, right? And then what? They serve with that rigor, with cruelty, and that cruelty they do what? Read. Oh, huh?
Did you want to?
You got more to it? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this number, Webster's 1828, number 5. It says strictness, exactness without allowance, latitude or indulgence, violence, fury, harshness.
Violence, fury. So there's a deep rooted desire to just inflict pain on you. There's a deep rooted desire to inflict pain. So when that spirit just latched onto them, that grievance, that upset, that feeling, because think about it, they're not using, there's no Most High in their lifestyle, right? So imagine when anger comes up, and it's like that anger that just is boiling through your chest, right? It's boiling through your stomach. It's boiling through your brain, where that's the only thing you can think about. You're not even thinking about your kids right now. You're not even thinking about your brother, your sister, your family. You're not thinking about the consequences. They let that stuff sit in them, and they accepted it and ran with it. And they did what? Made it serve with rigor, fury, violence, right? So you keep that visual in your mind, just how hard it was.
Well, yeah, just on that, and we know it got to be a tough bondage because the Lord compared Egypt to America's bondage.
Right.
So we understand how America was doing us.
Yeah.
And if He said, "I'm gonna bring you into Egypt again," I mean, you could just imagine how Egypt was doing us. Because that's the visual, like, damn, do I want to go into Egypt again?
God.
You know what I mean? So, and then here we go.
Right. You're right back at it.
Yeah.
Right back at it. So and this one was probably even worse because look at the way they was doing. Like they piercing like we read the other day for the Esdras brother, right? With the history books, they was ripping up the women for sport. They was cutting men's head off for sport. Who swore can clean cut this man's head off, like just for fun. Like how do you take joy in slashing somebody's head? Like I think about that. That's skin you got to cut through. There's layers of skin that you got to slice through. Right, there's a bone you gotta get past. Right, there's veins, there's nerves you gotta get cut. Like you gotta get through all this stuff. There's gushy blood, just like blood just touching you, and then like it's so much like what's the word? Gruesome. There it is. Gruesome visuals, but you took joy in that, and you laugh and like just look at those pictures where you saw it's like they got Jake hanging on a tree and they literally like in hundreds or 30s they stand by the picture.
Take pictures. Yeah, photo.
And the kids, the little babies looking up like, this is a sight to see. And the dude leg be chopped off, and he be burnt to a crisp, and they like literally like.
And they postage stamps of those.
Yeah.
Postcards. They made postcards of those. Right. Back in the day.
It's crazy.
They had a souvenir shop with body parts, limbs.
Wow. I definitely didn't know that. That's crazy.
Chopped up breast, a man's penis. They always took the black man's penis. Castrated. Yeah, ears, lips, nose, all of that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now I know they did the thing with the skin and the purses and the shoes, but I didn't know that they was doing souvenir stores.
But what's so heavy with everything that you're bringing out, all of this history, right? The scripture said in verse 13 said the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. One of those definitions of rigor in that 18. Did you read definition 3?
No, I jumped down to 5.
Read 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Stiffness of opinion.
It says stiffness of opinion, right? Read.
Or temper.
So when look at the Israelite man and woman today here in America. With all this history of how Esau has done our ancestors, just here alone in America. Who's dressing in the red, white, and blue on 4th of July? Who got the biggest block parties on 4th of July? On Thanksgiving Day, who is the sin not to show up to Thanksgiving Day? Right? But because they have put us in this stiffness of mind to even forget about our own history here in America, and we're serving them. We're serving them. We're more patriotic than they are. We're more American than they are.
Right.
With all of this history, though, we don't forgot all of that. See, this captivity is definitely worse because at least here in Egypt, they knew they were Israelites.
Right.
We don't even know that. We still did. We got to go out there and teach our brothers and sisters that that's not your nationality. You're not a color. You're not two different Caucasian men. You're a Hebrew Israelite. And you got a certain way to live by. At least they knew the laws here. They knew who they were there. This is worse.
Oh, go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, I was about to say, at my job the other day, it hit me because I'm out delivering packages late at night, and I just see a bunch of fake Jewish people walking around, like literally hundreds of them, all in suits. And I'm like, I'm delivering packages to their household. Nah, this ain't it.
Because them so-called Jews was trying to keep our customs. That's the Sabbath. So in their mind, they can't kindle a fire, they can't drive a car. But they were walking the temple or something. Now, where was Jake going to the Friday night? He going to the club. He going to the club, he going to go try to get a bag, a bottle, so he can go get somebody's baby mama, somebody's girl to defile her. You know what I mean? But them so-called Jews that you saw, they were trying to keep our custom. And you see them prosper. You see them flourish. But here it is. We're taking on the mind state and the customs of our enemies, but don't see that's our own destruction.
Right. So, and that's what they did. They made us the children of Israel to serve with rigor. And again, keep in your mind, they're trying to weigh you down. Right. In this time period in history, they were trying to weigh you down. But like Romans 15:4 said, this was written for our learning, because right now, they're trying to do the same thing. Trying to weigh down your conscience. And you don't even see how he's coming in to attack you. Like he makes you look at brothers funny. Right? That's what he does. He tries to make you look at brothers funny when they give you that counsel. That's for your betterment. Right? He tries to twist it in your head like, bro, you just trying to like nitpick. That's what they call it. You're trying to nitpick. Right? You're trying to just pick at stuff and you just want to say something. You just gotta say something to me. Right? And it try to make you try to play on your brain that way. And then it makes you try not to receive what's being said to you. And you'll cancel it out, and then you won't realize that you entertained said the other day, right? The plantation mentality. Right? And to where you just stay like a slave. Right? And then you don't be seeing where brothers be like, hey bro, come on man. Let's get free. But then and then he's like, that used to weigh me down, man, but you don't gotta be weighed down by that no more. John 8:32, you should know the truth. Yeah, here's the truth. The Most High shall make you free.
Right.
And then you like, but I am free.
Master gave me free.
Right?
That's the house Negro syndrome.
Right. He's like, I am free though. I got my boo. Right? We tick and giggle, we chill, we vibe. Right? I got my car. You know? I got my house, my kids. I'm good. You know, I ain't in the street no more. Right? I mean, I ain't running from woman to woman no more. I ain't I ain't whoremongering no more. I mean, I'm good. But those are like introduction steps, like the pork, the beard, the taper, the dress, the fringes. These are introduction steps to freedom. But then the mental, the behavior, the way you choose to, what would you say?
The ideology.
The ideology.
Because they done engrafted it so deep in our brain. So when a brother is bringing the scriptures to show you the way a Hebrew Israelite woman, man is supposed to move, think, and govern their mind and their body and their children.
In that household,
in
in the relationship.
Right. So, but now it's like, well, but I learned a happy household looks like Bill Cosby.
Right.
I learned from Jaheim, I gotta put my woman first.
Right. Happy wife, happy life.
Right. I learned from my deep that I'm a gangster if I sat in my pants and So when the brother showed you, this is what an Israelite looks like. This is how Israelite thinks. This is how Israelite deals.
Because you really believe that the way you was doing it was making you free.
Yeah, it is.
Like sagging my pants. Like, what you mean, bro? Like, the baddies love it though. They love the swag. They love the drip. That's what they say though. They told me to catch them all. I'll tell you that. The baddies love it though. They love the drip. Like when you slick sagging, bro. That's how they talk. Like when you slick sag and you got the drip and the jeans crisp, the Nikes is white, right? You got Savage Dior, bro.
They say we use my fragrance.
Oh, that's the ones that don't care about the hygiene, bro. That's the ones that say that. That ain't like Jake. That's like trying to be crispy. They ain't talking like that. That's like you see Jake that don't care about like appearance. That's that type of talk. That's roughneck Jake right there. That's roughneck. That's the. You got stiff neck. You got roughneck. Roughneck is hardcore. They raw with it. Stiff neck. They try to be like they try to put on their white robes.
They do it too. Because dude told me baccarat and weed. He said that the ladies like baccarat and weed. So he told us.
When?
MacArthur.
Damn. Baccarat and weed. That's horrible.
He said that's what it got to smell like, that combination.
That's horrible right there. Damn. Ugh. Baccarat and weed. I don't know why you want to smell like weed, bro. It's like, don't make no sense. You smell like you just been doing landscape. Like, what you talking about? Smell like landscape. You talking about smell like weed. But, damn, that tripped me out. That tripped me out. But it's like,
well, it's like they going, people cleave onto their light.
Kind of, yeah.
So the smoking woman gonna like the man that's smelling like good weed.
Yeah, cause he gonna be like, oh, I can get my weed for free. That's what really attracts dudes to like smoking, anyways. Yeah. Like, cause some women do it, or the girl you like does it, and then you're like, I wanna do what she doing, cause I know this is my easy way in, right? Otherwise, y'all wouldn't have nothing to correlate with.
Right. You pimped her for some weed, and she hold herself for some weed.
Right. But these are the things, like taking it back to the topic, right? That they weighed us down, cause what's the origin source of people going to weed? For the dealer, making money, right? Cause he got a hard life. For the smoker, stress. Right, and then now it's just a fad thing where the stress is mingled in there with the what we was just talking about, the women trying to get the men for the free and the men trying to get the women for the free, because it still goes back to the root. You stressed out and you want to find something to cling onto, right? And then, like you said, all flesh consorted to his life. So yeah, and that rigor will weigh you down to where you'll just give into anything. So let's read on.
Exodus chapter 1 and verse 14. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage.
Think about that, man. That's hard. Like, just think about the things that weigh on your conscience. Like, put yourself in that position of what you're reading, right? In the sense of the thing that weighs down on your conscience the most, that makes you don't want to move, makes you unmotivated, makes you feel like sad. Like think about that thing, and you'll understand how they was feeling but they was literally going through a physical thing. Like it was physical and mental at the same time, so it wasn't easy. That's hard. Like it made their lives hard with bitter bondage. And think about just what you know about slavery now. Like they whipping you, raping your women right in front of you, right? Taking your kids to a whole nother state. You don't even know your kids. Your kids, like, cats could be family and don't even know it. Like kin by like grandparent. Like they don't even know it because of just how far, like they ripped you away from your parents when you was a baby. Your parents don't even know how you look as you older. Right? Imagine cats could have probably been running across their parents stressing out, right? Walking past their kid, not realizing they just walked past their kid, not realizing they just walked past their mom. That's crazy. Right? That's the trip. Like when you think about that, but they made their lives bitter. That's bitter to not even know that you just walked past your kid. Right? And then you just going about your day, you just go to Deuteronomy 28. Wow, just where is it at? Like the blind group. 28. What do you say? Shall be in the city, curse shall be in the foolish, shall be foolish, and vexation. Right, it's like that's a suck feeling to have. To basically not even really know that you just walk past your child. And you don't see a child anymore. Oh, 29, verse 29.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 29.
Read 28.
Verse 28. And the Most High shall smite thee with madness.
And you spend all your life chasing, hoping to find your kid, right? Hoping to find, because some of them was 12, so they probably knew their parents, right? How they look, the parent know how they look, right? But you trying to find your parent trying to find you, right? But they're on this plantation, they can't even go nowhere unless they wanted the slaves that the boss used to send out to go to the store, right? And they had no chance, but they spend their days trying to do what? Look for you. They're looking for you, but they're mad looking for you. So wait, now what? The Most High's not even in their mind on how can I get out of this situation? How can I deal with this load of stress? He's not in your mind, but that's a curse. That was a curse. You see that? Read.
And blindness.
And now you blind because you walking around life just, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's coming next, right? You just know I got to wake up and get beat down, right? In Egypt, they just know what? They got to wake up and do hard bondage, right? Constant work, seven days out of the week, right? Just constant. Read.
And astonishment of heart.
Right, and you got that astonishment of heart where like you in shock. You in shock because you like, damn, I can't even see my family, right? Think about, imagine the first slaves. They coming from just living it up, because y'all know the first slaves they brought from Poland, Germany, and those places. They was living it. They had it good as far as finances and stuff like that, right? The look of how they was living, the majesty of how they was living, right? But then imagine you coming now in this situation, and then now years is passing, and you like, damn, you're thinking about the past of how you used to live. And that's what happened in Egypt. They're thinking about how they used to live a month ago, 2 months ago, and then a year passes by, 2 years, and you just constantly just meditating on that. You astonished. You're stuck in a mad state of mind because you're like, how are we gonna get out of this situation? And then you get like, think about somebody like you was talking about rape, the soldier that got raped, right? And he was talking about how that messed her up, and then her friend got raped by the same guy, and then she had a baby by him. That messes up your conscience. So we got to see that hard bondage. It made their lives bitter. The things that we go through now it'll make you bitter if you let it. But the Most High is giving you the wisdom, the opportunity now to overcome that.
Right.
So you can drop that. We're gonna go back to the reading.
You got to, because it's like the scriptures bring out, they compared this Babylon to Egypt back then. So we got to do the contrast.
Right.
You got to really take the time to really show how this is captivity. This is a house of bondage here,
Right.
America.
Right.
Because we don't see the physical change. We're not getting whipped on the back no more. So a lot of times we're under this delusion that this is freedom.
Right.
Who's going in? This is our homeland, which some of our people still believe. Like they don't care about anything outside of our real history, where we came from.
Right.
So yeah, it's necessary.
Yeah. Think about it, just you saying that though. It's like you gotta think about just even like even think about it where slavery, they beat the man down so bad in the image of a strong man so bad, and to where now it's like your woman don't trust you. She's taking she's taking matters into her own hand, to where she feels like she gotta be the savior of her life. That's slavery. That's bondage. That's bitter. That's a bitter life, right? Because then now when you try to give a direct order and direct her life with the scriptures, with the wisdom, right? With the Bible, with the Most High's way, she ain't listening, right? Or you the man that what? You just submit to it. You just submit to that lifestyle. You just accept it because like this is what it is. Happy wife, happy life. That's slavery. That's bitter bondage. That's bitter bondage. Because think about it, right? You're hearing wisdom about being a strong man, right? Leading your woman, guiding your house, instructing her having to be humble and be meek and follow your direction. But then on the flip side, that's not happening, right? And it's on a two-side spectrum. One guy is accepting it like it's okay, like he's doing it right. Another guy is like trying to fight against it, and she's wrestling with him like a wildebeest. That's a bitter life, because the Most High on both sides, for the man that accepted it, he didn't intend your life to be that way with a woman. Go ahead.
And the sick thing is that because we've been beat down so hard with the rigor of the impression of America, modern Egypt, back then Egypt, that you expect that to be right. You would think that's right.
Right.
I had a guy, we was in Vicciano, and I think Ace was on the other side. This dude, he came and got his ring done, and he was like, man, I gotta hurry up, man. I can't be late for this date. My wife, she gonna kill me. And he tapped me on the shoulder like, bro, I'm like, I don't have it, I'm laughing. And he looked at me like, wait, you don't know? I'm like, hell no. I don't know what that's like. But to be, in all respect, but he really expects, it's like our people really expect. When you talk to people in the mall, oh, she made the decision, she does this, like,
she the balls.
It's flies in the jar. You know what I mean? Flies in the jar, like meaning when you leave it on for a couple of days, they bang their head against the lid, right? And then you take the lid off, they'll never go past that level again. Right? They've been conditioned to believe that, like, with the chains gone, with the lid gone, that this is my extent. This is the extent of my life. So when you get the woman, that's the extent she has to now leave me. I leave my mom to go get with my mom that I sleep with.
Oh, wow. That just sat in on me. That was like a bar that almost went over my head. Golly, you slid that in there nice. That was a deep rooted cut right there, man. Pow, pow, pow. Right? You know the comic book emojis, man. Pow, pow. Right? Read Isaiah 3:12. Because that's just showing that it's slavery. Because, like you said, we got to make that correlation. I like that you said that, because we do got to make that correlation, because we don't really be looking at ourselves in the book. We don't really look at how does this apply in the present time period that we're in. And look, the Most High let us know that that's bondage in this verse, to be in that sort of situation. Read this.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. As for my people.
Look, God said, look, for his people, what's switched? Two things. Read.
Children are their oppressors.
Now your children don't even respect you. You gotta imagine them kids seeing their parents getting beat down on the plantation. You could imagine. You know how Jake is. They be ready to run their mouth too. They be 8 years old, 10 years old, ready to run their mouth. You ain't say nothing to Master William.
Oh,
Right?
right.
You ain't say nothing to what's some other slave master names?
Shut up, boy.
You ain't say nothing to Master Smith
Yeah.
when he was with Mom.
Whoa. Yeah.
You could imagine though, cats we got that ruthless mouth, right? Because kids be disrespectful. They'll say anything off the top. Young and teenagers, especially a teenager, because now he's conscious of the things that he's seen when he was a kid, and he's living this hard life. And you gotta say that. And he's thinking about. You gotta think about it, right? The kids probably think about freedom. Dad is like, no, we don't want to cause any problems. We don't stir up. The kid going about it the wrong way. Dad going about it the wrong way. So it's contention. And the kid seeing the dad be weak, and the kid is like shouting at the dad, like, what the hell wrong with you? And the dad shouting at the kid, boy, shut up, boy. And then he's like, boy, shut up, man. Before you get Master William come up in here, shut up now, right? But it's
Struggle.
but that's a struggle though. That's hard. Like when you really sit there in that and you put yourself in that moment historically, how that affects people. Like it says, children are your oppressors. That's one thing. But read again. Read on.
And women rule over them.
But then that right there, that's a bondage. That's a bitter life. Like women rule over you. You don't want that. That's not the way it's supposed to go. But on the flip side, we as men, we fell. We fell, and we allowed ourselves to be what? Fall to what? Folly. We allowed ourselves to fall to foolishness, to sin, to the carnal mind. And that alone right there, that ate us up. That destroyed us to where now that respect was gone. That trust was gone. You see that? Because we wanted to be given to the weakness. Laziness, slothfulness, right? Envy, pride, right? We chasing after dreams that ain't got nothing to do with building yourself up so that you can build up your family, right? Because that should be the mind. Because that's the point of pointing this out, that it's slavery. Well, okay, now that I know it's slavery, now that's a bitter life. That's hard bondage. Well, I need to do the things that free me up to make my life no longer bitter and lessen the load of this hard bondage. Learn how to use the wisdom. Learn how to use the Bible. Learn how to guide my house. Learn how to guide my family. Learn how to guide my rib. Right? Learn how to teach my children how no longer to be negligent, so I can be free from this bitter life. Read.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err.
We got to see that the people that's leading us, the people that we even call brothers, right? Or so-called, right? And I'm saying that in the sense of those Al Sharptons, the T.D. Jakes, right? All those guys. But then even just when you just learning the truth and then somebody's not doing it for the right reasons, and they're supposed to be saying they're supposed to be the guide and trying to help you and showing you, but they're not there to just actually nurture you. But we know here, brothers and sisters, we actually care. We're showing you, and everybody here is getting shown how to do things the right way, like detail upon detail, to make your life less bitter. But that's what y'all should be pulling from the story, like that. I'm getting taught how to make my life less bitter, but I gotta start listening. You see that? And we gotta stop listening to the wrong leaders, right? The Snapchat, the Instagram, the Facebook, these rappers, right? Like the drill rappers, the New York drill rappers. We gotta stop listening to that, right? These don't stop listening to the worldly logic. Friends in school, so-called friends in school, right? Associates really in school, like the cat that wherever you work, like the cat in your job that you semi look up to, right? Like stop looking for their wisdom. Look for the wisdom of the Most High. You see that, and that'll make the life less bitter. But these people, they was going through that bitterness. They were in the introduction process of that bitterness, taking it back to the reading, right? So let's jump back to the reading.
Verse 14. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. And all their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor.
Yeah, and all manners of life. All manners of life. He made it hard. All manners. You didn't get no rest anywhere, at any point. Read.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was
Shifra.
Shifra, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
Right. You know what extraction that brothers should be taking from this, and sisters? All of us, right? Go to Ecclesiastes 7:15. I know this is a verse that we always kind of go to, but it's important that it's stressed, because this is what you see, that this is the king of Egypt, right? He made it his business to go talk to the sisters, right? To talk to our sisters, a Hebrew midwife, right? He made it his business to go talk to our sisters and actually do what? Create a what's the word? A separation? Not a separation. Division. Right. He wanted to create a division between the man and the woman in this moment here. Right? For the women to do what? Destroy their own people.
Create conflict.
Right. You want to create a division so that they can destroy their own people, but the Most High had different plans with these sisters. But I want to go to this verse to show you, brothers, why the priests, right? If you're in Rochester, I know Zion's guiding it over here, VA, because I'm guiding over here. I know Qualizop over there, they're pushing it. Not because of their logic, but they give you the logic of the Most High to prevent situations. When situations like this come up, your wife's mind is protected. Your kid's mind, your daughter's mind is protected, so that the enemy can't get in.
Right.
Read that. That's why this is so important.
Verse 15 or
7:15.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 15. Hate not laborer's work.
That's why the Most High is training us so hard and dealing with us so meticulously, so hard on just making sure we what? Like, I know the word that been used recently in this week, that you increase your level of supervision, right? That we increase our level of supervision and our oversight. The scriptures say taking the oversight thereof, right? We increase our care for the flock, because in this moment they were prepared because their husband prepared them for this, and they latched on to the wisdom. So it's a vice versa effect going on again, right? The brother has to be teaching, right? He has to understand that he's a teacher, he's a leader, he's a guide, he's a protector, right? Of the Most High's flock, of his rib, of his family, of the brothers and sisters. And he got to understand that he got to teach them what they need, the essentials, to be strong. Right? You got to teach them to be strong and faithful in the Father, and have belief in the truth, the word, so that when situations like that's thick, a king come to you. Think about that time period though. Imagine they open their mouth and be like, bruh, you tripping. That head was getting cut off. So their husbands taught them how to speak. But that's why sisters on the flip side, it's important for brothers to teach their women, their sisters, their brothers, how to communicate. Excuse me, use that word. How to communicate, because it'll protect them in a situation like this, to where they're able to slide out, right? Be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. And so you got to make sure you're doing the teaching part, but then you, as the student, right? The wife, the children, because the children too, right? Y'all got to make sure y'all receiving what y'all parents say, because when this moment comes, you got to be prepared. Because the Most High is going to require from all of us that we're able to handle ourselves in that situation. And that's why we can't hate the laborer's work. We can't hate the work that we got to put in to change ourselves and help change the people around us. Read.
Neither husbandry.
Yeah, you can't hate the job of a husband, right? To teach, to guide, to lead, right? To give understanding. But you got to be disciplining yourself. You got to be controlling your own urges, right? Whatever it may be, right? The sensual, the appetite, right? You got to be balanced in all these different areas, so that what? Satan can't overtake you and overtake your house. Because that's what he was trying to do right here in this moment, literally, overtake the households. By literally having women that was of this nation kill their own people. Right? He thought that he was going to instill his fear. But that's why the sisters got to be strong. You got to be listening to the guidance that you get, the counsel that you get that's of the Most High. Was that it?
Which the Most High hath ordained.
Because the Most High ordained it. He ordained it, why? So that you can guide and protect them. What did you want in verse 16? You kept saying about verse 16.
I didn't know what verse before I
Oh,
asked.
okay. Well, yeah, just ask. Yeah. And so where were you at? You have read verse 16, right?
Verse 16.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to go to Psalms 45 and 10. Psalms 45 and 10. But this is why it's important as sisters. This is important as a people and sisters, that we all do this. It's a scripture speaking to the sisters, but it speaks to all of us. If you're listening with the right mind, right? If you're listening with the right mind, it speaks to volume to every last one of us, because we all coming from the world, right? We for so long you let Christianity, Catholicism, all that be your father, but now we gotta relinquish those things. And read that verse.
Psalms chapter 45, verse 10.
Right?
Hearken, O daughter, and consider.
Right. The Most High is like, listen, daughters of Zion, listen. It's talking to the daughters, right? But men of Israel, listen. What do we both have to do? Read.
Consider.
Right. We have to consider. Consider what? What is the Most High showing me currently in my life right now that I need to change? Right. What is it? What do I need to change? Right. Because I'm not focused. Well, my focus got to get better. I'm not disciplined. My discipline got to get better. I'm not compassionate. I got to increase in my compassion. Right? I'm not loving enough. I got to increase in my love. And I didn't not just know that you have to increase in those areas, but what's causing me not to. Right? So he's like, consider it. Consider the counsels that you can get. Consider the classes and the moments you sat down in those classes and the things that cut your spirit. Right? Because those obviously they cut your spirit. It's you got some of it. It's some sort of connection to you, right? To where it's something that you got to acknowledge within yourself and make that change. Read.
And incline thine ear.
Yeah, you got to incline your ear, like open them, like open sesame, right? Open sesame, like literally, like how these cats be like trying to do little, put a little what do they call those things? Gauges. They trying to put gauges in their ear. Like you gotta spiritually gauge your mind. You know what I mean? Like gauge, open it, like incline, like. What'd you say, bro? What'd you say? Like lean on the brother, cause if you feel like you got bad hearing, lean on the brother. What'd you say, sis? Elder sis, what'd you say, sister? What you? Huh? Like lean on him. Get to understanding. Incline your ear. Why? Cause what's so important about that? What's so important about that? Read on.
Forget also thine own people.
Because you gotta forget the way you used to live, right? Why is it saying forget your own people? Is it saying like don't care about your mom, don't care about your dad, don't care? No, it's not saying don't care. It's not saying don't care, but don't let that have so much power over you to where now when you're in a scenario where you got to stand up for righteousness, these Hebrew midwives had to stand up for righteousness, right? If they weren't prepared, if they weren't listening to the right wisdom, the right people, they would have fell to this guy through fear. They would have failed. But that's what you do when you don't discipline your children, don't discipline your rear, don't discipline yourself, because you'll fall in a moment like this. You'll fall because you didn't use wisdom, you didn't train your mind, and you didn't want to consider, you didn't want to incline, you didn't want to forget the things that was causing you to not put the Most High in all your thoughts. Read.
And thy father's house.
Yeah, and you got to forget, like listen, for the women, you got to lock into your what? Your husband. For the kids, you gotta lock into your parents, right? For the brothers, you gotta lock into the environment that you're in. It's like forget where you came from. Cause think about it, we all come from the world, right? Was our parents teaching us the Bible in its true sense, right? So the Most High like you gotta forget all that, cause all that stuff they didn't teach you anything about how to think about me and keep me in your mind. So that when you're in this situation, you're strong. You're strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet. Because I'll be able to be there with you. Because I see you fighting, I'm going to fight with you. But that's why they have to forget. And that's why it's so important you have to see that you have to forget. Because why? Read. What else it say?
Next verse.
That's it. Go to Philippians 2 and 12. And then we're going to jump back to the reading. Because this is what brothers and sisters have to be able to do. This is what we all have to be able to do, brothers and sisters. We have to be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. You got it? Go ahead.
Philippians chapter 2, verse 12.
Everybody there? Read that.
Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only.
You see that? Because we have to all be able to obey the Most High's will, the Most High's word, and stand strong for it. When somebody tries to discourage you and your family, right? When somebody tries to like make you tether, I'll give you a little what do you call that when you're working? They give you a boost.
Raise.
Oh, a raise, right? I'll give you a little raise. You come Saturday, come Sunday. You know what I mean? Not saying you can't work, but I'm just saying like timing. You're aware of like what's more important. What I need more. What do I need to more focus on more? Do I want to learn how to obey the Most High's voice more and more, or do I want to learn how to be in fear more and more, be in shackles to the carnal things? And it's like you gotta be able to for you to get to that point, that strength, you gotta be listening to the teachers. And listening to the teachers it's so much to sow the voice of the Most High, right? Because they're teaching you out of this book. It's how to be free out of the book of the Most High. They're not teaching you their wisdom, their logic. They're not teaching you how to be a negligent parent. They're not teaching you how to be a drug dealer. They're not teaching you how to sell coke, cook coke, right? They're not teaching you how to be a prostitute. They're just teaching you how to do what? How to be a lover of your own people. How to be a lover of the Most High. And for you to get to this point where you have this ability to obey, right? Not only as what?
Not as in my presence only.
To where it's not only in the presence of somebody that you deem like as an authoritative figure. Read.
But now, how much more in my absence?
In the absence. Think about it. These sisters was in the absence of their parents, their kindred, their husband, right? They were in the absence of these individuals, but they stood strong. But we got to be able to obey not only as in the presence only, but in their absence. That's the key, because that shows the belief. But how does a person get to that point where they're able to believe and stand strong and do the righteous deeds when somebody that is living it and is teaching you is not there? The husband, the father, has to be teaching them, the sister, the young brothers, right? The minister has to be teaching the young brothers, the young sisters. But then the young people have to receive it. For you to be strong in this moment. Like, imagine, like, think about that. Think about how powerful that is, what they did right there. They had to believe. Read.
Work out your own salvation.
They understood that they had to work out their own soul salvation one day. One day I was going to be put in a situation. They was thinking about the future. One day I was going to be put in a situation where my parents and my husband and my brother and my sister and my friend may not be around me in that exact moment. And I'm going to have to be able to make a decision right there. Do I choose to live or do I choose to die? Do I choose to do righteousness or do I choose fear? Right? Do I choose fear over passion, over discipline? Right? Love, hate, evil, envy, or meekness. Right? Like, what do you choose? What do you choose? But for you to have a more sure fact of what you would choose, you got to be disciplining yourself in the time that the Most High gives you space to learn. And that's what they was doing. And then you got to be receiving it. You can't be letting your logic come in, man. Your worldly logic, like the world didn't teach you anything. But you got to know that. Like, I could verbalize that, because I could verbalize that, Zion could verbalize that, and show you out the scriptures how the Most High shows you that logic that you believe on how to run your relationship, right? How to be a brother, how to live a life in the truth. That logic that you come with, it'll be shown to you if you want, it'll be shown to you detail by detail in the Bible. It'll be shown to you detail by detail in the Bible how to actually be a man. But stop letting your logic overpower the wisdom. Stop letting your passion override the wisdom of the Most High, because then what? It'll have you living bitter with heart bondage, right? mortar and brick, and in all manner of service, and you'll catch yourself running for the world, for somebody in the world, right? For things in the world, right? You'll be chasing vanity your entire life, and you'll die a slave. Who want to die a slave? No, right? But who want to die a free man? Like, really think about that. Let that marinate in your brain. Like, who doesn't want to die and be a free man? Like, you know that you lived your life right. You know that you was able to overcome your trauma, your past situations. You stop using those things as excuses to be strong, right? To learn, to push forward. Like, but I just can't. I just can't, because, you know, my mama wasn't there. My papa wasn't there. My auntie abused me. My uncle raped me. Like, let's move forward. That's what the Most High is trying to take us to. But we have to go through a process of learning how to obey, not only in His presence or in the presence of somebody that you deem an authoritative figure. You got to obey always, because the Most High's eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun. And that's what these women were able to apply in this moment. They were able to apply and abide in the fear of the Most High. What else you got?
With fear and trembling.
With fear and trembling. There was a respect. There was an understanding that, like, no, I'm not going to go to the Father. It's better to fall in the hands of the Lord than to fall in the hands of man. That's what they understood. Boy, let's jump back to the reading.
Come on. Exodus chapter 1 and verse 16. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared the Most High.
Right, they was okay with the women, but they weren't okay with the men. Right, and they wanted to take out the men because the lineage was carried through the men. Right, and just like
today.
What you mean?
I mean, that's what they want to kill the black man, the Hispanic man, Native American man, but they want to keep our women.
Okay, Nah, facts. Yeah, and that's what they're doing. They're literally killing us. I mean, think about it. 98% of those videos you see in black men get pulled out those cars and getting beat down. You see the sisters too, but you see in majority of those brothers because they really want to take us out. You'll see Esau. Like, I knew an Edomite. Just speaking volume to what you were saying, Ariana. It's like I was in Memphis. There was this Judah brother, and he was dating a girl. She was an Edomite. Father was Esau. Mother was Meikana or Issachar, right? So-called Meikana, Issachar, right? And the dad is messing with Israel woman, but then he's like, why are you bringing this nigger into our house? What is so-called Mexican wife, right? In the house, and the Issachar's okay with that, with him talking like that. I was like, I asked him, what the mom say? She acted like it was nothing. Like she was rocking with him. I was like, what the? Weird, but not weird, right? Because we just read it happened. It's been happening since the beginning of time.
Right.
So you got to catch those things and see that Satan gonna hit you. Like I was having a conversation earlier in the week. He's gonna hit you with the unexpected things, right? He's gonna hit you with the unexpected things. So you got to be preparing your spirit to be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. Because what are we here for? To learn how to serve the Father, to learn how to do things that's pleasing to Him, right? So you wanna learn how to gain that strength to overcome every battle, because the Father's looking at where was your heart at really. You see that? And these sisters got proved in this moment, and they stood that trial. You see that? Read.
Because it says that we go back to verse 17. It says the midwives feared the Most High, they reverenced the Most High.
Right.
So instead of listening to the commandments of the king, they stuck to what they was taught by their parents. And what did that ultimately do? That ultimately saved their nation. So put that in retrospect to today. Listening to the counsel that you're given from brothers opposed to the mind that you was taught by your enemies, right? Of how to be a husband, how to be a brother, right? If you lock into that counsel according to the scriptures, what does that do? It frees us up to be able to save our nation, right? If a brother's showing me like, this is the way you want to deal with the class. You want to not write the scripture down. You want to make sure you're getting what the teacher's saying.
Right.
That frees you up to do what? To be a help to the brothers that's reading the scripture. You don't need the same two brothers reading all the scriptures. Let me get up and help that brother. That's what these women did. These women said, no, I'm not going to just do it the way I was told, but this is the way I learned. Let me follow, not my own mind, but the mind of my teacher, so I can help my nation. You see that? And that's how we got to look at it every point of our life. Brothers telling me how to be a husband. Well, you know what? I didn't have it that. So this is what I did. You know, my wife, she's smiling, so, you know, I'm going to do it that way. But you're saying that's how that works in your house, but my wife, she's happy.
No,
but the whole time, am I really happy?
No.
Am I really happy? I look at the things around my house and it's like, damn, she's supposed to be my helpmate.
Right.
But I'm doing all of this by myself.
Right, and you looking at, when the brother gave you the counsel, you're looking at it like you're disrupting the peace.
Right.
You're not the peace officer, you're the disruptive officer. That's what you're looking at it as.
Not realizing that the brother's trying to free you.
Yeah.
So you could free her.
Right.
So now you both can be an asset to your nation. Why? Because instead of just the picture perfect couple that look good in the photo op, now you are actually a good example of the benefit of a marriage.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're actually showing what the nation looks like.
Right.
Not from America's standpoint, but from what the Most High designed for.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now my children, somebody else's children, your own children can follow that.
Right.
Instead of following what America wants is another single parent mother, right? Or another household ran by a woman. You know what I mean? So where that man doesn't see any value in being a man.
Right, and then you be that bad example of how to be a slave again. Right? Somebody comes into the truth and then you teach a man how to be a slave all over again. Like, okay, that brother doing it that way, I mean, that's the way I came in doing it, so it's fine. That's okay. You know what I mean? And again, disclaimer, Hebrew Israelites love their women. Right? Hebrew Israelites love their women. Yes, they do. They love them more than any man love their woman. These men don't show true love. These cats do not show true love to their women. So I want to put that out there as we're talking about the subject matter of just a man. We just trying to highlight that what? 1 Corinthians, establish what the scriptures say, right? 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. God is the head of Christ. Christ is the head of man. Man is the head of woman. And then in that, God gave us detailed instructions on how to be a husband and how to be a wife. So we're tired of the disorder. The scriptures say the Most High is not the author of confusion. He says that in 1 Corinthians 14:34. And then when you read down 14:40, he says, let all things be done decently and in order. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to establish the order because we've been living our lives a life of confusion. Right. So we're not trying to say that just be a brute, be a lion in your house. We're saying take the ownership of what the Father gave you so that the peace can be brought, the true peace can be brought into your household. That's what's being highlighted. So just to be clear, kind of you can, if you're just hopping online, I don't know how long brothers and sisters been watching, but you know, just to highlight that, why these guys keep bringing that up? Why? Because the order must be established. Go ahead, Aaron.
That's where the love is as well.
Right.
Right? Because it's like the scriptures talk about sparing not the rod and spare the child, right? Like you're showing your love. You're showing your love by disciplining your child, right? Now let's take it to the husband and the wife aspect. If you don't correct and teach her and guide her in the right way that she's supposed to be, that's not love.
Right.
If I let my rib walk all over me, right, be lazy as hell, not give a damn about her, and teach her and let her do her own thing, I'm not loving.
Right.
I'm loving in word, but not in deed or in truth. Because what is the truth? The truth is that I'm supposed to teach her. She's supposed to be an asset and an example, a future example for the next woman, right? But that's how you show your love. Like, how do you show your love for your brother? Hey, bro. Yeah. Hey, you got dirt in your eye. Hey, bro, you might want to put the cigarette down, the weed down. Hey, bro, let's get rid of that horse spirit on you. Right. Hey, let's pull up your pants. You know what I mean? So you're doing that for your brother. You got to show that same love for your wife. Right? And then the other scripture I had a scripture to go with what we're talking about.
Go ahead.
Which was it said the midwives fear the Most High.
Right.
Right. It's Acts chapter 5 verse 29. It reads, and then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey the Most High rather than men. But why would you obey the Most High rather than men? Because when you follow what the Most High says, right, you're going to have that love. You're going to show forth the love and the works of the Most High through your actions.
Yeah. Jeez. No, that's facts.
God.
Facts, no fiction. Just to show, solidify. You know, some people are like, well, damn, bro, just let me do what I do. This is my relationship. Just like, bro, like, what's wrong with you?
Well, but then in that, so it's beautiful though.
Go ahead.
So it's like I teach in my household, right? Okay, I have a rib, right? That's my rib. But she's a child of what? Of who?
Yahweh.
Most High. So she's really my what? My sister.
Right.
Yeah.
The scripture says in what Yahweh Shai said, he who offends my little ones, right?
Right.
It's better to kill yourself than to offend one of my little ones. Right? So she's my wife, they're my children, but they belong to the Most High first.
Right.
So how am I going to offend the Most High? By not teaching her the right thing. Right?
Right.
So what do I have to do? I have to be her teacher. I can't just be her husband and be a lord over her. Right. I have to be her teacher. I have to be her brother. Right? And that's how you stop that's how you don't teach them an evil lesson. That's how you gain a brother or a sister. You gain a sister in that moment. Right? And that's how you save a life.
Right.
Because you still got to put a brick in your household.
Right.
With your wife and your children.
Right.
But you got to lead them in the right way.
That's perfect. Well said. You know, and just adding to what you said, it's like you gotta understand that, you know, this is the intention of what brothers' mentality is at, right? Go to Ecclesiastes 42 verse 8. Because it's like the class from yesterday. It's like the class from yesterday. If nobody, right? Let him get that, man. Let him get that. Yeah, he got that. Yeah, it's like the class yesterday. If nothing's said, then all this debauchery will just be happening in the body, in the ministry. All the evil will just be happening, and then it'd be like you basically in a block party, right? And this is the meetup spot. Right? Every day we go to a block party. This is the meetup spot for the block party. For evil, for adultery, for all these things to happen. But the Most High is like, for wickedness and disruption. But the Most High is putting his ministers to a task to teach brothers and sisters how to guide the households. Not in their logic. Remember that. It's not their logic. It's not his way. It's he's using the Bible's way. And the Most High requires this from his ministers, to always be in this mentality. Because that pre-shaming, because I was saying today, that pre-shaming, not acceptable. Read.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, verse 8.
Right, Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, verse 8. Read.
Be not ashamed to inform the unwise.
He gave his ministers a direct order to be not what?
Unwise.
No. Read from the top.
Oh, it's like it. Be not ashamed to inform the unwise.
You see that? He gave his ministers this direct order. He gave his ministers a direct order to be not ashamed, right? To be not ashamed to inform the unwise. That's what he did. He gave his ministers a direct order. And with that, we got to follow it. Being that he gave us that order, we got to follow that. So we got to tell you, right? It got to be told to us when we're wrong. So we have to make those changes. You see that? And the Most High is trying to show us we can't be ashamed of that. Read.
And foolish.
And the foolish. Right? We can't be ashamed to inform the unwise and the foolish. Because you're harming yourself. We're harming ourselves if we don't receive the correction. Because we're basically saying, I want to stay in slavery. I want to stay a slave. That's what's being said. But it has to be said, because the Most High is like, that's the only way that things are going to get fixed and get handled. Read.
And the extreme aged that
Right.
contendeth with those that are young.
Whether you're young or you're old. Read.
Thus shalt thou be truly learned and approved of all men living.
And that's when people really going to respect the word of the Most High, right? And respect the teachings. You see that? But let's jump back to the reading. All right?
God. Exodus chapter 1 and verse 17. But the midwives feared the Most High, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them,
Right, they didn't listen to him.
but saved the men children alive.
But saved the men, children alive. They did the work of the Most High. They did a right. This was a righteous act of people, of individuals keeping the faith in the Father. You see that? They kept the faith in the Most High, and they didn't do what the Pharaoh wanted them to do. They didn't listen to the nations. They listened to the Father. See that? Read.
And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive?
And the Pharaoh was like perplexed. Like he was like, why didn't y'all listen? Read.
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women.
Yeah, the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women. And the midwives said that to Pharaoh. We're not like the Egyptian women. Read.
For they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them.
Right, we're full of life. The life that the Father gave us. Right? He showed us how to live. He made us fruitful. He's the one that's blessing us. So I'm going to trust in him. And that's basically it on you.
Yes, sir.
So, next reading. Oh, yeah? Oh. So,
He's back there.
well, I mean, I can see because Arias, they both ride together. Oh, you gonna read? Oh, you gonna make it? Oh, yeah.
No, Arias.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get it right. I gotta get the waves down though. I wanna get the waves.
Ariama 1, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh up, Ban Yashalom.
Arias, Sabbath Reading, Yahweh, Ban Yashalom, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Rakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah. So we had Exodus chapter 1 and verse 20. Oh, okay, come on. So the second reader is going to start at Exodus chapter 1 and verse 20. He's going to read all the way to chapter 2 and verse 16.
John. Exodus chapter 1 and verse 20. Therefore the Most High dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared the Most High, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all the people, saying, Every son that is born he shall cast into the river, and every daughter he shall save alive.
Right. Oh no, you had Exodus 1 and 20.
John.
You read that? Oh, say that again? Oh, repeat it. Oh, right.
John. Exodus chapter 1 and verse 20. Therefore the Most High dwelt well with the midwives.
Look, read Proverbs 31:30. Proverbs 31:30, because this would be like this is where the sisters and the brothers as a teacher and a guide should be looking for the stamp of approval from the Most High. This should be like a staple chapter for sisters to be like, this is where I get my approval from the Most High. This is where I earn my stripes from the Father. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 30. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain.
Right. So you got to really recollect on the fact that, coming in from the world, you was taught to glorify those things that the Most High just said is contrary. Right? It's not saying that beauty is a bad thing to be beautiful. So it's not saying that. Right? It's just saying that what? When you put that as the pedestal, the cream de la crop, right? The Most High is like, he's looking at it like, bro, well, what are you working on? Where's your spirit? Are you humble? Are you meek? Are you caring? Are you charitable? Right? But he says, what does he want us to value?
But a woman that feareth the Most High,
Go ahead.
she shall be praised.
Yeah, the Most High wants a woman that fears him. You should want a woman that fears the Father. And because in these moments where it's hard, where y'all both in like, y'all both going through the struggle together, right? She's not just going to jump ship on you, right? You know that you invested in her enough to where if she was to jump ship, you know that you did your job for the Most High, right? You know that you built her up strong enough to be strong enough. But if you know you ain't doing that, obviously you ain't going to get that type of strong woman. Because you want to be doing that, right? Because then she's not going to be able to get to the situation. But the Most High is like, you want a woman that's strong enough to deal with what they deal with, the Hebrew midwives. That's the type of woman you should be looking for. Somebody that's going to fear the Lord, even when in the situation it seems like I can't get out of it, right? Somebody that wants to fall in the hands of the Lord rather than fall in the hands of Satan, right? Because this is literal. This is like me and you. This is like me pinching Ariel, right? Not really, but touching Ariel, and then this is a literal situation that happened. And I'm saying that to say like this. It's historical. This is a thing that transpired. These are people that literally tried this. These are women that literally applied this, right? That's powerful. And jump to verse 17.
Verse 17.
This is what they did.
She girded her loins with strength.
You see how the Most High told men we got to gird our loins? He required the same thing from the woman. She has to gird her loins as well. And they did that. They listened. But that's the key part, listening. Listening and applying. Listening and applying. You got to repeat that in your brain. You got to have a scripture to copy with it. Listening and applying. Right? And they girded their loins with strength. What's strength? What's the strength? Y'all know?
Discipline.
Watch. Definitely discipline. But they had to go through a process for that though. Hold on, let me see. Where is that? Oh, Proverbs 4 and 13. Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 13.
Proverbs chapter 4, verse 13. Take fast hold of instruction.
That was the girding. They were getting taught, and they were holding the instruction in, and they internalized it. They internalized the instruction and said, okay, right, I have to be humble because, and then just think about it, right? We give a bunch of examples. When you counsel a brother, so you give a bunch of examples of why humility will help you in the future, right? And then but you're not in that present situation to where you have to literally apply it, but you're being trained on it. So these women were girding their loins while they were being trained on it, and the examples of what they had to prepare for in the future, they were listening to it. So they took the instruction, they held it fast. Read.
Let her not go.
They didn't just hear it and cast it away. Right? So this is the girding part. This is the girding. They're grinding it with their brain, and all the negative that's trying to be instilled in them, they're pushing it out. They're listening to the word. They're seeking out the counsel. They're listening to the counsel. They're pushing it out. Read.
Keep her.
They said, I'm going to keep that wisdom. I can't just let it fly past my brain. Like how to be discreet, how to be kind, how to be chaste, how to be modest, how to be strong, how to be stable mentally. I'm going to take hold of those things. Read.
For she is thy life.
Because this thing is giving me life. It says the Hebrew women are what? So but this is the thing that made them lively. Instruction guided their brain. Instruction guided their brain. Look at Proverbs 19 and what was that? Proverbs 19. Where is it at? I went to that recently. Well, read verse 27. That's a good one too.
Proverbs chapter 19, verse 27.
Oh, found it. Verse 20.
Verse 20. Hear counsel.
They heard counsel.
And receive instruction.
And then they received it because they took it fast and they held on to it. They didn't take it like, this cat's just running his mouth. This cat, he's just talking too much. Right? Why you had to cut me like that? That was so sharp. They literally heard instruction. I mean, they heard counsel. They received it. That's a good word right there. I can use that in my life. I need some of that. Right? Read.
That thou mayest be wise in thy latter end.
Are we reading the historical account of what they did? So wouldn't you deem these sisters to be wise? So don't we want to be the same things? Yeah, we should be aspiring for that same quality. And verse 27 tells you what they did. Now you read verse 27.
Verse 27. Cease, my son, to hear the instruction that causes to err.
You see that they stopped their minds. Cease means to stop, restrain, withhold. They stopped their mind, they stopped their logic, they stopped their will, their intentions, their desires, their passions. They corralled it. Right? They corralled their passions and did what? Read on.
That causeth to err from the words of knowledge.
Right. They ceased my son to hear the instruction that caused them to go err from the words of knowledge. Right? Because then think about jumping back to the story, right? You can drop that. What'd you have?
Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 17.
Yeah, finish that one real quick.
She girdeth her loins with strength.
Right? So we're reading that, right? They girded their loins with strength. That was the wisdom, that was the knowledge, that was the counsel. And they applied it and they didn't take it lightly. Read.
And strengthening her arms.
And she strengthened her arms. So now we jump back to the story, right? And they strengthened their arms. And think about it, right? In verse 15 it says, the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives. He made it his job to come to them. We said that earlier, right? He made it his job to come to them. And when they stepped to them, right? What spirit you think was on them? Let's take a shot. What spirit y'all think was on them? Like, what y'all think was going through your mind? I just want to hear everybody think, though.
Shoot, like, because they said earlier that these women feared God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like when these nations have come to us and tell us, oh, listen, I got Jesus in my heart. The commandments is on the way, but you be sitting there like, man, what the heck is you talking about? But you did. Right. You know,
Yeah.
so they would use subtlety. Just so they knew when the time was right to apply the proper method.
So you're saying Proverbs 2 and 9. Right? Right. That's exactly what it was. I mean, I said it, so let's just get it real quick. Proverbs 2 and 9, just so everybody can understand.
Proverbs chapter 2, verse 9. Then shalt thou understand righteousness.
The discretion shall preserve thee. 2 and 11.
Discretion shall preserve thee.
Right, they understood discretion was going to preserve them in that moment. Okay, I'm listening to you. I see what you're saying, but I'm not going to do that. Because that's not of the Lord. That's not the spirit of the Lord. So they knew think about it. They knew how to discern good from evil. So they knew what to cast out. See, think about it, right? That's deep. They knew what wisdom to receive. They knew what was the counsel of the ungodly into what not to receive. Excuse me, what not to receive. And they didn't receive that counsel because that was ungodly. That was ungodly counsel, and they was able to see that because they was listening when the time was in the time periods when they didn't feel like it, where they had to really cease from hearing their own instruction. But that's important. That's very important to like when your spirit trying to tell you to shut it off, because it'll prepare you for a moment like this. This is a big moment in history.
So is that like when the scriptures say having your senses exercised? Is that like that? Because you consistently shut your mind off at those points where you want to resist the counsel.
Right.
So now you done strengthen yourself in the spirit. That when that real situations, when that fire turns up,
Mm-hmm.
that you're not leaning on the carnal mind, you're
Right.
not doubting the wisdom that's given to you, you actually moving, using applying it. You're actually applying it.
Right. You're using the wisdom that the Father gave you.
Right. It's like exactly like he was going over earlier, is that if the man is not going through and training and prepping his counterpart to be that woman of strength and wisdom, then these moments, watch, y'all know this one, go to Peter's 3:1. 1 Peter 3:1. See, what I like about this moment, and like he's bringing out, is the defining. It's defining these women character. It's defining the black, Hispanic, Native American woman. It's defining them, but in that ancient mind, in the ancient way of thinking, right? Because they had a backbone. They had a standard. It wasn't just about money, the outward appearance, the physical appearance. It was actually about the quality that the Most High put in them. And you know how that was built? That was not built through being an independent black woman. That was not built being an independent Hispanic Native American woman. It was built through family, right? It was built through learning how it is to be a wife, a mother, right? Being in unity in the household. You said it earlier. God, Christ, man, woman, Corinthians 11:1, right? See, and that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing these sisters only had a backbone. Because if you put those sisters now these days, same sisters. When the boys are ready to be offered up, they dress them up like little girls. They put them on TV and say, you know what, this is what he liked to do. They walk him around and tote him around so the boys can be sold for a harlot. Right? But we got to think why these women were the way they were. You see that? And go back to that mind. It starts with the husband. You said it, you hit it on some killer points. Like, if the husband is not observing and seeing that, man, I got to lead her. Instead of being the sucker for love that the world told you to be, you're saying, man, I would be doing her a disservice if I don't teach her properly and show her and lead her. Now y'all understand why the scriptures say, if a man can't lead his own house, how can he take care of the house of the Lord? So if you're looking at her and you're all in lovey-dovey mode and you're all, I don't want to correct her because of this, and I don't want to show her because of that, what do you think you're going to do to the congregation?
Service.
You're going to do the same thing. So what had to be in you to be a leader to your family, your house, your nation? See, and that was reciprocated through your wife and your kids. They would stand the test of time. Right? They would stand through that test. So when you're raising your woman, your children like heathens, what are they going to do? They're going to be those women that what? Gives their kids to be little harlots, to dress them up like girls, to tote them around because you let your rib with a heathen mind raise your children. So why I always beat it in your head? It's you. It's the husband. You're the leader, right? But the 1 Peter 3:1 brings us back to 3:1. Read that.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1.
Right?
Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husband.
So we know that with the subjection, right? So they got to go through this commitment, this dedication. But if you're saying, well, you said it earlier, well, y'all just being a little bit you're in my relationship because your rib is ruling you. And what are the people going to see? The people are going to see that your rib can come up with any excuse, any weakness, any weak mind state, and then the people see that. The kids see that. The nation sees that. Right. And a lot of brothers don't understand that it's about all of us not leaving your rib behind. It's not leaving your rib behind. Like you said it earlier. I said you've been hitting it. It's like the woman is not supposed to be left behind because she's a woman. You got to bring her along the right way. But you got to have a stomach for that. a backbone to do that. Right? Or if not, you're going to have kids with this woman, and she's going to be ready to sell the boy for harlot. Right? Because you didn't put the strength in her. Right? You didn't gird her with the true strength. Right? Go ahead.
If any obey not the word, that they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wise.
Right, you see that? See, what these women were not was women that were persuaded by weakness. These women were not women that were persuaded by weakness. By their weak-ass mama, by their weak-ass family, by their weak-ass household, by some weak-ass TV or social media.
Right.
See, but I gotta put you on blast because it all comes back to the husband. You're training her, and if you're not teaching her the proper way, if you're not showing her the proper way, then what's gonna happen? We watch this all the time. Right? The brother asked in the comments, or I don't know if it's a brother or not. Dogs, brain, training, and learning. Okay, that might be a social media. Yeah. What if she doesn't want to? Now, I'm going to answer that question by posing this situation. Think about it. How many brothers we watch that didn't do what the scripture says, girding her, giving her the wisdom? What happens when she has your kid? You ignore the counsel, you ignore the wisdom. What happens when she has your child? A woman that doesn't fear the Most High. What happens when she doesn't honor the Most High and she has your child? Because that's what you do. You run in with all that smiley face. We see her toting you around like a damn bag. You know what I mean? And then you over there all like googly-eyed, running silly as hell to her. Right? Every other word is about her. Right? What happens when she has your child? Because I'm prophesying right now. I'm prophesying because we're going to show you that the prophets, that the word of the Most High is easy. It's easy. This is not rocket science. If you don't listen, you have a baby with that woman, and then what happens? She fights and struggles over how to raise the child and what way to do things. If she's struggling with you about the kitchen, cleaning, cooking, the house, the bills, your decision making now, what's going to happen when you give your spirit and you put a child in this woman? What is she doing? Y'all be capping. That's right, y'all be capping, man. She's doing it right now. Why you acting like y'all don't know what the hell's going on? Your ribs combating you now. What?
Oh, listen, but my mom wants to see the kids. We don't celebrate Christmas, but let them go.
Right.
You know, we gotta let them go. So, like you said, everything's going to be a battle with that child because now she feels like she's got equal rights.
Right.
Not to say that we know that there's order.
Right.
The women, we do value their opinion.
Right.
But now she's going to be.
No, she's going to be in that Greco-Roman, that Edomite, this Egyptian mind state that these are your kids. You do what you do with them. See, in order for those kids to be slaughtered, they needed to go through who again? The weaker vessel. So, once again, while y'all thinking this is a man macho thing, macho, right? You think this is a macho thing. This ain't about that. This is about preservation of the nation. And the more you get older, you see it. Right? The more you get a woman that locks into you, you're able to see, damn, imagine if my rib wasn't locked in. I'd be struggling with the damn order of the house, the kids, and all these things. You see that? So while you're all silly as hell, you got to understand why you're warned through the knowledge of the Most High. Because it's these situations like that will try that woman, and the nation will be laid on her back, and then she won't stand the test. Because your failure, you as a husband, your failure. Y'all get this? So she won't be this woman. She'll be what? A woman won by the conversation of the wives. So once again, if you needed a meter, you judge yourself. What is your rib, your woman, always persuaded by? Is she persuaded by the knowledge? Is she persuaded by your leadership? Right? Gauge it yourself. Right? Gauge it yourself. So let's go back to the question online. So what if she doesn't want to listen? Check this out. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus. Good ground. What is it? 6? Ecclesiasticus 6.
20.
What?
26.
Oh, is it 26?
Con.
Oh, damn.
You start at
I'm trying to get like you, get my fresh mind back. Ecclesiastes 26. I know where it is, but I don't, right?
Con.
26 to what?
20.
26 and 20.
Con.
Right? 19. And here's the warning from the scriptures. This ain't a macho thing. This ain't, you know what I mean? Oh, bro, you guys are just women haters. It's about, aren't you tired of seeing the young black men getting murdered? See, we talk about these things, but we don't understand where they come from. Y'all were talking about it earlier, the one woman houses, right? The one woman homes, right? The woman raising the kids. Well, where does it come from? It comes from you, slothful, lazy ass black men that won't stand up, Hispanic Native Americans that won't stand up, that is walking around like an Edomite and letting your woman rule your house. Disclaimer, it's not saying be a lion, it's not saying be brutish, it's not saying you don't take out the garbage, you don't take out Pampers, right? You don't change Pampers. I'm not saying that, because I do all of that. It's not saying I won't get in the kitchen and cook, but there's an order in my house. They respect the father first, and this is why they consider before they make a move. Right? Before they say something wrong, before they step out of line, before they try to challenge my judgment. You see that? That's what it's about. It ain't about being a brute. It ain't about, oh, they lick your toes now. Right? What y'all do behind doors, that's on y'all. Joke. Right? What I'm saying is, they have to follow the standard of Yahweh. Right? So, to answer the brother's question or sister's question, I don't know. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26, verse 19.
Right.
My son, keep the flower of thy age sound.
Right. See, that means, hold on, watch. Go to 25 and 26 first, and then we'll jump over here. Watch.
Ecclesiastes chapter 25, verse 26.
Let's go straight to the point. Go ahead.
Give the water the passion.
No. 26. 26.
Verse 26.
Go ahead.
If she go not as thou wouldest have her,
right?
Cut her off from thy flesh.
Now, cut her off from your flesh. So what you first do is say, okay, I gotta stop letting this relationship be nourished by sexual relations. Not let me make sure I don't put a condom on and shoot up the club. Right. And then have a baby with this disgruntled, out of order, disrespectful, combative woman. It's like, oh, what happened? You know how it is. The children are blessed. You big dummy. You just had a child with a woman that don't respect you. That literally disrespects you in front of everybody. Right? So you talk like, you know how the Most High just blesses. No, he don't. The Most High don't bless. You with no out of order rib or no disrespectful, disgruntled, wicked kids. That's your fault. So first thing you do is you cut her off from your flesh. If she go, not as thou wouldst have her, cut her off from your flesh. And I know as much as you desire the flesh and you think that nobody in the world is going to give you any more meat, there's another woman that is ready and willing. So So you got to first cut off from your flesh. Jump over to verse 26 and 19 now.
Come. Verse 19. Ecclesiastes chapter 26, verse 19.
Go ahead.
My son, keep the flower of thy age sound.
Keep it sound. Keep your virginity, your chastity. Every time it talks about the flower of the age, it refers to the woman. But it's telling you now, keep the flower of your age. Keep your virgin. Right? That means that what? You don't have to have a woman. Right? I'm going to tell you, I regret it. I regret at 18 thinking that's what I had to do. I admire some of y'all that don't have women. Right? Because now you can sit back and get a little bit older and not make all the wrong decisions and not have babies out there and kids out there. See, that's where we failed at. So this is why I'm very vigorous to teach y'all through my F-ups. And I know there's a lot of brothers online that can speak along the same line. There's a lot of Israelites that can say, damn, yeah, I wish I would have slowed down at a young age because my kids wouldn't be in every state. I would be a better father. See? Yeah.
And a better brother because you also destroyed that sister. By not teaching her, all we did was just label her, not require from her.
Yeah.
We didn't build her up to the thing that's going to keep her mentally stable. So when she goes out into the world, she's won by the conversation of wives. She don't have any balance. She doesn't have any peace because a man, her husband, didn't teach her.
He didn't teach her.
Learn that from
He didn't do his job.
Right.
And it all goes back. We're going to bring it right back around, but we inserted this brother's question in this, right? So you were supposed to cut her off from your flesh, keep the flower of your age. Well, that was the warning from the get-go, right? This is the warning from the get-go. But this is still the process if you're dealing with that disgruntled woman, right? The first thing you shouldn't do is keep shooting up the club. Go ahead.
And give not thy strength to strangers.
See, read it again.
And give not thy strength to strangers.
If she's disgruntled, she is like a heathen. Y'all understand that? That don't be like she haven't given up Christmas. You know she haven't given up Thanksgiving, but you're making it a point to look at her right in the face. Yeah, baby, it's me and you. You don't understand. She don't want to be in order. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Huh? They don't want to be changed. Who is saying this? Because I can. Okay, so get that out of your head. The scriptures warning you, keep the flower of your age and give not thy strength to strangers. What is your strength? Your seed, your line, your semen. That's your strength. You have something valuable that all women need. That's why they got to go to the sperm bank. Keep your strength. You're thinking like, no, but she got it. Because the world is upside down. There's more women than men. So you're doing it backwards. You're thinking that, damn, but if I don't submit to her like a sucker for love, then I ain't never gonna be able to get a woman. Bro, did you look at your rib? Did you look at her? Y'all gotta stop this stupidity, man. Y'all gotta stop this. The Most High can upgrade you anytime. The Most High can upgrade you anytime. Stop putting your trust in the flesh and put it in Yahweh. And then at the same time, if you look at your rib, you will see it's a small thing for on the sudden to make a poor man rich. To bless a man with something else, right? You heard me say that before. Go ahead.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession.
When thou hast gotten a what?
Fruitful possession.
Now, what makes her fruitful? What?
She's able to add on. She's able to lighten your load.
Listen, I'm going to keep it simple. So your own mind will manipulate you. Right? You're right. Proverbs 31 makes her fruitful. So when you go through the qualities of Proverbs 31, this shows that she is fruitful. See, you know why I got to do it like that? Because what you said earlier. Brothers are thinking like, this is what we got in mind. This this is what we're saying. No, we're just like you. We're just like you. Why do you think I share my stories? Because I was garbage. And it wasn't until I grew up and put away childish things till I understood, damn, I should have just did it like the scripture said. I'm not professing that I had a clean path. I'm just showing y'all that where I'm at now. Looking retrospect, damn, if I had that wisdom and applied it, I would have did it the right way. But I'm like you. But see, I watch y'all and I say, oh, you don't got kids yet. Oh, this brother don't got kids by her yet. You don't have to go through what we went through. Just apply this. What makes her a fruitful possession is Proverbs 31. The quality and standard that she is supposed to at least want. Like, remember, nobody's perfect. But is she struggling against being the Proverbs 31 woman? Or is she saying, you know what? No, I need to be this. Is she combating you, manipulating, lying, being deceptive, right? Playing games? And this is what you got to see, but you got to take the film off your eyes and see her for what she is. You got to prove a friend. And know, y'all get this? For the sake of the nation. For the sake of the family, the households, the example, right? Go ahead.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession.
Only then would you see that she in the spirit wants to bear fruit, not only in the flesh, but in the spirit. Not only in the flesh. Any woman can pop out a child, but she won't be a mother. Any woman can have a baby. But does that make them mothers? Bro, there's kids having children all the time. And then they just make mistakes and go with it. Yeah, I watch these young sisters have kids. It's like, you won't listen to nobody. You don't know how to take care of yourself. But you won't ask a mother on how to be a mother. They don't know how to mother children. So you're thinking like, oh, I'm going to have a baby. You know, I'm going to strip the club because it feels good. And she's like, I don't really want to be a mother. I don't got the patience. I don't got the time. I don't got the mindset. How do you know that? Because when it comes to cooking, she's arguing with you about that. This is too much. When it comes to cleaning, you know what I mean, and doing the job as a woman, you're always trying to put in for her. Well, I got it for her. Like, really? You're doing your wife a disservice if you don't let her be the Proverbs 31 woman. Read.
When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field.
You understand what the fruitful means? The scriptures refer to us bearing fruit in the spirit and in the flesh. She has to not just be the woman of the flesh. That's a heathen woman. What?
God, that's what they call it, Stanford wife. Like, you know, it's so basic level too. And I kind of was deceived by that too. She, the house is clean. She cooks your food.
Right.
She lays you to a bed.
Right.
Because they teach him that the only thing we need is feed me.
Yeah, you see that stupidity all through the social media.
Yeah.
These dudes up there acting like they're talking something because she makes a sandwich.
Right.
Bruh, that is folly. That is foolishness.
She'll make the sandwich and then curse you out later that night.
Right.
Tell her she can't.
That doesn't make her a righteous woman because she can make a sandwich and make a meal. It's both things. That's what the Most High requires from us, right? Not faith without works is dead. Right? Come on, read on.
Sow it with thy own seed.
Then you sow it. So what's the warning? Until she is fruitful in the flesh and in the spirit and can live up to the standard, then you sow it with the seed. So what's the warning? Wrap it up. Cut off the flesh. If she's disgruntled, you don't just keep nourishing it with sexual intercourse. You got to say, wait a minute. We're boyfriend and girlfriend because you're not on the same mind and the same judgment with me. And then I'm going to reward this with fleshly things. And then you start seeing her what? Be more. Out of order woman will be more disgruntled. Well, why you ain't having sex with me? Now she what? She starts texting other people, communicating with other people. She starts to reveal what she is. Like, this is a no-brainer. So that's why the scripture said, cut her off from your flesh. Right? Read on.
Trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
See, you have to know the goodness of the stock. What is it saying? Her. This land. This woman. You got to know where you're going to deal with. Is her stock good? Is her lineage good? Now, we're all rebuilding our lineage. So it starts anew when she comes into the truth. Right? That's why it says prove a friend. So this is the biggest mistake I see with brothers and sisters is what? You straight up, damn, you don't care about disease. You don't care about nothing. You just what? No condom, nothing. Right? And you're going to just have babies and everything. It's like, damn. You know, it only takes one time. Unless y'all, what? Killing them all the time. Right? You know what? Go take care of that. Go ahead, read.
You better come. So thy race which thou leavest shall be magnified.
So thy race which thou leavest shall be magnified. How is our race magnified? How is our race magnified? What?
Because that Ecclesiastes 25:1. That wife, that woman, and husband.
Let's go there. There you go. Perfect, God. Perfect. Go to Ecclesiastes 25:1. What do you say? Or she? Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay, I'm living out here in her state, and I already have a 8-year-old boy with her, and I haven't always been on this route to the Most High before I was a gangster, right? Still keep up with my faith, but if I push her any harder, I unfortunately have to leave the state. I don't have to have anyone here besides. Okay, so listen. Remember the application of this. Let's understand this. You can't force feed anybody.
Right.
So that being said, remember this takes a skill, especially when you're in the middle of it, right? You made bad decisions, right? You're saying, okay, well, damn, she's not on the same thing as me. Well, remember, you can't force feed anybody. Now, there's other application of the knowledge that has to be applied. You can't force feed no brother, no sister, no wife, no husband. So you got to take your time and build that and really measure it a little by little. Because when you become frantic, right, or lying, get me those two. Right? We're going to get these other two real quick. And I'm trying to answer your question. Keep it on the topic also. And then we're going to jump back to that. Where are we at?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 and verse 30.
Right. Go to read Ecclesiastes. Just write these down. You see, we're just going with the flow with this question. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 30.
Go ahead.
Be not as a lion in thy house.
So let's apply all the pieces of the wisdom. You cannot be a lion in the house with her. This ain't saying next you know I gotta choke the order out of her. This is me as a teacher first. I gotta be the example. Okay, so let's get that right. This doesn't mean you gotta wrangle her and then just struggle with her. No, you're gonna get the wrong outcome then. You have to be the example first and work on yourself and let this shine through and little by little show her. Because the problem is we get the knowledge, we get the truth, then we try to force feed them and they're like, whoa, you're crazy. You turn them away. So it's a different dynamic when you're already in this relationship. You both get the truth and then you're trying to give her the knowledge and test the waters to see if she's ready to be awoken. Right? So you can't be a lion. Right? Be not a lion in your house. Roaring at everything. Oh, you're out of order, you're a wicked woman, and then that's the problem here, and then that ain't gonna work. The scriptures are saying that, right? Go ahead.
Nor frantic among thy servants.
Is it nor what?
Nor frantic among thy servants.
So what does frantic mean? Real quick. Come on, y'all gotta get these quick. So we can get back to the reading. Go ahead. Frantic.
Time.
What?
Wild or distraught with fear.
Right. So, or you panic and you lose your. I've done this before too. So once again, y'all, I'm telling you passionately because these ways aren't the way. I wish I would have had a little more detail from brothers. And they would have approached me on this level. Then I would have been a little more sharp. Right? Like our sons are going to be. Right? But it can't be a line and you can't be frantic. You can't be panicking and you see where her mind is going. You got to understand, Matthew's 10, that there are going to be, they of their own house are going to be your foes. And all this has to come into mind. You got to consider that everybody's not going to get the truth. Right? You got to consider if she's trying to conform a little bit, work with her and give her pace. Not saying let her defile you in the house. Don't compromise with wickedness, but at the same time, give her a chance to grow. She might not be growing at your pace. So you gotta what? Pace her. But it's gotta be a steady pace. Not with the hammer, not with the growling, not frantic, but a steady pace forward. And then you'll be able to see, and this is what we do in the school, right? When somebody comes into school and they're learning, right? We know they're going to come off a high hob, an Israelite, right? But little by little, the change has to take about, right? And we work with them through the change. It's the same thing in your house. You're working with her through the change. Now, if he came in or she came in, they're wanting to learn, and then next you know, a few months later, they're going online, looking at other things, and now they become double-minded, unsure. Then they're coming back in class and not only asking double-minded questions. Now we can start saying, wait a minute. At first you was diligent, but now your mind is tossed to and fro. What's up with you? So what do? We start to what? Oh, wait a minute. You got to stay focused on the word. You see, it's the same way. We're not force-feeding nobody, but at the same time, we're going to let every step of the way prove you according to the Spirit and say, okay, this brother or sister really believes. Or doesn't. Or doesn't. Your own works will reveal that, right? It's like her own works. You're following the Sabbath. Hey, babe, you know what? I learned this about the scriptures. What do you think? Sharing it with her, right? It's all the verbiage. If you come in, I learned this about the scriptures. Shut the hell up. Get in order. You gonna do this. She gonna be like, what the hell? But if you're like, babe, I learned this about the Most High. I wanted to share this with you. And she can't accept it that way. That's the nice way. If she can't accept, no, I ain't hearing that. Okay. Well, listen. This is what I'm gearing towards, the Most High, the Father. Right? I'm going to let you breathe on that. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to keep gauging. Right. If she's just a scruntuoc, then what does it say? In Ecclesiastes 26:25. Right. Cut her off and give her a bill of divorce. Wow. You can't do nothing. But at least, this is the thing, at least you're trying. You're not just like, oh, she didn't get an order one week. Bro, give her a chance. You're not clean. You're getting things better, right? You just put up your pants. You got to keep that in mind. You can't just force this and then, because she's not clean automatically, then you just dump her off. Pace her. Because we do it all the time, right? God? We deal with brothers and sisters all the time, and then we give a lot of time. But you hear us now. If y'all watch online, we're like, hold on, how long you been here? If you ain't here 5 months no more. You've been here 2 years and you're still doing old man stuff, there's now a problem. Now we're like, no, we turn it up a little bit. Nobody's new in here no more. The only one that's somewhat new is Aaron, right? Miles, how long you been?
It's about to be a year.
See, a year. And see, we still what? Working with him, baby steps. But eventually it's like, when you become a 1-year-old and you're not properly learning, which he is, and grasping it, now we're like questioning, saying, hey, what is it we're not doing? And what is it that you might need to snap out of it? You see that? And that's what you got to see with your house. You can't force your rib, especially if y'all got the truth together. Trust me, if you were around the body and you were held accountable, there would be things that we would see, but we wouldn't be coming down on you with the hammer. We would be working with you and reminding you. We wouldn't just let you do it, but we would be working with you. Hey, listen, that's not the way, brother. That's not the way. Hey, look at what the word says, right? And then peel back. We wouldn't be aligned and you'd be like, brother, what's your problem? You've been here 2 weeks. We wouldn't do that. So you can't be a lion to her. You can't be frantic to her. Give her time. What did he say?
He said, yeah, you say it. You say it the nice way, and she turn up Moneybag Yo and saying she want a club on her birthday, then what?
Then you got a nigga. You got a nigga.
Yeah.
Right? You got a disgruntled woman, and you got to understand she's not hearing that, and this is what you've been dealt with. Right? You're bad. You're bad, right? You know what I mean? Okay, you want Moneybag Yo, or you want these cats? You gonna disobey me? Listen, I love you. I'm not gonna separate from you, but this is going to stop, right? I'm gonna sleep on the couch, or you go sleep on the couch. I ain't sleeping on the couch. Okay, well I'll sleep. I'm not gonna reward that. I'm not gonna reward that damn folly, the disrespect. Obviously, you don't care about me as much as I thought. So you gotta what? Take a step back. Cut her off from thy flesh. Right? And if she continues, eventually, obviously, you know where you're getting to. And you gotta be ready to stomach that. Right? Then it goes over to Matthew's 10. Right? A man's foe should be they of his own household. Right? It's either that, or you let her be disgruntled and go to the club, and you simp and come back, baby, you back? You back now? You smell like liquor, Black and Miles. You smell like liquor and Black and Miles. Come on, babe. You got Black and Mild breath. And then once she got that power, what's gonna happen? She might just get a real thug. Because why? You the sinner now. Right? It's unfortunate, but that's the cards that has been dealt when you got this type of woman. You got to chalk it up and understand you made a bad decision. Once again, I'm not saying you just pack your bags. I'm saying, listen, you got to gauge it. You're there. We're not. But at least you want to be clear in yourself to say, wait a minute. I made bad decisions. I made wrong choices. And me as a leader of the house, I didn't step up right away. So let me give her a little bit of a second, because you get a disgruntled woman, right? And you got to know your rib. Like if she's in the back of the disgruntledness, she's willing a little bit, try to work through that willingness. If not, what does it say? I'm just trying to show you that you don't want to just move rashly. You want to at least come back and say, look, I gave her a chance. I wasn't frantic. I wasn't a lion. I wasn't trying to force feed her. I was trying to be a priestly brother and bring her to the light like I was brought to the light. In every state, in every way she fought me, you can't do nothing about that, bro. But you do want to have a clear mind to be able to say, man, I did it with a little bit of patience. And she was just like, Negro, I'm not hearing none of that. You could say, you know what? It is what it is. Y'all see that? Does that make sense? Balance. Don't move rashly. Don't judge her how you want to be judged. Give her a little chance, right? Because you didn't get it right away. You're still filthy. So give her a little chance, gauge it, right? Show her that you do love her, that you want to bring her into this. And if she stayed straight disgruntled, bruh, do not bend to that folly. Don't reward her. That's all what the scriptures teach us, right? The balance. Be not frantic. Be not a lion. Judge not. It says, take the mote out of your eye before you try to take the beam out of hers. Right? All these things the Bible teaches. Right? What?
Nah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful that balance is seen, because in that process of cutting it off, right? When we it's in Corinthians 7 and 13, where it's talking about the unbelieving woman is sanctified.
Right. Go ahead and go.
Read it?
No. Go ahead.
No, just talk about the beauty in that balance. When you see that open rebellion at first,
right,
you don't reward it. You cut it off, right? You got to show her that you're not pleased with that, right?
Right.
But in that process, now you're able to see where her mind is at.
Right.
Because now she can be won over.
Right.
She can see that you're serious. Like,
right.
I'm not changing. I'm not bending to you. This is the life that I'm living. I'm following the Father. So in that process of time, she could be, you know what? I'm destroying my household.
Right.
Let me lock in with my husband.
Perfect.
And this is what it's saying in Corinthians 7,
right.
13. Now she's sanctified. Now.
Right.
Now she's cleansed because she sees the error way. She first of all sees your example.
Right. But if you're a bad example, see, and we keep this in mind. We don't know the brother that we're talking to, but so we're trying to give you all the variables. Because one thing that has been done before is like we go over this and dealing with your situation. A lot of times it be the men that are bad examples. Yeah. And the women are like, well, bro, you just smoked a blunt the other day. But you're like, well, you out of order. And I'm not saying this about you, brother, that's asking. What I'm saying is you got to check yourself and make sure yourself is holding yourself accountable on every level. You know what I mean? You can't, the things you're doing, because think about it. You said, well, yeah, I used to be the thug guy. Well, you got to make sure your standard is up to par before you can go ahead and fully put the hammer down. And this is why it's imperative that you don't bring just the hammer and you don't come in as a lion. You don't come in as frantic. So this is what you have to understand. So we're trying to give you all the balance in the scriptures, because you can't hear that, cut her off from your flesh. You go right in, right after class. Yeah, you out of order. You wicked, you're gone. No, it ain't like that. You got to make sure you're accountable first. And if you can say that, you know what, ever since I got the knowledge of the truth, I've been holding myself accountable. I've been getting this class and learning how to put off the old man, right? You got to think about how long has that been? And how are you as a teacher to teach her to be accountable, right? Okay, so let's bring it all the way back around, right? Let's bring it all the way back around to the point. Go back to 26 and 20. Oh, you going too? Yeah. Oh, dang. Okay, here you go.
Did you want to think? Because he's in that right.
Who's over there? No, let him go. Right. Go ahead. Read that Ecclesiastes 26 and 20. So hopefully, brother, I don't know your name. I don't want to preach your whole YouTube name. But hopefully, huh? Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Hopefully, brother, you, I didn't know who it was. Hopefully, you're seeing that you got to hold yourself accountable. Right? You can't be like all willy-nilly and then expect your woman to be righteous. You see that? You got to think about it. Because what's going to happen, I didn't even know who it was. But if you are not on point, she's going to look at you and be like, bro, you trying to get me in order, but look at you. You're doing this, you're doing that, and you're claiming Yahweh. So it's important that you hold yourself accountable to a standard. And then you'll see. Watch, go to one more before we go back. Ecclesiastes 27 and 3.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27 and verse 3.
Go ahead.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord.
See, this is what you have to see. except you hold yourself diligently in the fear of the Lord. That means what? What does that mean? Go ahead, Miles. Stand up. You got to talk loud. Play my line.
Basically, you want to constantly examine yourself. Make sure you have no room for yourself to be given over to that spirit of doubt, and you don't want to have any room for anybody else to say. Basically, being blamed.
Right, because if you're double-minded, they said it earlier. As a leader is, so is the officers. So if you're the head of the house and you're double-dutching, right, and you're not sure, you're not learning, you're not consistent, she's going to be like, she needs to see a vision. The vision is your consistency. Oh, he's serious about this. He's not a transformer. Right, he's not a transformer. Oh, he really believes. Then that example in itself of strength can be an effect to you in the house. And most of all, to who? The Most High. Right? So what does it say?
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord,
keeping the commandments, keeping the laws, understanding your purpose, your duty to the Father. Go ahead.
His house shall soon be overthrown.
How many times do we give this to brothers? And remind you that it's your dedication. You can't be double-dutching and then expect a righteous rib. Y'all got to understand this. I said it the other day, and I'm not boasting. It's just trying to show y'all what I came from to what I'm now. But one thing my ribs cannot say is he's a transformer. They can't say, oh, Kazakia was 1 minute crying on my shoulder talking about how he doesn't want to submit to the Father. He doesn't really believe. Right? They can never say that. No matter what we went through, they can always say he was for Yahweh. He wasn't jumping back and forth. He wasn't 1 minute there and then the next minute not. He was consistent.
Right.
The Most High is going to bless you if your heart is sincere. Right? And if that needs to be replaced, he will replace it with something better. Right? Realize what you got. Right? Go ahead. So that's it on that. Except him hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. What question is it? Ecclesiastes 27:3. So y'all get that, right? Right. Hopefully that helps the brother. Hopefully we gave you a good circumference of balance within the scriptures. Right? But like you're saying, if it all comes back down to she ain't hearing it, then she ain't hearing it. What he said?
He said, it's either I get her on board or I go home. I've been doing right. I have took accountability. But I can feel my grip loosening on being a new man. Brother, I have no family or friends out here. I'm here by myself.
No, you're not alone. You're not alone. You just have to understand that the brotherhood, we're here for you. You're not alone. That's why we hit you up. That's why we call you. We show you. We know what brothers are going through. We know. Like, how many of us are going through the same damn thing? How many of us went through it? We know what you're going through. You're going through. Go to Matthews. Go to Matthews 10 real quick. Let's try to give the brother a little bit of strength and show him. Then go to Ecclesiastes 4.
This is his ending statement. He said, she has made it very clear she isn't interested in going down this path with me. When I mentioned going to the meeting, it brings chaos.
Right, because here's what you got to realize. You got to understand this. And it doesn't matter if it brings chaos. You got to do it for Yahweh. Right? Who's your God? Who's your power? It's got to be the Most High. It can't be, listen, yeah, we're going to argue. I'm going to argue after I come back from class. Like, yeah, because you know why? Because all that is to deter you and to put fear in you. Bruh, trust me, when she get her ass whooped by the Most High, it ain't going to be like, oh, you know what? I don't want the Most High. She's going to realize what? Damn, I'm getting my ass whooped. But you got to realize, unless I hold myself diligently, you got to be accountable. One thing I understand, you got to be the Moses of the house. No matter what the people were saying to Moses, what happened? He had to be strong. I went over the class for Friday. It said what? It said that when they make their faces as iron, you make your faces as flint. Meaning you got to get stubborn for the will of the Father. Right? You know what? Oh, you want to fight every time I go to class? Listen, I'll argue when I get back. I'm going to get this knowledge. Because at the end of the day, who's going to save your kids? Yahweh, not her. Her power can be stripped from her. We've seen it many times, brother. Right. See, so read that Matthew 10 real quick, and we'll jump back to the reading after this. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 36.
Right.
And a man's foes shall be they of his own household.
No, you know what? Read 34 so the brother can understand what is going on. Because this is not only you. Yahweh Shai said he will blaze this path of all of us, for all of us. This knowledge does this right here. Read.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 34.
Go ahead.
Think not that I am come to send peace on the earth.
See, y'all got to understand that this Bible is not here to bring peace. It literally is to do the opposite. It ain't here to make everybody kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Everybody hold hands. If that was the case, it would be one knowledge. And there would be no separation. He's telling you here, read.
I came not to send peace, but a sword.
Well, we know that sword for the future, what it's going to be, the actual bloodshed sword. But what is he saying? Go ahead.
For I am come to set a man at variance.
Variance. What is variance? Get the definition. Go ahead and read on.
Against his father.
Against his what?
His father.
Not only is it going to happen with your rib, it's going to happen with who?
His father.
Right. Your father's going to start. Well, why are you hanging around with him? Right. The young brother was in class the other day. His father thought he got kidnapped. Like, where you at? What's going on, right? Your father's going to come up and be like, boy, you over there hanging around with whoopie-whoop. Right now, we're doing this Christmas dinner. And then when you tell them no Christmas, what is that going to do? Variance. What is variance?
Difference.
Go ahead, read it out.
Difference that produces dispute or controversy.
Difference that causes dispute. Now, here's the thing, brother. This is to reveal you. What's really in your heart. What's more important, your woman or Yahweh? Sorry to say it, but this is the fact. And if you're saying you try to apply all those other little things and try to show her, and you're talking to her in a good tone, and you're not being the lion, and she's crapping on that, bro, this is where you're at. Right. The Most High is creating variance because that spirit in you is different than the spirit in her. I know. This is the awakening. You're like, damn. Well, I wanted her to come along. You know how many people are crying about that? I wanted my family, my mama, my daddy. He said he's going to create dispute between the father and you. Between the wife and you. Go ahead.
Disagreement. Dissension and discord.
Disagreement, dissension, and discord. Wow. That's what the word was going to bring. The beautiful thing, you know why I like it? Because when you got the word, the brother hasn't been around, right? But your spirit is trying to be around, but it's showing that it ain't about the brothers. It ain't about the school. It's literally about the Most High. Because when she watches those class, a lot of people like, now she got to get in order. See, you're not understanding. A lot of people, a lot of sisters, brothers watch the class and they're like, man, that's why they come with that. I'm not going to go to no school because they won't hold themselves accountable. They don't want nobody to check them. Your rib doesn't want to be corrected and changed. When you start changing, you put down the blunt, you start putting out all these things, she's like, wait a minute, this cat's serious. He's going to get serious to the point to start telling me to what? Wear a dress. Take off those pants. Right? Take out that tongue ring.
Oh, come.
Right? I can't put my face between your legs no more. Bruh, that's the reality of it.
God.
And she starts looking at what is the change. She's like panicking and losing it. Damn, I can't do this no more. Right? No more anal sex. Bro, y'all don't understand that this is where people reject the knowledge. Like, I can't do that. Like, what am I supposed to do then? You see? You got to understand that. This is why the variance is there. Go ahead.
And the daughter against her mother.
And the what?
The daughter against her mother.
How many of you daughters in here tell mama, don't send me no more Christmas presents? Now you created dispute, dissension, and argument by fulfilling the word of the Most High. Mom, I'm good with the presents. We don't celebrate Christmas. Baby, it's Thanksgiving. I got that plate. I don't want the plate, Mom. I'm not eating the plate to Beelzebub no more. I don't want that plate. I'm good. Right? Oh, we sent you some things. Right? It comes a few days after Christmas. But it's still, Mama, this is wrapped in Christmas presents. You're faking it, Mama. It's still wrapped in Christmas presents. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. Mama, I don't want it, Mama. Dear Mama, you didn't get the memo? Right? And they're looking at you like, what's wrong with you? What's happening with you? The same thing that happened to you, you stuck to what you believe in, and I'm sticking to what the Father said do. Nothing different, Mama. Right? Read.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Read.
And a man's foes.
A man's foes. You know what a foe is? Straight up enemy. Now all of a sudden, your family's your enemy. Because you what? You ain't showing up to the family dinners. You ain't showing up to the family, all the family jargons. You ain't showing up with your blunt buddy, your drinking buddy. You're not showing up no more. So, brother, you got to understand, this is what the Father said 1,000 years ago would happen. This is what you're dealing with. Go ahead.
A man's foes shall be they of his own household.
It says it, and we all go through it. You know how many brothers come into the truth or sisters come into the truth? We got a brother right now in Houston, right? Caught him with pills again. We had to suspend him from the school because it's been over a year or two. We've been dealing with his drug habits. And what? He's bringing this madness around the kids, his family. He's trying to pop pills and be around the school. So we got to what? No, you suspended, brother. We gave you enough of time. We walked with you. We nourished you. We showed you. We helped you. It ain't just like, you know what, brother? You got a drug habit. Get out. No, we work with you. We're not that school. We'll work with you. But when you show what, brother, I don't care about all that. I'ma still pop pills. I'ma still do drugs. I'ma still live this life. Well, then you don't want the word of the Most High. You gotta go. Let the Most High deal with you, right? Go ahead.
He that loveth father.
Now, this is to you, brother. He that what?
He that loveth father.
Go ahead.
Or mother.
Read.
More than me.
Read.
Is not worthy of me.
And that's the decision. Sorry, because that's loud on mine. It's that mic right there. I think that's still touching. That's touching the podium. It jumps. That's the decision that you have to make. Yeah, that's the decision that you have to make. You have to make the decision that who you gonna choose. What's up?
Then we gotta really step out the mind of the flesh and look at the Most High might be separating us for something that's going to destroy us.
Right.
We so caught on, damn, if I lose her, then I'm gonna lose. Don't worry about the kids. The kids is going to be okay because you're locking into the Father.
Right.
The Father is faithful. He's going to keep them kids safe.
Brother,
he's
not the. You're not the only one though. How many brothers having to deal with this? Because, but the Father works in your favor. And that's what coming to class and learning and getting the book is about. Understanding that, look at what we went over Joseph. Joseph what? Joseph was taken care of. The Most High didn't leave him. Look at what happened to Jacob, running from Esau. Look at what is going to happen to the children of Israel. The Most High is not going to leave you comfortless. He's not going to leave your kids comfortless. So as you, Think about it. You've been to her. That's not going to be a help to the kids. Think about that. You've been to her will of going to the clubs and smoking Black and Miles and living that life. That's not going to help. So somebody in the household got to be the standard. And that's what we're showing with Exodus. That the woman, right, being that they held the standard with the husbands, the nation was preserved. Which one of you are going to hold the standard? It's not her. But you got to hold yourself diligently in the fear of the Lord, or else that house will be overthrown. Then both of you will be ignorant, both of you be out of order, and both of you will be doing the worldly thing. And I guarantee you, once she sees you fall weak back to her, what? She's not going to respect you anyway. She's not, and that's the thing. You're realizing you're waking up. Little by little, you're going to require more. Not just one thing, you're going to require more. And then your eyes are going to be clean to see, wait a minute, this woman is wicked. She's ready, she wants to live a wicked life. Right? So the scriptures is telling us, let's finish this and we're going to jump over to the next one. Go ahead.
And he that loveth son or daughter.
See, he that what?
Loveth son or daughter.
Now, this is why my warning to y'all before you get to this level. You see what brothers got to deal with? Yeah. Now we got to be worried about the kids. Right. But some of y'all don't have to worry about it. She's just a girlfriend right now. Right. Yeah, you can easily be like, you know what? We're done. This is over. And what? Be freed from them. I'm glad I didn't have a kid with her. Right? Barakatah Yahweh. Barukatah Yahweh. Right? See? So that's why this is a warning. The same thing the brother's going through, that's the warning. Read, come on.
More than me.
But if you love them more than the Father, go ahead.
Is not worthy of me.
Go ahead.
And he that taketh not his cross.
Right? He that what?
Taketh not his cross.
Not just sitting around and being like, oh, I'm a Hebrew because I know the word. Your cross is the burden of the word. It's the burden. Yeah, well, you know, I'm learning the word. I put this down. The burden of the word is this. That when family wants you to come to Christmas dinner, the burden is what? No, Mama, I can't do it. I'm busy doing the work of the Lord. I can't do that because that's not of the Father. That's the burden. And if you don't want to bear that burden, when Yahushua bared our burdens, because these burdens ain't nothing to tell Mama, nah, we're not doing that no more. That ain't nothing. Well, it is nothing for me, but for a lot of brothers and sisters, it's what? I can't tell my mom no more Christmas or Thanksgiving or Halloween or Easter or Sunday dinner. Right? I can't do that. Yeah, you can. You better stomach it. Better man up. Read, come on.
And followeth after me.
And what?
And followeth after me.
Go ahead.
Is not worthy of me.
Go ahead.
He that findeth his life.
Here's the key, brother. This is to all brothers and sisters. The Most High will do this. Read.
He that findeth his life shall lose it.
He that what?
Findeth his life shall lose it.
You keep trying to please everybody else instead of the Father, you're going to lose it anyway. When you bow down to this wicked woman, she will be like, wait a minute, you weak. Eventually she will leave anyway. Right. You see, you're going to lose it anyway. That's why it says the other option was what? Hold yourself diligently in the fear of the Lord and let me at least bring the kids because they got to be split anyway. Right? And I can be there to combat that mind anyway. Right? Because we know where she's going. It's typical. We got many brothers and sisters already in this situation. She's going to say, I'm going to be disgruntled. I'm going to walk the way I walk. And then the Most High got to whoop her up. But you're going to be getting the kids. And you're going to be what? Still teaching them and showing them. Right. And then as they get older, they're going to be able to put the difference between the clean and the unclean. But if you don't follow the Father, then where will the difference be put? Everybody's dirty. That's why I said the kids will be sanctified, right? Because at least one of the parents stood in the spirit of the Most High. Y'all get that? Okay. Where's the other scripture I asked for?
Matthew chapter 5 and verse 30.
Matthew 5 and 30. Go there.
29.
Oh, Matthew what?
5 and 29.
Matthew 5 and 29. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 29.
Uh-huh.
And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out.
Read.
And cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish.
You know what this is a parable saying? That a lot of times, certain things, the only way you pluck your eye out is if it's a cancer or eating at you. You know what? We got to cut that out, because if we don't cut that out, it's going to eat your brain. Let's pluck that eyeball out. This disease is eating at your arm. It will go all the way to your torso, to this, to that, and then you dead. So we have to chop that off. This is what the Most High is telling us. You said it perfectly. A lot of times, what you consider as your precious, right? My precious, right? And something held to you, dear to you, is really not dear to you. You got to realize, I got her in ignorance and not really understanding. A lot of times you're going to have to cut off things that were from the old. Right? You go make a decision. Everybody makes a decision. Go ahead.
And not that thy whole body should be cast into hell.
You see that? Make the decision, brother. It's either going to be her or the Most High. Is it going to be her or the kids? You going to let everybody be dumped into the fire because one person? Nah, you got to say, nah, I'm going to do the work of the Most High, and I trust in the Father that He will change whatever He needs to do properly. He's going to give me, and if it's replacing her or humbling her, right? What did I have to do? I had to say, you know, Yahweh, if it be your will, let this woman, put the fear in this woman, right? And He did that. He put the fear in her, right? At another time, it was another woman, Yahweh, if it be your will, if this woman is meant for me, let her be here for me. She wasn't. She left. I'm telling you, this is not a joke. Because what happens? You start panicking and losing and sweating and like that. I love her. Da, da, da. You have to calm all that down and say, Yahweh, I'm going to put it in your hands. It sounds religious, but I tell you, you put it in the hands of the Father, He's going to say, you know what? Because you're ready to give it to me, I'm going to make the decision for you. And what? He'll show you. He'll sever it, or He'll humble her for you to come back and say, see, you see what you're doing is wicked. The Most High is showing you that's off. That's not the way. Right? She go to the club and what? Some ninja what? Almost rape her. Some cat smack the hell out of her. They shoot up the club. And then you're able to say, you survived, right? Okay. Why? Because the Most High is showing you He's not playing with you. You see that? And sometimes you might have to, it might not happen. The Most High said, no, you got to let this one go. She's not good for you. Or vice versa. We know it happens to men and women, right? So if your right eye offend thee, pluck it out. Your arm, sometimes you got to chop that off and cast it from you. Right? That's what the Most High is saying. And aren't they dear members? Aren't these members? Like, bro, you jammed that finger, we jammed our fingers playing ball. That, bro, I still got to get that fixed. I'm like, I can't even get a good fist. Right? And you're like, it ain't nothing but a pinky. Right? These are dear members. Nobody wants to lose it, but sometimes you what? You got to do that like the samurai. You got to put that thumb, put that finger on the table and chop it off, man. Right? All right, so let's go back. All right, so hopefully, brother, what's up? What you got?
Because this is the comfort.
Right.
Because when you have to make that decision.
Right. Sorry, go ahead. Where you at?
This is Mark chapter 9. I'm sorry, stop it. 10 and verse 29.
Go ahead.
And Yahushua answered and said,
right.
Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or brethren,
right,
or sisters,
right,
or father,
right,
or mother, or wife, or children, or land, for my sake and the gospel's,
right,
but he shall receive 100-fold.
And that's what the perfect scripture. Where you at again?
Mark 10. Mark 10.
Right. Mark 10 and what?
And 29.
Right. The scriptures is showing us, look, the sacrifices that we have to make for the Father, right, you're going to gain those back now. Now, Mark 10 and 29, right?
29 and 30.
Go ahead.
But he shall receive 100-fold now,
Right.
in this time,
Right.
houses and brethren and sisters and mothers and children,
Right.
and lands,
Right.
with persecution.
With what?
With persecution.
But you're going to catch it. You're going to catch it. To get that, for this woman to get out of here and be replaced, and the Father to bless you with something else, you're going to get it new. But what trial, what proving, what tribulation. But it is going to come, huh? And we're all accountable of that. We all can account for that. We all been through it. So you do have like-minded brothers. Right? You have like-minded brothers. It's showing you scripturally. He had to tell the apostles this because they asked, what? We have given, go up before that. You started at 28 where they asked the question. We have given up all?
Verse 28.
Go ahead.
Then Peter began to say unto him,
right?
Lo, we have left all.
We what?
We have left all.
See? And that's your question, brother. Your question is we left all. Our question is all that. What happens when I lose these things and I give these things up? Right? So nobody's dumb. We're all looking for something from the Father, right? But the Father is faithful. That's the difference. He's faithful. There's never anybody that had put their trust in the Lord and was confounded. So you got to see that. He even gave you the stipulations. You're going to get it with tribulation. So don't act like, well, it's coming out, but it's hard. He said that. Right? Go ahead.
And Yahushua answered and said, Verily I say unto you, there is no man that...
Right, you see that? So we've given up all these things. So that question is answered. Well, what happens when I give them up and I lose them? We got to go to Ecclesiastes 4. To understand that there's many brothers that have given up like you. There's many brothers that are like you that are going through the situation. There's many brothers. Remember, the school, the gathering is literally for like-minded people. We're all coming out of the world, so you're not here alone, right? There's no way. The Most High has brought you around a body to show you that, look, you got like-minded people. Right. So don't think you're alone. Understand that what the Most High is doing in your life, He's getting you alone to gather you with like-minded people. Right? And severing the cancer from you. Right? Go ahead, read that. Ecclesiastes, 4:9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9. Two are better than one.
See, you got to understand what the Most High is showing us. Two are better than one. Go ahead.
Because they have a good reward.
Right.
For their labor.
Right.
For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow.
See, so you're not alone. Right. That's why it says, let's go to one of our Israelite favorite scriptures, right? Go to Zephaniah 2 and 1 real quick. There's no way you're alone. There's no way. There's no way. That's your mind because you don't understand what supply that the body, the brotherhood, is there for. You don't understand why we are doing the ministry. We are at your service. Right? We're at the service and at the pleasure of the nation. Right? Go ahead, read that.
Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Gather yourselves together.
What?
Gather yourselves together.
Why? Why? Why?
Yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
You're not desired. I'm not desired. You're not desired. You're not desired. You're not desired. So he said what?
Gather yourselves together.
They often speak to one another. Gather yourself together, O nation not desired. Go to Malachi 3:16. So think about it. Woe to him, it says, because when he fall, his feller will be able to pick him up. That's why Christ said, go in 2s and 3s. Okay? And I know y'all waiting for us to get back to the reading, but we want to give the young brother some strength. Right? And give him some answers so he can at least be fortified after this conversation. Right? Read that.
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 16.
Go ahead.
Then they that feared the Lord.
Then they that what?
Feared the Lord. Lord.
Where are we at again?
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 16.
All right, young brother, listen to this. Malachi 3:16. And they that what?
Fear the Lord.
See, that's what you're coming into now. We're coming up under the bond of the covenant, and we're gathering ourselves together. There was no individuals. We're not going to get into the kingdom individually. If that was the case, then Yahushua wouldn't have said go out in 2s and 3s. He said, you got to be your brother's keeper, so you need somebody there. He even said, when you got a problem, go what? 2s and 3s. So it was always gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. And why? Because they that feared the Lord did what?
Spake often one to another.
Now I can relate to somebody. Right? Remember, you did it in the game. You did it with the dope boys. You did it with the blunt buddies. You did it with the drinkers. Right? You did it with the Apple. Even the cell phones. Right? Man, I rock Apple. Right? Look, we all Apple here. Right? Team Apple, right? You did it in everything. Well, be not deceived. The Father wants you to be the same way towards Him. Right? It says that they what?
Speak often one to another.
And that's why He said you're not alone, because you're often. Why do you think we have brothers hit them up? See, the only time we stop hitting brothers up is when you stop answering. That's all we can do. Hey, Shalom, how you doing? Brother, what you think about class? How you feeling? Right? Did you like that? You see that? Khan, what's on your mind? But once you what? Leave us unread, then you're saying to us, hey, I don't want that brotherhood. I'm not feeling that brotherhood. That's what you have to do to get rid of us. You have to leave us, or else I'm like, listen, hit up this brother, see how he's doing. Brothers, hey, hit up this cat, see how he's doing, how is he feeling. When you leave us unread, we know you see the phone,
Right.
Hold on, no, I'm gonna leave that awkward pause. We know you see the damn phone, right? The scriptures showing that you got that. We often spake one to another. Shalom, how you doing? How you feeling? Well, I'm down right now. I'm down under this. Here, take some of this medicine. Go here, rip that, go into that. Let's read this, right? Sisters too, right? Shalom says, how's it going? Not good. I'm dealing with this. Oh yeah, go here. Take some medicine. Right? The scripture says in Jeremiah, He will satiate your soul. Right? That word, right? He will satiate you. You're like, oh, now I feel good now, right? Go ahead.
And the Lord hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before Him.
See, us often speaking one to another, where 2 or 3 are gathered, there is Christ. So you got to see what brotherhood. It's not just we meet up on weekends. Don't let these cats deceive you, bro. I don't know what the hell is that, right? When I came up, we was doing the work more than just the weekends. So all that, we just meet up on the weekends at the street speaking. Hey, where y'all at? Nah, bro. That ain't gonna build brotherhood. Right. Well, when I grew up, right, on the West Coast, it was more than just the weekends. Right? Even in Brooklyn camp, right, when my dad had the camp, it was more than weekends. We weren't just meeting on weekends. We was doing the work 7 days a week. It didn't matter what you had going on. So, I don't know how y'all camp did it or back in the days, but I know when I came up back in the 90s, we was always doing the work. The work was priority, everything else was secondary. Right? So, that's why we're always on call. That's why we're always accessible. That's why we always will hit you back. That's why, because that's what this is about, the ministry. So you have that at your service. So the Most High can remind us what? That's what builds a nation. Right? So, just on that point, all right? So that's it on that. Hopefully, brother, that helps out a little bit, gives you a little strength in your that weight. Don't let these things weigh you down. Take solace in the knowledge and understand. Remember, this does nothing if you read all of what we just went over and you what? You say, well, I'm going to do it my way. You got to do it the Father's way. All right? So jumping back, I want to go back to the Ecclesiastes 26 real quick, just to reiterate why. What? Oh, we got something else. All right, go ahead. What?
This is a trick question. Is it true that once you lead into the truth, that you are supposed to receive it if you will? Before I was led to the truth, I believed that what I did was because I did not know the truth.
Okay, so what? Read it one more time. Let me get this in my head.
Is it true that once led into the truth, if you are supposed to receive it, you will? Before I was led into the truth, I believed that what I did was because I did not know the truth.
Okay, that's like a two-part question. Okay, so read the first part again.
Is it true that once you are led into the truth, that what you are supposed to receive, you will?
Well, yeah, of course. If you're led into the truth and the Spirit, you agree with the Spirit, right? What the Scripture say? My sheep hear his voice, right? It says the Spirit, y'all can grab this while I'm talking. Stop. Grab it while I'm talking. My sheep hear his voice, and then the Spirit bear witness who are his, right? So the thing is this, that yes, it's in you, right? Then this doesn't mean you're going to be perfect. You still might stumble and make mistakes, but you're going to do what the Scriptures say: a righteous man falls 7 times and rise back up. You're going to keep momentum forward as opposed to looking back. Okay? So yeah, you're going to, it's going to agree with you. Read, what is that? Matthew's what? My sheep? It's 10. It's,
John 10.
okay, John 10. Go ahead, go there.
27.
John 10:27. Read that.
John chapter 10, verse 27.
Go ahead.
My sheep hear my voice.
My what?
My sheep hear my voice.
My sheep hear my voice. Go ahead.
And I know them.
And I know them. Yahushua knows who you are. Go ahead.
And they follow me.
And you will follow. So, yeah. So, battles, weaknesses, double-minded in certain areas, you have to know, no matter what weaknesses I got, I believe. Let me fight through those weaknesses. All right? Now, the second, what's the next one I had?
Romans 8:16.
Romans 8:16. John 10 and Romans 8. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 16.
Go ahead.
The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit.
Right. See, the Spirit bear witness with our spirit that He called you. Right? So, you got to see, going back to the other question too, when they don't believe, they don't believe.
Right.
They don't want to hear the Father. They don't want to hear the Father. Maybe they're meant for the fire. You never know. Not saying she can't get beat down and realize, because the Most High like doing that too, right? Oh, you don't want to hear it? You're a rebellious child, but I want you. I'm going to dump you in the ditch and show you how filthy you are to bring you back. You know what I mean? That happens too, right? But the ones that hear, it says the light will be in them and they will not sin. That means your battle is moving forward, right? So, yes, that is true. Now, the second part was what?
Before I was led to the truth, I believed that what I did was because I did not know the truth.
Right, and that's true. What you did in the world, what you did not knowing, you did it in ignorance and folly, right? That's why it says in Acts 17 that he did what? You got it? Go ahead.
Acts chapter 17, verse 30.
Go ahead.
In the times of this ignorance.
At the times of what ignorance? Well, he's talking about idolatry, but we know that at the times of any ignorance, right? Worshiping other gods, dealing in the world, fornicating, idolatry, adultery, all these things. At the times of that ignorance, go ahead.
Yahweh winked at.
He did what?
Winked at.
Meaning he looked at you and he knew you were folly, you were fool, right? And you were off. Go ahead.
But now, commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
Right, but commandeth men everywhere to what?
To repent.
Right, and he commands to repent. So what you're saying is correct according to the scriptures, right? That you did things in the world, you made bad decisions in the world, And now it's time to change. But the important thing is that you're changing. It ain't, I'm still trying to be the old man and the old woman and sew old cloth on new garment, pour old wine in a new bottle. That's going to destroy you. You found it? Yeah, no. It's in Timothy's. I thought it was. I want to find this one. Is it 1? Yeah. 1 and 13. Acts 1 and, I'm sorry, Timothy. 1 Timothy 1 and 13.
1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 13.
Add this to your Acts 17. It goes right with it. Go ahead.
Who was before a blasphemer.
Right. Who check this out. Who, Paul, read 12.
Verse 12. And I thank Hamashiach Yahushai, our Lord,
right,
who hath enabled me, for that he counted me faithful, putting me into the ministry.
Right.
Who was before a blasphemer.
You were before what?
A blasphemer.
Come on, man. You were blaspheming. Right? How many devil worshippers are now in the truth? You denounced Satan and you said, no, that ain't real. You know what I mean? Satan ain't got no power. The Most High is the power, right? How many brothers that denounced the blood, denounced fornication? You was a blasphemer. Go ahead.
And a persecutor.
And he would go around beating up the believers of Yahushua. Go ahead.
And injurious.
You see that? And injurious. Go ahead.
But I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly in unbelief.
You see that? You obtained mercy because you did it ignorantly in unbelief. Ignorantly. That's the word. I'll pick it up. Not ignorance. Go ahead.
And the grace of our Lord was exceeding abundant with faith and love which is in Hamashiach Yahushua.
Right, there you go. See, and Yahushua gave you what? Grace. Not to crap on, not to misuse, but because you really didn't want to live that life, he gave you the grace. So he winked at you in your ignorance. But now, you got to repent. All right? So you're correct on that. Hopefully those two scriptures help you out. All right? What else? That's it? All right, let's jump back. Let's jump back. Now, we got in this conversation because we were trying to show the women why it's imperative to understand your dynamic of learning and submitting and being a force in the nation, right? And think about it. These kids, these children that would have been put to death if it wasn't for the Hebrew Israelite women that had a backbone, that didn't have fear or weren't persuaded by weak conversation, right? That's where we're at. Exodus.
Exodus chapter 1 verse 21. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared the Most High, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. Exodus chapter 2 verse 1. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months.
The Lord was doing something over here.
Right.
The
Lord was doing something. Good.
And when she could not longer hide him, she took from him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river banks, by the river brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him.
The scripture says you can't do nothing against the truth before the truth. When the Most High has a plan, he has a plan. We all know we have free will, but sometimes Daddy has to intervene for our sakes, right?
God.
He has to come in because you don't know what you're doing. So the Most High is what? Setting up the plan for us.
God.
Right? See what happens with sparking the real fear in these women do?
God.
You save the nation. Yeah. Right? One child. Right? This is why faithfulness has to be taught, shown to the women. Because one thing, the problem is that the women lack faith. That's why they panic. Yeah. Right? Some would say that women look for finances, for stability. They look in a man, stability, household, stability, right? Well, that's what destroys the women. Their lack of faith. In not knowing that Yahweh is the stability. Right? So that's what we're seeing here. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side.
Right. And just that what he's saying, it's like now you're seeing, just trying to reiterate it with everybody just to keep you consciously aware of what you're reading. It's like, this is a historical moment of women have to, again, these are a group of Hebrew women having to what? Gird their loins, right? They have to gird their loins again and then go through this process of what? Literally dropping your child, your newborn child into the water, not know what come of it. Not know what come of it. You had to apply that faith. She had that faith in the Most High that what? It was going to play out the right way. Look how the Most High let the pieces fall. Go ahead.
And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child. And, behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children.
You see that? Think about it. They was out there letting the kids, they was out there slaughtering the children. But then the Most High put the spirit on Pharaoh's daughter, right? He put on Pharaoh's daughter to have compassion, right? So he can make anything move. You got to see that he can move mountains for you, right? That's what they say in church. He move mountains. Ain't no mountain too high. Ain't no river too tall. That's what they say. Right. But he'll make it move. But we gotta have that grain of a mustard seed. Right. That's what he's looking for. If you have that grain of a mustard seed, you know, are you trying to water it, right? Are you trying to nourish it, right? Are you trying to take care of it? And if you do that, and what does that look like? Are you trying to apply the word, right? Are you trying to nourish the word into your brain and cement it to where all the negative that's in your brain, you literally thrusting it out of you? He's looking for that. Mom didn't let the negative come in her brain. My baby could get lost in the water. He can get lost in the river. He could drown. It could rain. A big wave could come through, and then the baby could just flip over, and the ark, or not the ark, the basket could then just get weakened, and then he just sinks into the water and drowns. She let her faith lead her, not her emotions. Faith over emotion, right? So it's key. Read.
And verse 7. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away, and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child, and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son.
Go to the Hebrews real quick, just real quick. Right? Hebrews 11. Let me look at it real quick. It was one I was reading the other day. So 11. Yeah, 11:6.
Hebrews chapter 11 verse 6.
Because y'all seen the process. She did a step-by-step process mentally. She broke down her conscience. She ceased to hear her own instruction. And she did what the Father wanted her to do. Right? The Spirit jumped on her to do this, put him in that ark, that bulrush, slide him over, do it with faith. Right? Because think about it. You're back against the wall. The best chance you got to save your child is slide them in that water. You being selfish if you just hold on to that child while people come into your house and slaughter you. You're being selfish. But you got to be able to be in a spiritual mind to see that you're being selfish. You see that you got to tap into the Spirit. And she was tapped in. Read.
But without faith, it is impossible to please him.
She knew that it was without faith she couldn't please the Most High in this moment. And the Most High would not take care of her in this moment if she would have held on to that child. Read.
For he that cometh to Yahweh must believe that he is.
You gotta believe that the Most High has the power, right? And He will take care of you, and He will make anything happen in the most unconventional ways. Read. And I say unconventional because to the human mind, when you think with a carnal mind, you think it's unconventional. But to the Most High, that's like cake. It's easy. Like it's preschool for Him. Read.
And that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him.
Right, and then guess what the Most High did? He rewarded her with being able to be the guardian of her child. So you let go of your child, right? He that saveth his life shall lose it, but right? But then if you lose your life, you save it.
And I love the way you brought that out in the scriptures, going back to the brother's question about him having that fear of losing his child because of disgruntled wife, but look at this. This story right here was written for our learning. Right? That, okay, if I move in faith and trust in the Father, it's nothing for the Most High to send my son, my daughter, or whatever back to me.
Right. Yeah, you cast it out, He bring it back. Timefold. Go with the scripture you said in Mark. Right? So look how she got rewarded. And then she got paid for taking care of her child. Well, did we read that part or did that jump? Oh, yeah, she got paid for taking care of her own child. She got her child's life saved and got paid for, bro.
Yeah, God.
And then his sister got to watch over him while he was in the house. Right. Twofold, so they know exactly what was going on throughout his life.
That's what the Most High do for the faithful.
And that's important too, going back to how we was talking about earlier in the Sabbath class. He had the foundation of who he was. Right. This is why we see later in life why he made the decisions, why the Most High selected him. Because he wasn't, like he knew the Egyptian ways, but he was founded with his people's ways, the Most High's ways. You know what I mean? Like, the Most High sent him back, so now he was raising the custom of the people. Like, I'll bring that out because in church, or according to the Ten Commandments movie, it made it seem like Moses didn't know who his people were. Like, he found that out later in life. Like, yeah, but that's contrary to what the scripture says. Right, no, that's key. Key points, because then you just spell in the mind the trick. Right. You just spell in the lie that they gave us. Right, so that's important. Was that it? Okay, Con, he can jump back.
In verse 10, and she called his name Moses, and she said, because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens, and he spied an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew.
Right, he didn't do outsharply. He looking at the burdens and just letting you be burdened more. And then he added to the burden, right? He ain't TD you, right? He ain't do what all these fake so-called leaders did, right? He actually looked on it, and he was bothered by it, and he stepped in. He stepped in and actually tried to help. And then what happened, Reed?
One of his brethren, and he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian.
He's like, bro, what's wrong with you? Put your hands on my brother like that.
That shows you, like you said, that it was in him. Right? It wasn't like the Prince of Egypt. It wasn't like the movies to where he was like battling whether he's Egyptian or not. Like that wasn't even there. He knew who his people were. Right? And that's why he took it upon himself to be to care, show that compassion and mercy for them. Even though things had to be done strategically, you see, he didn't do it strategically. That's why he has to run. He's like, man, I got this. Enough's enough, right? So you can see these dynamics just in these little moments that where he was at. Yeah.
You can come back to reading.
And hid him in the sand.
I had a question on Moses killing the Egyptian. So a while ago, I was speaking to a man. I guess he was trying to say that Moses had sinned by killing a man, and we know that's only murder is a sin, but not killing. But
Oh, okay, first of all, there's justice, right? And how we deal when it comes to justice. Like, if you want to get technical according to the law, right? What it say? By man who sheds blood? Right, let's find it real quick. Right, just on that point. Yeah, because you got justice, man. He didn't murder him. He what? He defended. Right? Difference. Just numbers, right? Numbers 35, 33. No. Yeah, you could put that one.
Okay. Numbers chapter 35 and verse 33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are.
Mm-hmm.
For blood it defileth the land.
Go ahead.
And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein.
Go ahead.
But by the blood of him that shed it.
That shed it. So, what are we doing? What are we doing with Esau? When Yahushua come back? Double unto her, as she hath done unto thee. Is that going to be just? So that's justice, right? But at that time, people were saying, now what? I haven't done that to the black man. Right? But the Most High said what? Double unto her. Right? He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killed with the sword, what? Here's the patience and faith of the what? So, you got justice happening here for his people. Right? The wicked are going to be slain by the sword, bro. So that's what you're seeing here. Alright, you got something else? Alright, go ahead, read on. What verse were you supposed to read to?
16.
16?
Okay.
2 and 16?
2 and 16.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 13. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us?
Right, so it's like, once again, no good deed. Right? What's the saying? No good deed goes unpunished. I've been going over at these Sabbaths about what they're doing to the prophets, to the ones that are standing up. Like, you literally just receive help, brotherhood, I'm standing for you. And what Israel do? Who the hell are you? Like, who are you? Who are you to stand up and fight for me? I don't need your help. But as we see that this spirit didn't change Moses' compassion, love for Israel. In a moment, come on, how many brothers and sisters deal with that disgruntled, out of order, disrespectful spirit, and they're like, well, I'm not dealing with Israel. I don't want to do that. Right? Man, I don't want to be no teacher. That's what you have to deal with. You have to deal with they make their faces as iron, and you make your faces as flint. You be stubborn in righteousness and continue to tell them and warn them and have the love for them. And right? You got to be able to stand up and say, Yahweh, you know what? Don't destroy them. I know he's off, but please have mercy on them. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. That got to be mingled within you telling them and correcting them and showing them. If not, there's not going to be a pure compassion and mercy for your people. Right? So this is what Moses, the start of his character, you're able to see how it wasn't diluted with niggerism from the nation, with this place straight, plain out, like, terrible, man. Like, I just stood up for you, brother. I'm standing up for the people. Why are you talking to me like that? Well, who are you? Who made you the leader? Right? Like, this isn't about me being a damn leader. This is about I'm worried, right? I'm trying to help, right? What?
So that's like when like when brothers is teaching on the street, and you know we point out how who our enemy is, and talk about how Esau is an enemy,
Right.
and all the things we do. And then we bring the balance and now hold Israel accountable and start checking us. And they don't want to hear that.
They don't want to hear
that. That's the same thing.
Yeah, of course. That's Israel, man. We went over it. They don't want to hear correction, reproof, right? And in a lot of instances, they don't want your love. I don't like the way you give it love. I don't want that. They want that white man America love, right? Passive. I'm going to tell you the things you like to hear. Yes, sis. You got to talk loud. Okay, say it. The way you word it. Well, I don't understand what you mean. What about it? Yeah, that it's punishment in the sense of, as leaders, this is what we have to bear, right? We have to bear the disgruntled, out of order, disrespectful, lack of respect, lack of honor, and disdain. Same thing Yahushua would do, right? As we lay down our life. That's exactly what it is. So, technically, you can't look at it as, it's not personal. This is what the Most High called you for, right? To have compassion on the ignorant. And a lot of times, the ignorant, they what? They don't acknowledge your work, your goodness, right? Your charity, your love. They don't acknowledge that. You see that? All right, go ahead. Go back.
Verse 14. And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me, as thou killest the Egyptian? And Moses feared, and said, surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock.
That's it for you. Yes, sir.
So Pharaoh, Moses was raised up to be Pharaoh's son, right? As one of Pharaoh's sons.
Yeah.
So why in verse 15 Pharaoh sought to slay Moses for?
Well, I mean, think about it. Moses slayed one of his kinfolk.
Because he raised him as a son. Wouldn't he have the fatherly son bond or love?
Yeah, but you know, that still don't. I mean, for some people, that would play out their emotion. But I mean, also, yeah. For some people, that would play on their emotions. But in this instance, this man that didn't play a factor on his emotions. Think about it. He slaughtered a whole group of babies, and he knows this baby comes from that same nation. So when you really look at it, he had compassion on it because what? His daughter was really like, it really hit his daughter, right? And of course, you know what? That's history. But sticking to what the Bible is giving us, right? His daughter had the compassion on Moses. So what are men usually prone to falling weak to? The woman. That much the more their daughter. To where men are running around the mall crazy, right? My daughter sent me on a mission, man. She said, if I don't get it, she ain't gonna stop. She ain't gonna stop getting on my neck. And then they bow down to that. But his daughter had compassion. She probably could have been like, but then he ended up probably falling in love with Moses a little bit, but still understanding who Moses is and where he come from, right? And that, like that's his kinfolk. Like it's like you. Let's say you raised an Egyptian in your house, but then he slaughtered one of your kinfolk. What would you do? What would you do?
Tough question.
Hey, well, what an Israelite right mind is not a tough question.
Right.
It's not a tough question. Like you're gonna hold to the justice of the scriptures and be like, wait a minute, you did something out of character, out of the spirit, right? So you can see why he went for him. He was holding him accountable. As a king, as a leader, right? As a father, he's still holding them accountable, right? But the underlining thing in there is what? He was an Israelite. That's what he knew. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, remember we started off the chapter by these new pharaohs, right, not liking how we would develop it in their land, and they created all this craftiness. So Moses being in Pharaoh's house, indoctrinated under Egyptian ideology, right? But what did he do? He killed the Egyptian, but when he saw the Hebrews fighting, he questioned them. He was trying to show them, like, nah, that's not how you should be dealing with your brother. So now Pharaoh's looking at him like, damn, what is work I put in to build him to be like one of my tools, one of my puppets? Nah, he's leaning to his people.
Right.
That thing that we fear about them coming and taking over us, he's one of them. He's a leader too.
Right.
So he's like, nah, I gotta take him off the set.
Yeah. All right, let's jump back.
That's
This is 3.
That's 3.
Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yashalom.
Ma'al Sabbath Yahweh. Oh, so. Ma'al Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yashalom. Men of Israel, Ahmad. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushua Brakatham. So this is the 4th reading?
He's the 3rd one, right?
So this is the 3rd reading. And he's reading Exodus chapter 2, verses 17 through Exodus chapter 3 and verse 10.
Exodus chapter 2 and verse 17. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, how is it that ye are come so soon today? And they said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherd.
Right, and we know that's one of the scriptures you can use to show him. I mean, he was a melanated man, because the Egyptians is what, dark skin. That's well-known history. As much as Esau tried to hide that, that one's too well known for them to even hide that. Right, so this is one of those scriptures you can use to just show that Moses is a man of color. Right, the Israelites are people of color. So, no, looks good.
And also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. Verse 20. And he said unto his daughters, and where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter.
Right. He's like, damn, that's a good dude. I mean, think about it. Somebody saved your daughter's life. You should, the natural, a good man would want to what? Show some sort of hospitality to that individual. A good man would want to do that. So, read.
Verse 22. And she bare him a son, and he called his name Gershom. For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came unto Yahweh.
Yeah, so this is now when Moses is about to get on top of his mission for the Most High. Because that king of Egypt died, the children is sighing, right? That bond is getting heavy. It's getting heavier and heavier, and it's weighing on their spirit, on their conscience, like we were talking about earlier, right? They're trying to wear out the saints. And look, now they wore out. Now they beat down. Now they start to what? Accept him, right? But in that acceptance, they did what? They fell down and they did the right thing. And they cried and did what?
By reason of the bondage. Verse 24. And Verse 24. And Yahweh heard their groaning, and Yahweh remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Yahweh looked upon the children of Israel, and Yahweh had respect unto them.
That's all he ever wants from us. To call out to him, amend our ways, get right, and then he'll do what? Take care of us. And now he's going through the process where he's about to take care of us, save us out. But we got to do some fighting on our end. So, go ahead.
Exodus chapter 3 and verse 1. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Yahweh, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and he looked.
Yeah.
So that just the key in that verse 2. It said the angel of the Lord appeared to him.
Right.
Another thing that I grew up.
Go ahead.
Another thing I grew up thinking. You watch the film, you hear the teacher that the burning bush was the Most High.
Right.
That was the Most High talking to Moses at the time.
Right.
But the scripture clearly says the angel of the Lord, that messenger.
Right. So where we at?
Exodus chapter 3, verse 2.
Exodus 3 and 2. Right.
Start from the top.
Hold on one second. Yeah, start from the top.
Come. Exodus chapter 3 and verse 2. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire.
Right. So, like it's pointing out, like, once again, when we deal with the Most High, God, it said God spoke to him. But it's telling us ahead of time that the Most High speaks through who? His angels, his messengers. So you got to note this. All right? This is those points where it throws off a lot of people. They're like, well, he was talking to God. No, we got to remember. Go to First St. John real quick. Go to St. John. Go ahead.
John chapter 5 and verse 37.
Okay.
And the Father himself hath sent me, have borne witness. And the Father himself, which have sent me, have borne witness of me.
Right.
Ye have neither heard his voice at any time.
Right. You neither heard his voice at any time. So now, what does that do? If Yahweh Shai tells us nobody heard his voice, now as we go and reread everything, we have to say, wait a minute, that wasn't the Most High. So now the context of how we read this word God or Lord, we're understanding Yahweh Shai deals with his who? Messengers, and his messengers give what? The answer and the communication to the people. Right? Go ahead.
Ye have neither heard his voice at any time, nor seen his shape.
Right. So we get that, right? So now we can read things with more of an understanding and clear perspective of what it's saying here when dealing with Moses, right? Okay. You can go to 1 and 18. Go ahead.
John chapter 1 verse 18.
Go ahead.
No man have seen the Most High at any time.
Right.
The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
Right. So we get that, right? That goes with Exodus what?
3 and 2.
Exodus 3 and 2. Y'all got that, right? Exodus 3 and 2. Very important, right? So we can't forget Hebrews 2 and 2. Go to Hebrews 2 and 2. Read that.
Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 2. For if the word
spoken by who?
Angels. By angels.
Right. If the word was spoken by angels. Y'all see that?
God.
So we got to remember a lot of this, if everything that was given was messengers or angels of the Most High. Right? And we go through those instances and times where Abraham, Isaac, Jacob spoke to the Most High. Well, these were representatives of the Most High, which were angels. Y'all get that? Sounds so simple, but we forget that. Y'all got that? Okay. Jump back.
Exodus chapter 3 and verse 2 from the top. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush was burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said,
this is what the Most High said, that the elements are changed. Like, this is the power of the Most High to be able to do that. You got to think about the spiritual power of what was happening. A fiery bush and it not being consumed. Right? This is a miracle. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burned.
Go ahead.
And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see.
See, when the who?
When the Lord saw that he turned aside to see.
So the Most High is overseeing all this. But the Most High has minions to do his work. He has messengers, angels to do his work. He don't need what is it? Micromanage. He doesn't need a micromanage. The Most High has spirits to do that. Go ahead.
Yahweh called unto him out of the...
There you go again, though. You see that? The Lord God called unto him. But we just read what? No, you didn't hear his voice at any time. So you see how we're reading it with understanding? Because God is not the author of confusion. Christ is not going to say, you ain't heard his voice at any time. It just means what? You didn't understand. You didn't read this with clarity. But now, lo, I come through the volume of the book. You see, in the volume of the book, we get the understanding. This is why you can't do away with the old, and you can't do away with the new. You need both to understand these things. Go ahead.
Yahweh called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he said,
it's like this, Moses. Moses. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
And he said, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I. Verse 5. And he said,
here am I, Lord.
And he said, draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet. For the place whereon thou standest is holy ground.
Right, because anytime you're dealing with a power and an entity, you know, even the Koreans do that. You come into our dojo, right? You take off your shoes. It's a form of what? Respect and honor. So you're coming amongst the powers, these angelic beings that are bringing this message in the spirit of the Most High, right? You gonna what? Bro, you gonna come correctly. Take off your shoes out. Right? What's that?
No, just adding on to what you're saying, and something that you always show us, that we have to read the Bible with a Hebrew mind.
Right.
I'm just looking at the Hebrew in that verse 4.
Okay.
And it says, and when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, that word Lord is Yahweh, right? Then the next, after the comment says, God called. The word there, God, is our higher.
Right.
So if we knew our native tongue, we wouldn't have that confusion. We would know the Most High saw it, right? Because he's the boss.
Right. He's watching everything.
He's watching, yeah.
But the Alahims, the powers, the judges, the angels, went and did the micromanaging, right? What's that, sis? Oh, nobody?
No.
Oh, I thought so. Okay, right. So y'all got that. All right, go ahead, read on.
Verse 6. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father,
right?
The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face,
Right.
for he was afraid to look upon Yahweh. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows. Verse 8. And I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
Yeah, this land that they inhabited is your land, really. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 9. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppressions wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore.
Yeah, remember, the Most High sees our oppression, right? It tells you in 2nd Esdras 15 that he hears the blood that cried out to him from the ground. Like the Most High sees all these things. But remember, time and the time he's giving man to get it right is for a reason. So nobody can say, well, I didn't get a chance. Everybody's going to have that chance before he sends his son back. Y'all get that? So nobody can be able to say, well, I didn't know. Everybody's going to hear. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt.
Listen, if something had to be done to this level for him to understand how serious this calling was, right? How serious it was going to be. So the Most High sent that angel in that power, in that glory, to reveal to them. Go ahead.
That's it for me.
Oh, that's it for you? Okay, next one.
Nazir, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yashala.
Nazir, Sabbath Reading, Yahawada, Ben Yasharallah, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahawah Ba'ashim Yahweh Shabrakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shabrakatham.
Okay, so you're reading to 11 verse down to 4 and 7.
Down. Exodus chapter 3, verse 11. And Moses said unto God, Who am I, that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel?
Okay, so that right there is to show us that it wasn't because he stuttered. Somebody told me that the other day. Moses had a stuttering problem? Bruh. No, Moses didn't think he was worthy. Right? Right there, that shows you that. He didn't think he was worthy. It's not because he had a stuttering problem. When he says about his speech, he's saying, look, I'm not good enough. I'm not articulate enough. Who am I to go speak before kings, right? That's based on this mind state. Y'all get that? He wasn't stuttering Stanley. He didn't have that problem. All right? He was just, like, the Bible don't even say that he had that problem. Right? Go ahead.
Tom. That I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt.
Right?
And he said, certainly, I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee, that I have sent thee when thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt.
Ye shall serve God.
Now you see why one of the reasons why there was no room for doubt. Bro, he came to you in a fire, in a flame.
Yeah.
Right? Like this moment that is written is for us to see the majesty and the power of the Most High. And to see that there's no reason to doubt the Most High's word. Moses wrote the first 5 books. So when you go back to Genesis, in writing Genesis, the Most High gave him an account of all of that. Right? So you got to think, why is there a reason to doubt? Do you doubt the power of the Most High? Do you doubt the majesty of the Most High? See, these are things that we don't take into account. Go ahead.
Ye shall serve Yahweh upon this mountain. And Moses said unto Yahweh, Behold, when I come upon the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the power of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say unto me, What is his name?
Right.
What shall I say unto them?
Right.
And Yahweh said unto Moses, I am that I am.
Right. So once again, and this is where all the these guys, with the lack of Hebrew, the context they don't understand. So when you read that I am that I am, it's Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya, right? That means I am that I am, right? Now, that's for you to say I am that I am, right? Or say, face the east and pray, I am that I am. That's speaking of what? First person or third person? Yeah. So the proper way is instead of Ahaya, it would be a Yah there. Yahweh. He is, or he be. So all it is the context we would say it in. Remember, the angel is speaking for the Most High. Right? So he's telling you what the Most High's name is. He is I am. Right? But when we speak of him, do we speak of him as in ourselves or the Father? We speak of him in third person. He is sent me. He be the one that exists. He exists sent me. As opposed to I sent me. It's language. Like you don't say that even in English. Who talks like that? Yeah, I sent me. Well, you mean he and him, right? No, I, he, him, but like it's confusion. And that's what they're not understanding is why in the other verses, it's not because the so-called Jews, who are they called? The Masoretes. It's not because the Masoretes inseminate that in the Bible. This word Yahweh has been written way before the Masoretes. I'm telling y'all because that's the argument. The Masoretes inseminated that. Yahweh is not his name. You big dummy. Before the Masoretes were, it was already written that it was Yahweh. Right? Like even in the past, it was written as Yahweh. If you read Hebrew. Y'all get that? So it's all why did he come back and he's going to come back and say Yahweh when you read it in Hebrew? Remember, we're talking about what's in Hebrew, so if you don't read the Hebrew, you're not going to know what we're saying. What's that, sis?
So, did he not know Most High's name? Because even though he knew his people, he wasn't like, he didn't grow with them or something? Or was he confused because he knew he was speaking to an angel and he like, am I supposed to say you sent me or the Most High sent me?
Remember, we knew the Most High as the Almighty, the powerful, the one God. Right? So we had different names for the Most High. Go back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? We had different names for the Most High. It's like, okay, so what name do you? Yeah. Oh, okay. Tell them I am sent you. Like that's not even a name. That's a description of what? The Most High and His Majesty. I am what? Everything. I am. Right? I am what? at all. I be. He exists that sent you. Who the hell? That's not a name, right? That's a description of the Father and how much power is embodied within him, right? So, you can't, if anybody understands the Most High and what he gave us about him, in his omnipotence, he can't be defined by a name. And that's what this description was. You're going to call him what? He is. He is what? Everything. He be. He be what? He be all. He exists in all. He is all. He's omnipotent, right? And that's what's going on here, right? So, once again, when I go over this topic, and these fellas that said that the Bible was tampered with, because in essence that's what they're saying. The Bible was tampered with. They don't understand that when you teach people the Bible was tampered with, you're helping the white man, you're helping all these people, right, say that the Bible can be tampered with. If the Most High is omnipotent, then the Bible was not tampered with. Right. Everything that went through the Bible that the Most High left in and left out was there for a reason. You big dummy. Serious. That's just the most idiotic thing to say if you're a Hebrew Israelite. You just open the door for all the doubters and unbelievers. So no, the Masoretes didn't inseminate Yahweh within here. Yahweh was his name. And the way for you to say it, if you know a little Hebrew. His name ain't Yeshaya. Yahweh Shai's name ain't Yeshaya. That's Isaiah. Like, they got it all wrong. Right? They got it all wrong because, once again, brothers want to sound like they're saying something new outside of what their elders read, studied, and knew. You got a brother in the past that literally wrote a Bible in Hebrew. But you going to talk about his name is not Yahweh? They err not knowing Hebrew. They err not knowing the scriptures. The reason why it's two things in here is because the proper way for us to say it, to acknowledge him, you would say he is. He. Speaking of the Most High. Right? So that's why it's written in Hebrew in one point, Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya, right? And then he comes back and say, listen, Yahweh, he exists. Y'all get that? Yeah, he be, yeah.
You also call yourself a Judite, right? But you say the Most High as Ahaya.
Yeah.
But when we go to how Judah was named, it was like
Judah, Yahweh thinks.
Right, Yahweh thinks. So
you literally have to take out the Yahweh out of everything. But that's what they're trying to do. And yeah, they're trying to do that, but you can't do that.
The tribe of Ahaya do?
Yeah, the tribe of Ahaya, like, bruh, but the simple believeth every word. Like, you got people that don't study and want to refute things that elders, once again, like I said, didn't get it from YouTube. They didn't get it from Google. They literally studied before this information came out. And not only that, I'm going to say it again. We've been over this before. I took you over the different stones, the ancient stones that were written way before the Masoretes, right? So that in itself is just dumb as hell. That's why the brother that said that, the Edomite got him online and what? Ripped through all of that, made him look stupid. Yeah, he looked stupid in front of everybody because he's trying to push this narrative to be different. This is what New Yorkers do, y'all. No, I'm going to tell y'all. I grew up in New York and California. I lived up there with the elders. I was up there on the East Coast. But New York wants to be so powerful and different. And why do you think you got brothers that come from that line that I'm such and such? I want to, like, you try to create this narrative that you're different. And that's why you got the different camps that still is doing things that they did back in the 90s that was wrong. Right? Calling yourself this elder or this king or this person. It's like you try to be so much different that you're changing the gospel. And that's what's happening. Mind you, I was there. I seen a lot of that. But that's what you had. So the Masoretes didn't change nothing. The Most High is the power of all the earth. Not no Masorete. Not no brother. Not no author. Not no King James. The Father put this book the way He wanted. He said He controlled. Obviously, above all things, the Holy Spirit had to control anybody that was put in this and compiling the books that were written by these men. That's what it wasn't Peter. It wasn't Paul.
Right.
If you believe in the Father, the Most High controls all that. So it's ignorant, dumb to say that man controls anything this powerful. Y'all get this? Okay. So just want to put that out here. So this is why it says Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya in Hebrew, and then it'll jump and it's going to say Yahweh in Hebrew. Because the proper way for us to speak the Father's name, speaking to Him in third person as opposed to first person. Y'all get that? All right, go ahead.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 14.
And
Yahweh said unto Moses, I am that I am.
Go ahead.
And He said, Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, I am hath sent me.
Right, I am that. He is sent me. Him sent me. Who's Him? He be. Who's He be? The guy that exists, the power that exists above all. Then you got to start explaining, right?
Yeah.
And then going through all his other names. The Almighty power, right? the glory of all earth. The one that's the Ancient of Days, right? Then you're like, oh, right. The first and the last, right? Now you're like explaining who He be, right? This is who He be. Go ahead.
Hath sent me unto you.
Right.
And Yahweh said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel,
right.
The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac.
See, even there in itself, how is that written in Hebrew? See, you can't, now you got to say what? Oh, they put that there too. Like, they put it in Hebrew? Whether it was Elohim or Yahweh? Like, what are you talking about? Right? You got to understand that the Most High word still stands. Right? Even translated in English, when you go back to the Hebrew, you would know what places the word God or Lord. Like, this is why, once again, you got cats, oh, you don't need to study Hebrew. Bro, how the hell are you a Hebrew Israelite? You don't need to know the basics of Hebrew. Like, that don't make any sense. And that's why little things like this stumble, right? The stepping stone stumbles and brothers and sisters fall backwards on it, and it confuses them. And now you want to create a whole doctrine that's separate. And you're doing all you can do to say Ahaya. Like, bruh, say it properly. Say it the proper way. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
And the power of Jacob has sent me unto you.
Right.
This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob.
And what God was they known as back then? Right? The Almighty Power. Allah Shaddai, right? So, and even back then, it was known as Yahweh. What's that, sis? You're going to have to talk louder than a kid. I'm sorry.
I think you kind of answered it, like his remembrance of all of us was his name.
His remembrance what?
All generations was his name.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Come. All right, jump back.
Appeared unto me.
Where verse are you at?
Oh, 16.
Okay, go ahead.
Should I just start from the top?
Yes.
Come. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And I say, and I have said, I will bring you out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the
Perizzites.
And the Hivites,
Jebusites,
and the Jebusites, unto the land flowing with milk and honey.
Right.
And they shall hearken to the voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel,
right,
unto the king of Egypt, and ye shall say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews.
Right. The Lord power of the Hebrews.
The Lord power of the Hebrews have met us. Have met with us.
Yeah, we met with the Most High. And we got something to tell you. Like, first of all, this king gonna look at you like, what? You met with who? You know how many gods they had in Egypt? How many weird gods and weird incarnations of deities that they had? Right? And you coming to me telling me this? Right? Now we can see why Egypt, the king was like, bruh, I'm not hearing that. Right? Go ahead.
And now let us go. We beseech thee 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our power.
Right. See, you're going to let us go so we can be under the leadership, under the power of the Most High. Right? Why are we coming out of Egypt? Why are we coming out of this America? To go back under the rule, the power of the Most High. Right? A lot of people don't understand that. This is what we're rehearsing the righteous acts for. If you don't get it now, well, we're going to read. We're going to read what happens when you're not getting it now. You're going to go into that wilderness and what? You're going to be what you are. You practice what you preach. Whatever you train to be, that's what you be in that day. So right now is why we have to rehearse the righteous acts. Go ahead.
And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand.
You hear that? He won't let you go. You hear that a lot with the prophets. Listen, go to them. They're not going to listen to you. Then why are you sending me to them? Bruh, go to them. What Jonah say? I'm not going. He's like, oh, you going? Did I tell you to go? Okay, you go. So, when you're called, you're called. Right? When the Most High is calling us, not to sit on our hand, to do the work of the Father. Think about what these prophets were called for, to warn them. Now, we got to do what? As a priesthood, get clean enough to what? To call them. We got to get a little bit of cleaned up. Right? For them to say, okay, now I see what to come to. Right? Now I see what to come to. But, see, I always be thinking about this. Everybody called. Could it be just like the brother said, well, I'm still an Israelite. I'm not eating pork. I'm not even doing this. Well, but why is the Most High waking up a nation of kings and priests? Just to be a husbandman? Or for us priests, men, now stand up and each one teach one? I keep saying it. If the elders would have said, you know what? We got the truth. We don't need to go tell nobody on these corners and streets and live the life and walk the life and teach our people. Make mistakes and grow from our mistakes. Then guess what? 40, 50 years later, we would not be here if we left it up to man. But the Most High put it in men, the true heart to dedicate, to commit, to submit, to give themselves to the gospel, to the ministry, to the nation. So trust me, I be going through this and I'm like trying to find out, man, maybe Israel's right. Maybe I could just be a husband, man, sit at home, have babies, man, and just follow the Sabbath, keep the laws. Oh, it would be so easy to get the truth, get my house cleaned up and not worried about anybody else. But that's not what the Most High said. He said it. I've been looking for it. I've been looking for the way out for you. But he don't want you to sit on your hands and be a bystander. He called you to be a kings and priests to lead our people. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to fulfill that calling. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give.
So he's even letting you know. Like we went over with Ezekiel and Jeremiah. Then you're going to go to them. They're not going to listen. But you're pleading their cause. You're going for mercy's sake. Right? You're going to let them know that somebody had to let them know. Somebody got to let them know. Right? And that's what our job is. That's what Moses' job is, was to let them know that this holy ass whooping, this mighty ass whooping is coming to you as a nation. Right? Yeah.
Now, I like what you're saying, because the Most High is not going to, he doesn't just put us in a job and we don't know what to expect.
Right.
I'm still thinking about the brother from the chat.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 2, it got me. That was one of the first scriptures I got in the truth.
Yeah.
In school. And everything that every situation that's come across me since then, since saying I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I can always go back there and say, okay, prepare yourself for what's to come.
Prepare myself for temptation.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So
That's why that's our Hebrew Academy. That's our motto. That chapter has to, when you first come in, it has to be given to them. That in Matthew 13. Right. When the wicked, when the seed is sown, then the wicked one cometh and taketh away what is sown. Like, people aren't mentally, psychologically prepared for this battle that you're finna go in. They, once again, they come with the preconceived notion that it's going to be church. I'm going to sit there, I'm going to hear all these requirements, and then go back and be the same way. And the Most High do what? No, this is different. He put you in the damn things. You're like, what's happening to me? You didn't listen, bro. When you come to serve the Lord, you're ready for the fire. Right? The purging, the cleansing. Because he's expecting of you now. Right? He winked at you when you was in church. Oh, he don't know. They're not telling him. They're not telling them. But now you're not in church. There's a requirement. There's a standard. There's a lifestyle. There's a duty. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Verse 21. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourneyeth.
Right. Look up that. I want you to look up that word borrow in Hebrew. We haven't did that because we know the word borrow in our time. Like, you know, hey, loan me that. But it's really like, listen, let me get that. Yeah, let me get that. You know what I mean? That's going to be mine. What you got for borrow in Hebrew?
You said in Hebrew?
In Hebrew. Yeah, the Hebrew, because remember, we're looking up that word. Yeah, to what? Go ahead.
Sha'al.
Sha'al. Go ahead.
And this is definition D.I.
Sha'al.
D1. To be given on request. So,
right. He got it here. Demand. Yeah. And then you got, we ain't gonna beg.
Right.
We ain't doing that. Later charge, consult, demand. Right? So one of the words in there, you see how that word is used? So they were gonna demand it and, hey, let me get that. That's going with me.
Right.
Right? Run that. Go ahead. And listen, what are we coming out of Egypt? What are we coming out with?
Gold.
All the riches of Egypt as well. You know what I mean? Not that middle of the mall gold. You're not going to run to the middle of the mall and be like, get all that gold-plated stuff and be like, yeah, listen, Most High said it, He said it. Like, bro, that's not the juice. we gonna be going for. We want those Jews that the queen got.
Right.
Or this rusty old guy over there, the king now, right? So-called. We want those crown Jews. Those big diamonds, right? The real stuff that they got hidden, right? What's up? All right, go ahead, read on.
And it shall come to pass that when, oh wait, hold on. Swap it.
You was at 22.
Oh, 22, okay.
Yeah.
But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourneth in her house jewels of silver and jewels of gold and remnant, and ye shall put them upon
reparations. Reparations. We're going to take it all. The reparations that we're waiting for is not some old 40 acres. You will get 40 acres in a mule. Pay a few school loans. Hell no. We want it all. There's nothing that you can give us. You understand? That a 40 acre mule. No. Blood for blood. Sangre in, sangre out. Blood in, blood out, Holmes. Yeah. Yeah.
And the word borrow.
Yeah.
They're saying borrow it, but they're gonna give it to their kids and everything else.
Yeah.
Like
You don't borrow like that. You see why the Hebrew? You see that? Why you gotta have it when studying? You guys gotta look up these words. That's what real studying is. You know what I mean? And you gotta use the words in context with the verse. Because remember, Esau is not gonna give you in context with the verse. You understand that? That's another thing. You look up the word and the definition has got to be in context with the verse. You can't use it, well, but it means this too. Like, what's the verse saying? You understand? Come on. All right, read on.
And upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians.
Right, there you go. Another word. Spoil doesn't mean borrow. In our term of borrow. Let me loan this. I'll give this back to you. Spoil means to what? Demand? Borrow means to demand. Spoil means to what? Take. Yeah, plunder. Right? So that's what's going on here. So you see how we use the proper definition? Because the white man ain't going to give you that. They're going to give you the concept, the word and what it could mean. But you got to use the sense of the Bible and say, oh, it means this. Because the context of the verse is saying spoil, take, right? Y'all get that? Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 4 verse 1. And Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me.
Right, you see that? Yes, they won't believe you. Why? Because Israel's what? Stubborn, hard-headed, stiff-necked. You know why I'm bringing these points out? Because us as leaders, you get your feelings hurt quick. That's why you gotta, at a young age, in the truth, you can't take things personal. Like when somebody acting a fool or they're off, your ribs acting out. You gotta understand, people gotta choose their path. I can't get emotionally attached. Then next you know it starts discouraging you. Right? Y'all heard the story of the elder that I talked to before? And he felt he was betrayed. There's a lot of brothers from the old school that brothers did dirty or did wrong or lied on. Well, and that elders, if you don't learn what it is at a young age, that there will be betrayal, there will be people that mock, there will be people that lie, there will be people that leave the truth. You get caught up into all that. And you get emotional, right? You don't understand that people gotta walk their path. You can't control that. You just plant, you just water, and shut the hell up and let the Most High do the increase. I gotta keep reminding myself that. Because a lot of times you invest so much. Because think about it, you still gotta do this with love. It can't be a job. And I'm talking to the elder sisters and you brothers that are becoming officers. It can't just be a job. where you clock in, you're heartless, you're spiritless. You see, the Most High created it where you still got to put love into it, like Yahweh Shai. When he was on that mount crying and was like, damn, y'all can't stay up with me just for a moment? Right? And then that hits. It's like, okay, I understand, Yahweh. Like, these cats is not in there yet. And a lot of times you got to remember that. You know what I mean? That everybody ain't going to fight, thrive, be passionate. You know what I mean? You can be the passion, get them, move, hard, and they be like, yeah, I'm not enthused. I'm not feeling it like you are. Boring face. Yeah, you done yet? That's what Israel will do. But my passion, my zeal can't be predicated off of your face, your deadness, your look, your lifeless vibe. See, and that's what you're going. Moses and the prophets, after the prophets and prophets were reminded that that's how Israel will be. But you got to have the zeal working in you, right, to be that leader. And that's what we're going to see as we read on in this. The zeal, the passion, the love was embodied in this man to keep pushing for the nation. If I don't do it, who is? So we're not tripping off of the bystanders, the ones that don't want to step up, the ones that, oh, you don't need a camp. Okay, bro, you sit at home and just play video games with your family and smoke weed. Why the leaders what? Be doers of the word and step up and give me the flag. You know what I mean? Have you seen The Patriot? What was that, Mel Gibson? See, that's how they do. The white man, he grabbed the flag. America! Right? While the niggas in the back talking about, y'all called out? Like, no, nigga, you stay there, you lazy ass bum. You stay there. We don't need you on the front line because you're scared. You're scary as hell. We want the men that want to grab the flag and come out there, right? I like that part of the movie. He grabs the flag and you get the chills on your body like, damn, America. Yeah, hell yeah. The home of the free and the brave. Sign me up. That's what those movies are there for, right? For you to be enthused, for passion to drive through you. But where's the Israelites with the same passion, right? You know, it's like you get the word, right, and be passionate. Man, I get to yell at the white man, I didn't know this. And then you start cleaning yourself, and it's like, bro, you should be passionate about the cleansing, about the renewing. You can't now all of a sudden, I'm just spiritless. I can't do it. I recognize that I'm dirty. Come on. Like, you missed all that? Yahweh called us hoes before you got into the truth. He called us hard-headed, filthy, disgruntled, out of order. Like, you just realize that one day, and your zeal starts to break. It can. We got to take the joy in being clean and understand it's for our betterment. This ass whooping is for our betterment. Bend over. This is for your betterment. God, Lord. Yahweh. So, in understanding this, we got to understand how Moses kept his passion, right? Go ahead.
Nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, the Lord hath not appeared unto thee.
Yeah, the Most High. What did we read yesterday about Jeremiah? Right? Same thing. Israel don't change. Right? Because you got weak people that are scared. So they speak from fear. And that's what a lot of Israel do. Like, man, the Most High ain't talk. So the Lord came down and talked to you. He spoke to you. In a fire, in a flame. And you're like, how was the power? Most High is. They're like, I don't believe you. I don't believe it. And that's what you will fall into. Their doubt, their weakness. You can't let a scary ninja guide you. You can't. It says, take not a coward to war. You understand? So you see that coward spirit beyond a lot of brothers and sisters because of fear. Y'all get that? Fear betrays when you're supposed to be secure, right? Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto him,
right?
What is that in thine hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground.
Right?
And it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it.
Look, I'm gonna do these things. This is gonna be the miracles. This is gonna be what you're gonna do to them. Now I'm gonna put it in your spirit, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it in front of you right now, and I'm gonna do it again in front of them. So Moses had no reason to doubt. Right? Moses had no reason to doubt. Now you see why he was locked in. You know what I mean? Yes, he's an Israelite, so he's like, but Yahweh, you know, I'm not worthy. Right? I'm not worthy. But let me show you what you're going to do. You're going to go to them when they doubt, when they fear, drop the staff down. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thine hand and take it by the tail.
Right.
And he put forth his hand and caught it. And it became a rod in his hand.
Yeah, check that out. They show that in the old 10 Commandments. Charlton Heston, the white dude, they showed him pick up the snake and it becomes a rod. Right? Go ahead.
That they may believe that the Lord God, that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob,
right,
hath appeared unto thee.
Right.
And the Lord said therefore unto him, put now thine hand unto thy bosom.
Right.
And he put and he put his hand into his bosom. And then he took it out. Behold, his hand was leprous as snow.
And, you know, like we always go about this, right? These are miracles. What would be the miracle if you were already leprous? It would be a miracle. You're already right. What did you do? You already had the lack of melanin and skin pigment. What would be the point of, right? And you see what leprosy he was talking about. So if they come with that, leprosy, the bumps and no. It said it was what? White as snow. That form of leprosy. Because when you go through Leviticus, there's extreme or to small to extreme. The bumps, the lesions, the pus, and then to all the way to a clean leper. So the leprosy that he had was, you dark as this brother, right? You take it out, and then now it's just white. That's the miracle. Like, what is this? Right? How'd you do that? Right? That's the miracle. Go ahead.
And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again.
Yeah.
And he put his hand into his bosom again and plucked it out of his bosom.
Right.
And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
Yeah. We know that the Levites, the Israelites, to be brought in as the son of Egypt, you had to be what? Dark skinned. Right? Archaeology shows us, and you can pull it up there if you can find it, Joseph in Egypt, right? Look up Joseph in Egypt on Google, and they showed you the archaeology. Joseph was dark skinned. So, stop playing. Stop playing. We cannot be deceived. We knew the people were dark skinned. Go ahead. Oh, that was it? Okay. All right.
Shabbat to show Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Bakar Gabar, so slightly, my bad. Bakar Gabar, Shabbat to show Yahawada, Ban Yasharala. But Israel, Majid, Barak.
Yahawah Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahawah Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatham. My bad, I messed yours up. Yeah, my bad. It's a lot.
So you're reading down to 426. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moses said unto the Most High, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant.
So you see that? I am not eloquent. It didn't say nothing about stuttering. I am not eloquent. He didn't feel he was an eloquent, well-spoken man, right? So he was like, man, who am I to do this, right? Go ahead.
Since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
Right.
And the Most High said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth? Or who maketh the dumb or deaf, or seeing or the blind? Have not I the Most High? Now therefore, go, and I will be with thy mouth, and will teach thee what thou shalt say.
And Jeremiah said the same thing, right?
Yeah.
A lot of humble brothers said the same thing, which is not wrong. You're like, man, I can't even talk. You're right. You can. But you will learn, right? If you apply thy heart, right? Coming up as a young man, I was a terrible reader, right? Stuttering, messing up, you know what I mean? Bro, read it right, huh? Give me another reader. Come on, you know what I mean? I got a lot of that. It was a lot of that. Bro, you got to read clear, huh? Sit down, huh? Give me somebody else. There's a lot of that. But as I continue to apply, to study, to read, then the Most High what? Increase you. Right? The Most High gives us the power, but you can't have fear. You can't have fear. You have to know the Most High is with you, and He will increase you. Right? Studying, teaching, being able. One thing I didn't have was the fear to get back up. So they get me down, I didn't have the fear to get back up. You know, I had that zeal in me to be like, man, I want to be mighty like the brothers that were around me. I looked up to them, like, damn, you cats are cold. I want to be just like y'all. And that's what I aspired to do, but it took studying and reading and putting that first. Now, I know it's harder in this time because you got social media and you got things that you can be occupied with, but you got to be that much more willing and stronger to do your service for the Father. Right? I'll tell you young cats, get it now. That way when you get older, you can relax. Right? It's easy for me to put together classes and to have this information. First of all, it's repetitive. Like, think about how many classes you set in on the Sabbath and how sharp you should be in the law and in these stories. You've been here how many years? So the repetitive in itself, constantly getting in the book, gives you the knowledge. Gets you sharper. Right? But it's taking good notes and writing your notes down, filling your Bible with notes. You see us, we still do it. I still do it. I'm like, man, that scripture goes with that. Blah, blah, blah. So don't waste your time. And then 4 hours, we're in here, 4 or 5 hours of class? Like, for y'all online, it's even harder. The ones that are online, now you got to what? Be able to really take in and sit down and study and not go to the kitchen, not go to the bathroom, and make you something to eat, and then next you know, you're not really paying attention. But I'm going to tell y'all, young cats, the reason why I'm able and strong at this age is because when I was your age, I took advantage of studying and reading. You understand? That way, as when I got older, I didn't have to sit Like a lot of older cats, it's harder on them. You know that. Because they got to break through a lot of focus.
Yeah.
Right? But when you're young, you're learning it. You're like, dang, I'm picking this up quick. Right? And that's why I look at Shunyaban, I look at you, I look at the young cats, Daniela, like, y'all picking up quick. Don't let up on the stride. Stay in the book.
God.
Not only are you going to have the knowledge, you're going to have and be wise above your years. Y'all get that? All right, go ahead.
Verse 12. Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and will teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against Moses.
Right, now check this out. I want to show y'all one thing on this. The Most High said, listen, I'm going to put the words in your mouth, right? Now, how and why did Yahweh Shai say the same thing? Come on, somebody answer that. Why did Yahweh Shai say the same thing? What? Why?
I was going to ask the question one more time.
Why did Yahweh Shai repeat that same thing that Yahweh said? I'm going to put my words in your mouth. Don't worry about it. Why? Go to Luke 10. Here we go. Go to Luke 10 and read verse 1.
Come. Luke chapter 10 and verse 1.
Right?
After these things, the Most High appointed other 70 also. And sent them 2 and 2 before his face.
Right.
Into every city and place.
Right.
Whither he himself would come.
Right. See, he said 1 and 1.
2 and 2.
Okay, so we get it. Right? Woe to him that is left alone. It ain't going to be 1. Right? We're going to see this with Moses and Aaron. 2. Why? Somebody got to be there for his brother. Be his brother's keeper. Check you. In case you start calling yourself the comforter or the home of the truth or nobody can do it without you. Somebody needs to tell you, nah, you're tripping. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 2. Therefore said he unto them.
Right.
The harvest is truly great.
The harvest is what?
Truly great.
Read.
But the laborers are few.
We say that to this day. Right? A lot of people want the word, but a lot of people don't want to do the word, help with the word. Right? Go ahead.
Pray ye therefore the Most High of the harvest.
Right.
That he would send forth laborers into his harvest.
Right. Read on.
Go your way.
Go ahead.
Behold, I send you forth as lambs among wolves.
I send thee forth as lambs in the midst of wolves. Go ahead.
Carry neither purse.
Carry what?
Neither purse.
Right. Talking about a bag. Go ahead.
Nor script.
Nor what?
Nor script.
Go ahead.
Nor shoe.
Read.
And salute no man by the way. And into whatsoever house ye enter, first say, peace to this house. And if the Son of peace be there, your peace shall rest upon it.
Right. So why is he saying this? Why is he saying not to bring nothing? Go ahead.
The Most High is going to provide for you.
The Most High is going to do what?
Provide for you.
Right. Now I want to get the other one. It's in Matthews. It says it. It says it as well. The Most High is going to put the words in you. But now, how is he going to bring the words out of you if it ain't in you? You understand? How is he going to put the words, bring the words out of you if it's not in you? Right? Out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. How? When you never drink the water. It don't work like that. You want to be spiritual. You want to be studied. Only way you get that is if you drink or eat the roll and drink the water. You understand that? So the Most High is showing us that you got to partake in this for it to pour out of you. You're not going to get wise and smart, or the Spirit is not going to be there for you to know what to do if you don't eat the roll and drink the water. Y'all get this? So you got to study. This is what I'm telling my kids. Like, it's not going to work. the psychological things you battle, the word is not going to be there unless you're in the knowledge. And then the knowledge, the Spirit what? Talks to you. The word speaks to you. Y'all get that? Did y'all find another one? Matthew 10 and what? Yeah, but just jump to the point where he said in Luke, where he said,
Verse 20.
Read that.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 20.
Uh-huh.
For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father
Right.
that speaketh in you.
You see that? So, listen. Don't worry about it, because what's going to happen? A lot of times we do it. You counsel, the Spirit comes out. A lot of questions you ask, what does the Spirit come out? It ain't me. It ain't us. When you ask a question and you're like, well, what about this? We're like, the word says, and then we go, oh yeah, this goes with that scripture, this scripture, that scripture. Mm-hmm. It's not us that's speaking, it's the Spirit that is coming out of the book that's telling you. Right. You understand that? Go ahead.
And the brother shall deliver up.
Okay, that's it on that. What you got, Moms?
I just found another precept in 2 Samuel 23.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just an example. It says, let's start at verse 1.
Is it along what we're talking about? Okay, go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 2.
Uh-huh.
It says, the Spirit of the Lord spake by me, and his word was in my tongue.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that's, how is it going to be on your tongue if it ain't in your mind? Y'all get that? So this is why Yahweh Shai said the same thing. Like, don't worry about these things. The Spirit is going to be with you. But they had to be in the Spirit. Y'all agree with that? Okay. So a lot of times, you lose your battles, and the Spirit ain't stopping you. Why? Think about it. You give into the lust of the flesh, to that moment, to the weakness, to the death, because the Spirit ain't yelling at you. Don't go down that road. Well, why it ain't yelling at you? Because you got to get more of this book in your brain. You got to brainwash yourself with the word. You got to brainwash yourself with the word. Y'all get that? And then the Spirit will be more loud, like, bro, there you go again. See? Why are you doing that? Hold on, man. Call a brother. Call it. But why do you always fall into it? Because you ain't studying. Mm-hmm. And what's louder than the Spirit? The lust. Do it. Yeah, hell yeah. Do it. Go ahead. You see? Why do you think we be like, be in class? Or you guys got to study. You can't just study in class. Y'all get that, right? All right, let's jump back.
The one in you was looking for is Matthew's 10, 19.
Matthew 10, that's the one we read. Oh, read 19. Read verse 19.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 19.
Uh-huh.
But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak.
Uh-huh.
For it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak.
There you go. Like, that don't mean that you got demons on you, you got spirits on you, you're going to say the right word, because we know that. When these knuckleheads be blunted up going to court, and you say the dumbest things, right? We know that when they be pulled over, right, and they be drunk, and you saying the dumbest things. The Spirit ain't in your mouth. It ain't in your tongue. Because they ain't on that. They ain't reading that. They ain't in that. But when you are in the Spirit, it will. You know what? Roll down the window. Agree with your adversary quickly when thou beest in the way. Soft answer turneth away wrath. Right? When you in the way with an injurious person, how you going to talk? How you going to deal, right? See, and all those scriptures start coming to you, you're like, and you move in the Spirit. Y'all get that? Okay, all right. That was Matthew 19 and 20, right? Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And the anger of the Most High was kindled against Moses. And he said, is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth.
Right.
And I will be with thy mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do.
Right.
Verse 16. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people.
There you go, brother. You got your brother, you got you got me. We can do this together. I don't want to hear no more doubt. I don't want to hear no more second questioning. You can do it. Go ahead.
And he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of thy mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of power. And thou shalt take this rod in thy hand,
right,
wherewith thou shalt do signs. And Moses went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace.
We know Jethro was a heathen. We know Jethro was a heathen. We know his rib was a Midianite, right? Just to remind you, he still dealt cordial with the Gentiles, with the nations. But anybody that crossed that line, in the future, the Midianites, we had to run through them, right? Because they were acting disgruntled. But right now, you got Jethro's acting what? Cordial. Now, you're dealing with a man of Israel, and the man of Israel is dealing what? Cordial. You see? Go ahead. Now, I'm saying that because you see the characteristics how we deal with the nations. Once again, we know what they've done, we know what they're doing. But look at how Abraham dealt with Abimelech. Look at how Isaac dealt with Abimelech. Right? Look at how these men, Jacob, dealt with Esau. Look at you see this every step of the way. Okay, I'm not gonna deal like them. I'm gonna be greater. I'm gonna move with wisdom and understanding. Wise as serpents, harmless as doves, sheep in the midst of wolves. Go ahead.
Verse 19. And the Most High said unto Moses and Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men are dead which sought thy life. And Moses took his wife and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of power in his hand, and the
rod of Yahweh.
The rod of Yahweh in his hand. And the Most High said unto Moses, When thou goest to return into Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thy hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. Verse 22. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus saith the Most High, Yasharallah is my son, even my firstborn. And I shall say unto thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn.
Right. Yep.
And it came to pass by the way in the end, that the Most High met him, and sought to kill him. Then Siphrah took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son.
Sephora.
Then Sephora took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son.
Right, so as you see, it's jumping, right? There's one moment where he's talking to him, and then it came to pass. Well, you're 24, right? Yeah, see, that little sign next to it is showing you that it jumped subjects, right? Now it's jumping to this situation where his wife is circumcising the kids.
Right.
Go ahead, or his son, excuse me. Go ahead.
Then Sephora took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou to me.
Right, because remember, Zipporah wasn't supposed to do that. Moses was supposed to move on that. But we know what was going on with Moses. He's being enlightened by the Spirit of the Most High. Right? But she was like, okay, this is your job. Yeah, you were supposed to do this. Go ahead.
Wow. So he let him go. Verse 26. So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody husband thou art because of circumcision.
See, because of the circumcision. Meaning what? You were supposed to do this, perform this act. Now you got me doing it. right? Go ahead.
Verse that's
Oh,
you pick up 27.
you're supposed to read the 31, right?
To 26. Chicago goes 27. 31.
Exodus chapter 4 and verse 27. And the Lord said unto Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the mount of Yahweh and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord, who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spake all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped.
Right. So we're going over to Ecclesiastes 16. Got to knock out this chapter, and then that will conclude the reading. So, any questions so far?
Live.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Concerning the it was just kind of on my mind, I guess. But concerning the circumcision, so I didn't know that it was the men's job. Well, I guess now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Circumcise the man.
Yeah. Remember, Abraham had to circumcise his man. Right.
Yeah.
It's a man. The woman wouldn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I figured because she was the mother, and she was like the parent, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that situation was supposed to be done by the man.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that's because he was busy
He's doing these other things,
Yeah.
but what the point, that point was, look, you should have did this. Right?
Yeah.
That's where the rebuke came from. Like, this is your job. You should have done that.
Con, it's like the scriptures say, be not ignorant of anything great or small.
Right.
He was locked into the task that he was getting, but at the same time, we got to know how to manage, multitask.
Yeah, because that was a requirement.
Con.
16, Ecclesiastes 16. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 verse 1. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children.
See, so we talked about this, and we talk about this a lot. What's the point of having kids and they all wicked? You got a flock of demons. Goonies, ghouls. So we got to put things in perspective and stop with this, man. Children are a blessing. Children are a blessing if they're in the spirit. But this goes back to accountability. Are you teaching the kids? Or is YouTube raising them? It goes back to the household. It goes back to how you're raising them. It goes back to, go to Ecclesiastes 30. We got, listen, I got to hit on this because this is a problem with Hebrew Israelites. You're coming in the truth and you want to still raise your kids like heathens. You ain't going to tell them nothing. You're going to let them do what they want to do. You're going to let them jump over every damn thing. You're going to let them eat anything. You're going to let them act anyway. You're going to let them dress anyway because you're scared of the rib.
Wow.
Except a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord. His house will soon be overthrown. You got to guide the house correctly. When the scriptures say, slay utterly old and young, do you want your kids to be at the slaughter of Yahweh? Well, then you better teach them the proper way. You're like, what's the joy of having your kid and then what? He becomes 6 and he's a demon.
Right.
What's the joy of that? That's your fault. Right? So we got to be accountable. Nobody gonna say comment on that. Okay. All right. I got something for you. Go to Ecclesiastes 30. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Verse 1. He that loveth his son causes him oft to feel the rod.
You can't play. You can't. The thing is this. They need to be disciplined. Right? You can't fear. Now, remember, the Most High said, be not excessive towards any. But you can't just let them do anything. The Most High is going to tell us why. Right? You don't know. Heathens raised you. Right? And they were either, heathens raised you. Your mama, your daddy, in a heathenistic mind state raised you. Right? Some of them were what? Too damn extreme. Some of them were what? Too of the other way. There's got to be a balance. And that's what the scriptures show us about the balance. You know your kids are out of order, but you what? You got Issachar, they have their kids then breastfeed until 6 years old, and you go to the mall. It's like, why are you picking up your kid? He's like 13. Yeah. Why are you carrying him around? Like, don't you understand when his feet are dragging? My rib went to she went to the funeral, right? And they were talking about going to the mall, getting some stuff for the funeral and stuff. And they were like, oh, do you want this is for Casa Diet. They were like, oh, do you want a stroller for Casa Diet? She was like, no. She walks. She was like, oh, they was like, no, excuse me. They said, do you want a stroller for your children? I'm like, my son's 5 years old. What the hell? But that's what Hispanics do. Right. That's what the 9.5 does. They have your kid in a damn stroller at 7, 8 years old, and you carrying them around and don't understand why they're still in baby mode. Yeah. This goes to why you men have to get a damn backbone and teach your rib. No, this is what the Bible says. This is the standard. We got to have a balance. He's this age. He's supposed to be knowing better. Right. Kasadaya is, she's a year. You don't see where your child has got the disgruntled, out of order, disrespectful, lazy, right. I'm going to eat everything and do everything spirit from you lazy ass parents. Be accountable for your children. You're not niggas no more. You're not spics and wetbacks and monkeys and coons and border jumpers no more. You're Israelites, Hebrews. What do Hebrews do? Hebrew said, you being a Hebrew, you raise your child as a Hebrew. Why are you an Israelite and you still giving your kids heathen names? I don't... Somebody tell me. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Why are you telling me you're an Israelite? You in the school. You're getting this knowledge, but your name is Tito. Little drill starter. Huh? Why? Somebody answer that. Tell me. No, seriously. Why? But you see the point? Because of the mama. The sister said it. Because of the mama. You're letting the woman run the house. And you're scared. Are you a damn Hebrew or not? What do English names have anything to do with us? Right. None of my kids are named no damn heathen name. None of them. And I'm not the standard. The standard is the word. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, let's start raising our children like Hebrew Israelites. If you name them Tito, if you name them little Pepe, what the hell do you think they're going to act like when they get older? That's the battle either way, right? Not to be drug into a heathenistic mind state. Well, why the hell would you name your kids heathen names? I don't get it. I know. You're like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm really trying to understand this. Because of the woman, what?
I also think people being embarrassed about.
There's still an embarrassment. Oh, wow. Good point.
Just like how defined or unique they sound.
Yeah, it's too long.
You don't want to name your kids.
Yeah, they try to name Hebrew name shame you. Quada what? What does that mean? Quada Shia. Like, that's not hard. Huh? It's too many syllables in there for you? You know what I mean? Like, don't let your kids get a Hebrew name. Attention! Don't let your kids have a Hebrew name, then you call him Bobo. Don't call him Isaac. Don't call him Ya'iqua. Don't call him Yashala. Call him little doo-doo. What the fuck? What is wrong with y'all? Are you a Hebrew or not? You would never call me. Mawula means something. Quadashaya means holy and pure. How the hell I'm gonna call her Quadi? That's what I'm like. Stop calling her that. That don't even mean nothing. Right? I'm not gonna call you Malachi. I'm gonna call you Malachi. Is that your Hebrew name? That's what I'm gonna call you. Right? These names have meaning. Have some pride. Right? Y'all gotta check your damn self and ask you why you do certain things. But the scriptures is warning us. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable kids. Well, how are you raising the kids? Do I have to go to the scripture again? Train up a child. Do I gotta go there for y'all? Huh? Let's go there one more time for them. What's that? You got a hand. What's that?
There's two questions.
Read.
I thought we were supposed to earn our Hebrew name.
What? Bro, you're supposed to earn your Hebrew name as a washed up Israelite that is 30 or 40 coming into the truth.
Right.
But the child that is born, you're raising him in the truth. Right? Yeah, my kids are raised in the truth. There's nothing like, they're not born blind and deaf like we were. Right? And we got slave names, and then next you know we had to, our parents got the knowledge, got the truth, realized that wasn't the way, right? But no. Y'all, if you think that's the way, no, it does. Your kids you got the knowledge now. You don't have to raise them with heathen names no more. Slave names. Name them something that you are showing the Most High that you're accountable as a Hebrew Israelite to be. Right? So, that's not it. Okay, read that. Proverbs what?
Proverbs chapter 22, verse 6.
Listen, for subject's sake. I know y'all, this is fed down your throat all the time. But for subject's sake, let's remember why to desire not a multitude of unprofitable children. Right? Because we have to do what? Read it.
Train up a child in the way he should go.
So, it's up to us. Right? If your child is 5 years old, still in Pampers, that's a problem. You're not observant. You're not aware. You're not conscious. You're supposed to be training them out of that. If he can talk and tell you, nigga, give me that real quick, he shouldn't be in Pampers. Train your children not like the white man. Train your children not like some lazy ass father or mother. Right? We have to train them up the proper way. Now that we know better, why would you raise them like a Gentile? Y'all get this? You got to be conscious of that. Let's teach them the proper way now. Because it's all up to us. Okay. What side are you on when he said, kill all the firstborn? What side are you on when your kids come out? Who are you giving them to? The white man? America? Or are you giving them to the Father? That's how you got to look at it. We're not giving our kids over to these heathens. We give a damn about what they think, they feel, they teach, they believe. We don't give a damn about their little smug, emotional face on how they feel about them not celebrating Christmas or Halloween. I don't give a damn about that. They have no bearing. There should be no shame. But you're right. There is a shame in a lot of parents. I don't want to name them none in Hebrew because it's weird. It's because you haven't fully committed and dedicated yourself. You got to understand that it's us training them up so they won't be unprofitable children, right? Read that.
Train up a child in the way he should go,
And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
It's your fault if you don't train him, right? Then he will be unprofitable, right? Now, let's get the specifics. Go to Ecclesiastes 30. Let's start up.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 1.
Go ahead.
He that loveth his son causes him oft to feel the rod.
You can't always be too playful with your children. You got to understand, they have to understand, it's a time to joke and a time not to. It's a time for seriousness. That's what the scripture says, right? It's a time for all things. And if you're not teaching that to the kids, they won't know when to chill out, to respect, or to play. So you got to know when to give that rod and correction, right? The rod ain't always beating. This ain't always about throwing toys at them and splitting their head.
Right.
Right? Beating them over the side of the head. Boy, you gonna get it right. No. It's about understanding and balance and knowing when they need the rod. The scriptures tell us that too. Go ahead.
That he may have joy of him in the end.
See, the joy comes through properly training them up. Properly disciplining them. Discipline, the rod doesn't always come with a beating.
Right.
It comes with wisdom. When you whoop them, are you whooping them out of anger? Out of yelling at them? Out of you can't control yourself? Or are you beating them and letting them know where they're wrong and off at? That your love extends past this ass whooping. It extends to the proper way to do things in life. See? But at the same time, if you don't know how to give the rod and when to give the rod, they won't be disciplined. That's why when people come around, they look at you like, damn, you ain't gonna tell them to stop jumping on this? You ain't gonna tell them, like, don't be punching the other kids? Aw, little Susie, don't. It's like, bruh, whip that damn kid's ass. What's your problem? But you let them. Right? And then you look around and act like that's the way you deal with your kids. Nigga, that's the way you need to deal with yours. Don't come with that. That's the way you deal with your kids. What we do over here is what? Deal with them like a heathen? Don't come with that around us. That's madness. Right? That's why my ribs are like, well, how do you come and tell them that he's walking and that he don't need to be carried around when he's bigger than you? Like, how do you do that? Because I'm like, gently tell them, show them the book of the Lord. Like, these kids, y'all got to understand that if you don't teach them the proper way and train them up the proper way, the kids won't have discipline, order. This ain't about me. This ain't about that's the way you deal with your kids. Let's read on. Read.
He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him.
See, discipline. This is the point of this. If you don't discipline and correct your children and talk to them and have conversations, you're not going to have joy of them. If you don't know when to apply the rod and when to not apply the rod, how to apply the rod in a sensible mind and be a man and woman of wisdom, never out of character, but being able to teach them, then your kids won't be disciplined. They won't have control. Right? If you let them jump on your couches, they will jump on everybody else's couches. Right. That's why I don't let Shemaiah on. I'm like, bro, you know, don't jump on these couches, because then his sister will jump on the couch. Mm-hmm. Right? Then when he goes over to your house, he'll jump on the couch. When he goes over to your house, he'll jump on the couch. And I'm using that to show you what? It's not about just the couch. It's about if you're not training them up to be the right way and your brain is everywhere else because you think you're a good mom at 17 and you don't even know how to discipline your damn self, then the kids will be out of order. So why am I passionate about this? Stop coming and acting like that's the way you deal with your kids. No, Negro, you deal with your kids like heathens. There's no discipline. There's no order. There's no direction. There's no leadership. Don't try to act like what we're doing is separate. Let's do what the gospel says, and then we will train them up the proper way, right? So look at that. Chastise him. him or her, and you will have joy in them because you're knowing when to discipline and to bring them. Remember, this goes from Ecclesiasticus 16, how to not bring up unprofitable children. Right? Go ahead.
And shall rejoice.
And I'm going to say it a lot in this conversation. It doesn't mean beat them all the time. So don't even come with that. Because we see those too. You angry and screaming because you don't deal with them properly. Right? You're angry and screaming at them because you don't tell them properly. Then you what? You just give up and I'm going to just let them be what they be. Kids are kids. No, they're not. A kid can be trained up properly. Should be trained up properly.
Yes, sir.
None of our kids are perfect. None of our kids are perfect, but let's be real. Are we Israelites or not? Let's teach them the proper way so we won't have to worry about them running out in the world and being animals and getting shot down in the streets.
Right.
That's what we're trying to prevent. That's where this passion comes from. And when I see it and you walking around and dealing with your kids like heathens, it's like, it's disappointing. It's like, damn, like, how do you tell this bro that, like, you got to get a rap on this? How do you tell the sister, like, you got to change your thoughts about this? Yeah. Like, this is the way. Go ahead.
And shall rejoice others.
See, and that's what we want to do. We want to rejoice of our generations and our children. If you're changing, you got to snap out of it quick so your kids can feel the residue of the change. Like, especially the newborn, especially the young kids. You got them now. Don't wait. Because what's going to happen when you wait 15 years, you're in the truth, you're going to realize, damn, my kids are wicked as hell. And then you're going to be like, what do I do now? It's too late. I get calls like that. And you know the first thing I tell them? I said, let me be straight out with you. You were supposed to have to start this with your children a while back. Because the scripture is going to tell us, a horse not broken becometh headstrong. So you have the opportunity to do it now while they're 1. Don't wait till they're 7 and then they're stubborn. Yeah. Right? You got to start seeing these things now. Right? And knowing. Go ahead.
Among his acquaintance. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy.
He that what?
Teacheth his son.
Train up a child. What are we teaching the kids? Everything. You're teaching them how to eat, how to dress, how to talk. When Shemaiah comes up and demands stuff, like, hold on, bro. You don't demand anything. It's please. That's the proper way. Right? That's what we expect of him. And he's a child. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. He's supposed to, because what is Kasadiah doing? She doesn't speak, but what is she doing? Demanding. She only knows how to do that, right? That's all she knows. She don't know how to talk. Right? But we taught her more. Sign language. A little bit more. We're like, no, don't yell. She comprehends, don't yell. You're acting like, well, she don't understand. Don't let these weed head ass niggas tell you. Don't let them tell you. You know what? They just kids. They don't know. You light up the blunt while your kid at 1 year old will pick up the blunt, pick up the drink, and do it. They know. Yes, sir. She knows she don't supposed to be yelling. She's smart. So when we tell her, no, don't yell, she goes and what? She says more. You want more? More. Okay, that's how you do it. Once again, my kids ain't perfect either. But I know this. There is a observation. I'm not dumb as hell. We're watching. We're making sure we're teaching them the proper way. What to eat. They eat what you eat. You want your kid to be unhealthy? Well, why are you feeding them the unhealthy stuff? You want them to have diabetes like you? You don't give a damn about their health? That's what I ask you parents. Like, you don't care? Bro, you got the truth now. The truth will make you free from the lie. You feed them all the unhealthy things, and then you don't understand, well, yeah, that's just what they like. Brother, you taught them to like that. Don't tell me they're newborns. Shabaiwan, you know what his snack is? A cucumber. A cucumber. Dad, when you go, could you get me some grapes and cucumbers? Why? You train up a child in the way he shall go. Stop telling yourself that that's what they like. That's what you fed them. You gave them the bad habit. You gave them. You didn't teach them. You should be angry at yourself. You know what I mean? Now that you got the truth, change it. Teach them the proper things. That way when they get older, they can have a chance. Don't you want these Israelite kids to have a chance? Or do you want them to be left to the white man and to stubbornness? And to the wrong way? Well, if I cook that, they just won't eat it. You can train them. You can retrain them now. They're not 30. My kids, 13, 14, 16, right? They can still be trained. An ass whooping can change your life. Right? If I see stubbornness in them, it's the 14 and 16, that ass whooping will change you. Right? Listen, my 18-year-old can still get it. Right? But with her, I can tell her, listen, you know what I mean? Yesterday she joked wrong at the wrong time. I put it aside and said, listen, when you joke, you gotta have timing. You know what I mean? You gotta know how to subside in that. She looked at me, she said, Con, that was it. She don't need an ass whooping, but she has respect. You see, you guys gotta, once again, I'm not trying to pose my household as the greatest, right? We're working on things, but y'all that don't give a damn about your household, that's what I'm upset about. You won't make and observe that your actions are going to build them up to be heathens. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all get this? Nobody's perfect. Nobody's more cleaner than anybody. But you're accountable now. Be accountable. Teach them. Show them. They watch how to eat. They watch how to dress. They watch if you argue and fight in front of each other. They watch if you cursing her out. They watch these things. And what else am I missing? So y'all won't be like, well, I didn't know that one. They're watching everything. Y'all get this? What?
And they also picking up on what you're not instilling.
Yeah.
Like even my recent check, I had to take ownership to.
Right.
Not being diligent in that supervision, that
Right.
oversight. So I think it's okay that you're listening to the drill music.
Right.
But then now I don't realize what that's doing subliminally.
Exactly.
And then now you're trying to act that out in real life.
Right.
But who does that fall on? Well, I didn't teach him. That falls on me.
Yeah, exactly. You're not watching. I'm glad you said that. It's going to go down into that because this is what we have to understand. How our wicked generations come about. They didn't just fall into wickedness. They were trained up to be wicked. The hoes dancing on there with their butt out. Right. The brothers on there dancing with their blunts out. Right. They're being trained. So yeah, you listen. They listen to that drill music. What happens? You start dancing like a demon. You start acting like a demon. Your swag, your walk, your talk. Right. You start moving like a demon. That's what I told my sons. He walked a certain way, like Jake be walking. I'm like, look, you walk like that, you're gonna start walking like that. You know how they walk with their pants down, like they're holding their pants up. Yeah. He was walking like that, clowning, being funny, and I'm like, that's how Jake walks. Because I'm showing him is what? You start walking like Jake. Like, we're not that. Right. That's not our culture. Right. Run from it. Hide from it. Right? That don't make you black. That makes you a damn goonie and a demon. It's up to us, parents. Y'all see this? To stand up and to not give them over to Egypt. Not give them over to America. Y'all get this? Go ahead.
He that teacheth his son, grieveth the enemy.
See, that's what we're trying to do. You want your son to get shot in the damn car in the stomach because he thinks he's somebody? Or do you want him to be able to use wisdom and get out of the situation? Do you want him to get with the wrong girl and be set up and he be shot or stabbed 1,000 damn times? Huh? What do you want? No, you're shaking your head, but you got to understand what you're doing. Y'all like, no, I don't want that. But what are you doing? Shake it off. Understand that you got to take ownership and start doing it. You understand? I'm not better than you. Put that, I'm not saying that because well, brother, your household, like, my kids ain't perfect either. but they get corrected, they get told, and it's acknowledged that what they're doing is not proper if they step outside of the Spirit. But I know some of y'all like it. Oh, they're just kids. Nah, stop that. Let's teach them. Go ahead.
And before his friends, he shall rejoice of them.
See, that means what? When we take the kids out to the feast, right? There's still supposed to be some order and some discipline with them. Right? They ain't jumping on every damn thing. They ain't just acting a fool. You can still have fun as a child, but there's respect in what is being done. I know y'all know that, right? Or you think, no, they're just kids. They get to act like an animal. Nah. Who put that in your head? That ain't real. That's what you taught them that they can do. Go ahead, read on.
Though his father died, yet he is as though he were not dead.
Are you raising an inheritance in a generation to bear the flag of Israel? Or are you raising him to make that... I'm not going to say his name. But the brother, he's like, man, bringing his son around. He's bringing his kids around. But they're old. He got the truth at an older age. But now he's like, man, my son don't really want to come around because of the discipline. He want to get tattoos. He want to do all these things. Is that what you want? If they make that decision, at least my kids, if they go to the left-hand side to Beelzebub, they're not going to be able to say, I wasn't told. I wasn't loved. I wasn't properly shown. There's some accountability that I can say, no, I taught them better. They chose Beelzebub. And that's on them now.
Right.
You see that?
Right.
Because we know they're going to make a choice too. But there's some of y'all that are leading your kids straight to the devil. Straight to Satan. Straight to the world. Straight to liking those things when you let them watch YouTube all the time.
Right.
When you let them listen to any music they want to listen to.
Right.
When you let them to act like the word has no validity, no strength in your house, right? Oh, I don't want to say this because they don't think it's cool, bruh. You tripping? y'all insane. You're living like heathens, but you're saying you're a Jew. Go ahead.
For he has left one behind him that is like himself.
Who are you leaving behind? Huh? Who are you leaving behind? That's why Esau be so mad. They're like, nope, I'm not leaving my kids no inheritance. They're going to have to fend for themselves. Because they know what? Their kids ain't no standard, nothing to live for, nothing to die for. They don't deserve it. That's why Esau be like that. No, I'm going to give mine to charity. What are you leaving behind, huh? If you died right now, right? Is your rib going to teach the kids to be Hebrews? Or they go right into what? See, this is why our generations are wicked. Because they're not being taught. The elders have ceased from the gates. The leaders are done. This is where it starts. It starts with fathers, being good fathers. Right. Being good examples. Us. It's on us. There's no excuse. Go ahead.
While he lived,
right?
He saw and rejoiced in him.
Right?
And when he died, he was not sorrowful.
Right. He was not sorrowful. See? Because you know you did your part. Right? Go ahead.
He left behind him an avenger.
A what?
An avenger.
What are we avenging? What is our children going to avenge of us if they're taught how to live and be like the heathens? They're going to live the life of a heathen going directly to what? What the world told them. Right. Chase money, chase women, chase cars, chase this. But the father put on the back burner. What are you teaching them? Y'all see this? And this is why I tell you young brothers, man, strap up. Because you got to go through this with a disgruntled rib. But when you got a rib in order, you can teach your rib. The father and the kids can teach them right. You understand? Go ahead. Is that a hand raise?
I was going to wait till you done because I got one before you. That's going to go right with that.
Okay, read on.
Against his enemies.
And
one that shall requite kindness to his friends.
You see? Meaning the standard and the character when you're not there, right? When father leaves out of town, who is there to hold the standard? Yeah. The children. Y'all understand that? This is how we're building our generations, right? This is how we're leading them back to the Father. You don't know, you might die. What are your kids going to do? What do they know? Basketball? Football?
Right.
Baseball? Right? A lot of brothers are regretting that. And if they ain't, then they ain't in reality. All you did was give your kids to sports, but you didn't give them to the Spirit. Bro, that's a check on you. For you not training them up and acknowledging your faults. Right? You got to mature and grow the hell up. And understand that you failed at that instance. Right? I know what I fail as with some of my kids. But I didn't keep doing the folly. I made sure I say, you know what? I got to be a better father. Right? The way the Most High said, not the world. Go ahead.
He that maketh too much of his son.
Yeah, you make too much of your kids. That's why I tell y'all. I always repeat what? My kids ain't perfect, and what? They might make the decision to turn to Satan. That way, when you see it, well, Kazaki, you trained up your kids. Yeah, but eventually, they have to make a choice, right? So nobody can change that. But once again, I can say I taught them the proper way. When they were around, they faked the front good enough. Or they were locked in until they locked out, right? See? So we can't make no boast of them because they will do folly things. But are you teaching them, telling them, and showing them what not to do? Go ahead.
Shall bind up his wounds.
Right? Because you're going to bind up your wounds, man. Drama. How many of your kids coming with bringing the wrong women to the house? Now you get the boys come of age and what? You're going to go get you an Edomite woman. The girls coming of age and what? See, y'all ain't thinking about that. Are you even thinking about that? You even have that conversation? Like my kids have that conversation. They'll tell you like, nah, we're not messing with Esau. We're not dealing with that. Right? But guess what happens? When you don't teach your kids and don't have these conversations, your kids is what? Dating a damn Edomite. And you going to bring in heirs of Esau. Then what?
That's if he lived. Because you'd be like the brother that had the Edomite
woman, and she stabbed him?
Stabbed him up.
Right.
He ain't bringing no heirs.
Right.
He out of here. But then if it's not even chasing after the nations, what if you bring home Ice Spice?
Right.
You know, or you bring home Cardi B. You know, is that the kind of daughter-in-law you want? So she come up, what's up? She come to your house popping gum. She arguing, disrespecting your child, your son in front of you, right? Just have your grandkids all snotty nose, out of control, screaming, jumping on your couches. But see, that's what it's our job as fathers to dismiss that from early. That's not the kind of woman you value. Just because she got curves, right? That's not a woman of value. You're going to see what kind of woman of value is by that. We went over it earlier about that. What was that? The fruitful possession. Yeah. You're going to see what, right? 26. By if she's being able to be led by the Spirit of the Most High, that's a valuable woman, not based on her physical appearance. It's a spirit.
Yeah. So we got to take this in mind. I couldn't jump past that first verse in Ecclesiasticus because we got too many new people coming into the school, and they got their vain opinion. Oh, that's how you do it. Brother, the Most High changing everything about you. He tell you what to eat. He tell you how to dress. He tell you to pull up your pants. Don't come with that. Well, that's how you do your kids. We do our different. You know what that means, right? Oh, we're gonna keep raising them like in the world and like little demons, and then we're gonna watch it. You're not gonna bring them around us then, because we're gonna be checking them. What's wrong with you? Why you ain't telling your kid? Why your kid acting like a damn animal? Right? We're gonna be accountable because that's what we're doing for the nation. Y'all gotta understand this. Go ahead.
As bells will be troubled at every cry.
Right. Go ahead.
And horse not broken becometh headstrong.
What does that mean? The subject is on children. But what is the parable, the allegory there? If you let your child be horse-headed, they will not be broken. You lead them into habits. You lead them into what to eat. You lead them in what to wear. if Kasadiah, if she's wearing dresses right now, all the way through, right? All the way through to when she's 2 or 3, she won't look at it anyway. Right. And when they hit her in school, she's gonna do like my other daughters, right? What are you talking about? What's weird? Y'all are weird. You're showing your body.
Right.
Like I don't feel guilty of that, right? But you trained them. Just like the white man can get a hold of them and psychologically brainwash them, you supposed to be getting a hold of your kids. But you let them become headstrong in wickedness. You let them listen to the drill music. I stopped that way back. First of all, I had to deal with it with me. Back in the days, bro, I had the amp, I had the sub, right? I had R. Kelly bumping. But when I became a man, I realized if I'm bumping this in the car all the time, what's ringing in my kid's head? Right. I'm like, I wonder why Mom Willa don't listen to music. Because he realized I don't listen to music. The girls just started barely listening to music. Because why? Now we left them to be accountable and said, you know what to listen to and you know what not to listen to. And when it gets a hold of them, we're watching. We're still steering and saying, wait a minute. Well, you listen to a lot of that damn music, but I don't hear that audio Bible on. Right. Right? You're going to start being sympathetic to the music, that music enters in your brain. Now, let me say this about that jungle bunny music, the drill music.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
There should be no reason that you're listening to that music. That's straight murder music. Literally. Back in the days when 50 Cent, Many Men, we knew he was fake. These kids ain't fake nowadays. Right. They literally, my kids showed me one rap song they made about a kid that they murdered. And I'm like, who's that? They're like, well, that's a kid they murdered. And then they made a song about it. Who was that? What was that? Naughty, yeah. And I'm like, then these cats is laughing about it, and they're all kids in this video. Yeah. Demons. Yeah. The Most High is going to burn their ass up, and when they get shot in the streets, and they get murdered in the street, you're like, whoa, damn, all the black kids. Why they getting murdered? Why all the black kids getting murdered? Man, they're demons. Demons. You understand? And we, our parents, the fathers, the mothers, the ones out there that are stubborn and rebellious as hell, that don't want to hear the word of the Most High, don't come with all that crying. Yeah, he was. No, he wasn't. He was a little demon. He was a whoremonger. He was a drug head. What are you talking about? At 20. Yes. Because you left him alone and you let him get prideful, stubborn, rebellious. What you got?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 4.
Uh-huh.
For though they flourish in branches for a time, yet standing not fast, they should be shaken with the wind.
Right, that's talking about your generations, your seed. Though they stand for the moment, which is what, to 18, and then they what? Pants are sagging, right? Then they smoking blunts, right? That's it. They're done. Because their whole life, they're now what? Dependent on the blunt, dependent on the weed, dependent on that lifestyle, listening to the music, and what? Living that way. And you're like, and I'm talking about the thugs, and I'm talking about the what? The ones that are going to sell out and join the damn military. You want your kid to join the military? Really? When your Hamashai comes in, who they going to be fighting? You better run. You better know better. Because when the white man is like, get your guns! Get your guns! Everybody load up! The aliens are coming! Your son's going to be on that damn line with them? Y'all got to understand the repercussions of what we're doing and leaving our kids alone to the white man, to YouTube. So, Ma Willa watches, what's the one game he plays? Minecraft. We let him play the Minecraft because Minecraft is about building and creating, right? But he watches the YouTubes of them doing it. Yeah. So I'm watching this guy. This is crazy. his verbiage, why do you think he talks so well? Because we all talk, we don't baby talk our kids. We're not making them grown-ass babies.
Right.
Yeah, oh, that's the white man. What the hell is wrong with you? You want your kids to grow up 10 years old and yeah, little Billy, listen, don't, stop talking like that. The hell's your problem? You're Israelite. You're not a damn Egyptian. You're not a white man. Talk to your kids with some sense because they picked that up. So he's watching this, but I understand. I'm like, he's watching the videos and they talk behind creating the things. And they're like, yeah, and do this and this and this and this. So I watch him, and now he's playing with his toys, and he's talking just like that. And I'm like, man, it's hitting me. It's like, you got to watch what he's watching. You got to watch. YouTube will take you down a tunnel, and then a video shows up. I walk in the room the other day. They're doing the ABCs, and next you know, it flips over to what? They're doing the ABCs in Christmas music. You got to watch. I'm like, oh, what's that, bro? He's like, oh, yeah, it just, he's like, yeah, let me change it. That just came on. I'm like, yeah, remember, because your sister, now he's 5. We talk to him like he's grown. Right. I'm like, remember, you can't let this come on because your sister. See, we made him accountable at a young age. Your sister, an example. So now, he's an example at 5 for his sister. He's an example for his little baby brother. Right. Then she's going to be an example for her baby brother. But if you're babying him and treating them to be dummies and be stupid at a young age, then what are they going to grow up and be? The same way. You remember 300? You remember the movie 300? How were they raising their kids? Warriors. That was Israel. Not weaklings. Not dopeheads. But we have to be conscious and be accountable for them. Is that wise to be accountable? Or is it foolish? So what are you talking about? That's the way I do it. I'm asking you. What are you talking about? That's the way you do it. Is it wise to be accountable? Is this not wisdom for the Most High to show us, not let our children become stubborn in the things of the world? Or in anything, right? The scriptures is telling us. Because they're going to be things, trees that are going to be washed away. And that's what it's saying here in Wisdom of Solomon. Go ahead.
And through the force of the winds.
The force of the winds is the trials. We're going to be here a little bit long. So if y'all want to click off, you might as well click off now. Why do you think your children have your mental, emotional issues? Because you don't fortify their mind. That's what it means by the winds. The winds is what? The battles, the destructions, the afflictions, the trials. You're raising your children to be weak-minded, like the nations, and then you're like, well, she has anxiety. No, she don't. What are you talking about? She don't got no anxiety. That's a made-up word. Anxiety is what? What happens to humanity? Battles and things that happen to humanity. What she has is battle set before her and has to be shown the way to get through them. What are you talking about? You're feeding them weakness. That's why we tell the kids, don't, like, with the children, we make sure we tell them, don't say stupid. Right. Like, don't call them stupid. Right. Like, we cut that out of their language. Because you go around, that's stupid, you're stupid. And then they start thinking what? Stupid, stupid, I'm dumb. That's not wise, that's not a wise move. It's all our language, all what we train them up in. You know why I'm doing this? Because I want you to go to hell back home and realize that, damn, it's your fault. Yeah. What they're giving over is your fault. You blaming everything on the kids. Kids, no, it's your fault, parents. It's our fault when they become drunks and weed heads. Y'all get this? So it said they'd be shaken. Read.
They shall be shaken with the wind.
Read.
And through the force of winds, they shall be rooted out.
They shall be rooted out. And that's why our kids are being murdered and shot in Black Lives Matter. Because the parents, the husbands, the wives are not being accountable for them, not fighting for them. Go ahead.
Verse 5. The imperfect branches shall be broken off.
The what?
Broken off.
The imperfect branches shall be broken off. That's talking about your generation. That's talking about our children. That's why white kids, Asian kids, right, and all these other nations, their kids, the high elite, they teach them. You know what I mean? Me and my rib had a conversation about kids reading at 5. I was like, nah. I was like, he's supposed to be reading. She was like, well, kids don't. No. I'm like, no, he's supposed to be reading. Yeah, they do.
God.
Smart kids are already reading at 5.
God.
And he's smart. It's our attention to what schooling we give him.
God.
Don't always lessen the validity of your kids. The white man taught you how to do that. America taught you how to do that. Let them just be dumb. Let them play. I let my kids play, but there's a time for all things. You're studying now, bro. Let's get this down. Right? Is that remember that? Go ahead.
Their fruit unprofitable.
Their fruit what?
Unprofitable.
Then they teach their kids, and their kids are what? Unprofitable.
Right.
You see how wicked generations keep coming and going? That's why it's on us. We stop it here and now.
God.
We don't wait for the white man and government chiefs. They're not going to help us. They would have your boys butt naked, running around, twerking on stage with Little Nas X.
Yep.
You understand that?
God.
So it's not about basketball only.
Right.
It's not all about baseball. Right. It's not about the MMA. I put my son in that. It's not all about that. It's about, bro, what's priority? What are you teaching them and training them in the spirit of the Father, right? Go ahead, read back down in Ecclesiastes 30. Y'all can, in that Wisdom of Solomon, y'all can read down in there. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And the horse not broken becometh headstrong.
Right.
And a child left to himself.
A child left to what?
Left to himself.
Why is he beating off at 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old?
Left to himself.
A child what?
Left to himself.
Why at 18 years old? Why is he trying to touch women inordinately?
Right. Left to himself.
Why is where do he want to smoke weed?
Left to himself.
He's what?
Left to himself.
Right. He's left to himself. Why? Now all of a sudden he can shut the door and say, I don't want to talk to you.
Left to himself.
You won't have a damn door.
Right.
Boy.
Right.
Like, I don't want to talk to you now. What? Let my kids spaz out like that. Your ass to be 13 in the middle of the damn street. Like, Dad, I don't want, bruh, once they buck up, I'm like, what? Is there something wrong with you? Why? Because there got to be a level of respect and order. Especially when I'm not telling you to do nothing wrong. Especially when I'm not coming in blunted out and drunk out and smack the hell out of your mama every day. You better respect that type of father. You see that? What you got? Back in Wisdom of Solomon?
Verse 6.
Uh-huh.
For children begotten of unlawful beds.
For children begotten of this wicked generation, adulterous, fornicating beds. Go ahead.
Are witnesses of wickedness against their parents.
See, are witnesses of wickedness against their parents. And what you're seeing is the kids are wicked because the parents are wicked.
Right.
As a leader is, so is his children. Mm-hmm. So is his mother, his woman. Y'all get this? That's a witness against you, us. Y'all see this, Akim? Go ahead.
In their trial.
Right, in their trial. Jump back. 30. Go ahead.
Verse 9.
Go ahead.
Conquer thy child.
What?
Conquer thy child.
Do you know what conquer means? Do you know what conquer means? Does anybody know what conquer means? What does it mean to conquer?
Conquer, to indulge, to treat with tenderness, to pamper.
To what?
Pamper.
To what?
Pamper.
Pamper. pamper, too much pampering is wrong according to the scriptures. Too much. Remember, the Bible's all about balance. Go not to the right hand nor to the left. It's about not being too extreme with the beating, not being too extreme with pampering. Right? Cocker, you don't supposed to cocker thy child. Too much pampering. You see, you can't let them get away with it too much. They need punishment. They need correction. Right? You can't, what? At a certain age, you're supposed to know. They have to be what? If they got teeth, if they got teeth, why are you still breastfeeding them? If they can walk over to you and grab the nipple. You funny. You see that on YouTube. I seen it myself. This kid walked over, grabbed the nipple. Grown ass kid. Y'all gotta see, man, that's inordinate. That's out of the spirit. It says don't pamper them too much. Go ahead.
And ye shall make thee afraid.
Right, see? If you pamper them too much, then you what?
Shall make thee afraid.
Then you gotta wait. Damn, now I gotta break this cat's ribs? Not really. That's a joke. Like, wow, he thinks he's 6'1" now. He can actually come up against me? Right? Nah, it make you afraid. Then you be scared of your kids. What? Check that out. She was scared of the kids.
She would, first of all, she don't know what to say out her mouth sometimes, but she would check the kids. One day, she went outside, they bust all the windows out her car.
Little demons.
And she was just so scared to be out there with those kids. They didn't have no respect for nothing.
They didn't have, and that's what generations we've been yielding. Weedhead gremlins. From weedhead gremlin parents. I know y'all don't like it. Israel don't like it, but listen, we're going to save the just. The righteous, they're going to take this reproof and understand that, look, the word is true. The brother's right. We got to be accountable for what we're doing. You know what I mean? But a lot of these cats don't want to realize that what the hell they're bringing forth. Right? Go there. Go to 2nd Esdras.
Yeah.
And we're going to look up that word menstruous.
Oh, it's 5.
Go there.
5.
And you were in Wisdom of Solomon what?
Chapter 4. It's the whole chapter, honestly.
Right. Right. You went to what verse first?
5 and 8. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 4.
Right. And now we're going to where?
St. Esdras chapter 5 and verse 8.
Go ahead.
There shall be a confusion also in many places.
Go ahead.
And the fire shall be off, sent out again.
Read.
And the wild beasts shall change their places.
Right.
And menstruous women.
Right. It's talking about these times. Menstruous women. What does it mean, menstruous? Look up that. You got it? Check this out. Menstruous women shall what?
Bring forth monsters.
Shall bring forth what?
Monsters.
That's what you're seeing, sis. They're monsters. And are we going to bring forth monsters? Is that what we want to do? Bring forth monsters? Menstruous. You got it? Menstruous women. We read one before. Was real on point. Because I know you're thinking what? Period, right? Nah. It's deeper, right? It's a better definition. Try to, look that up in the 18. Menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. And that's what we're seeing because of the repercussions of the parents not being accountable. For the men dealing with these wicked women, for the women dealing with the wicked men and not knowing what their purpose is. The father, the parents, right? What did Deuteronomy say? Their eyes shall be evil towards their children. So what's evil? It's an evil thing to leave your children to a damn pedophile on TV jumping around in a suit, and you letting him raise your kids. Nah, bro, you gotta teach your kids like, nah, that's not the way, man. You got it, mistress? We looked up this definition before. Why they look up minstrous women, so we can understand what it means that they will bring forth monsters. Right? Let's jump back. Go ahead. Come on.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 9.
Uh-huh.
Conquer thy child.
Right?
And he shall make thee afraid.
So conquer meant what? Pamper. And he's going to make you afraid. Play around with him all the time. He's going to make you afraid. Your children should know there's a time for all things. Your children should know the Most High said what? Honor thy father and thy mother. You're not teaching your kids any laws, any commandments. Do they know about the Sabbath? Are they honoring the Sabbath? Do they sit down and try to learn? Or they just like, you just let them do what the hell they want to do? Y'all got to see this. You playing games. You're playing with them. You playing. Once again, you think you're a Christian. It's the church. Go ahead.
Play with him.
Right.
He will bring thee to heaven.
Read.
Laugh not with him.
Right.
Lest thou have sorrow with him.
Right. Remember, wisdom, he's not saying you just got to walk around and be mean to your kids. What it's saying is you are playing with them when your children need something else. Right? That's why you have to create the tones, the standard. Right? You have to create the regimen, the program. Go ahead.
And a child left to himself.
And what?
And a child left to himself.
There you go. You want to go to the club, you leave them with who? Grandma. You leave them with your friend. Right? And when they go out there and they're left with your friend and your grandma, what is grandma teaching them? You leave them to these wicked grandparents.
Yeah.
You wicked grandparents. And, oh, no, he's going to get candy. No, he's not going to get candy. No, when he's around me, he's going to get... Listen. Let me put you to the side, Grandma. Let me talk to you for a second. We got the kids being taught discipline. You're circumventing what lessons we're teaching the kids. He doesn't eat candy. He likes cucumbers. You want to get him something? Get him some cucumbers. You're not going to break his spirit with candy. But you're afraid of your damn grandparents. You're afraid of your grandparents. You're afraid of your mama. Like, mama got to come and submit to this. The hell.
Right.
If mama ain't submitting to this, mama's out of order. You know what I mean?
Ain't seeing these kids.
She ain't seeing the kids. Right. Mama got to come correct.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Grandpa got to come correct. Or they don't get to see the kids. But you know what y'all do? You would rather them have them with them because you want to go to the club, you want to go out and do this, you want to leave them alone. Then, when they're left alone and they get touched, right, and they get abused, you come with that old whack-ass mind. Now you're guilty. Now you don't understand why. How come you never told me? It's too late. You left them alone. You left alone and because they didn't have something. We started talking about that to the kids at what age? 4, 5? Speaking of that, we got to have that conversation with Shemaiah now. Remind them, like, listen, no, I actually did. I actually did recently. There's a few months back, I told them, listen, nobody touches your private part.
Right.
Right? Look, when you're in the shower, because remember, kids, from 1 to 3, you're what? Taking them a shower? Mm-hmm. They think it's cool. He's smart. He want to jump off the shower. He think he can run. No. Nobody sees your body. Right. That's at 5 years old. What about for the parents that's still letting them do stuff like that? Shake the little wee-wee around, shake the butt around. Mm-hmm. Right? You got to what? At that age, you got to separate them from having baby showers together. Yeah. But you got parents that don't do that. Oh, he's just a kid. That sickens me, man, when Negroes say that. Yeah, what are you talking about? This kid gonna need to be taught properly. You're leaving him alone to the wrong people, and they what? They're influencing their mind. Mm-hmm. right? With gifts, with candy, with nice things, then uncle touches them because uncle was abused. Auntie touches them and raped them because auntie was abused. Right? Y'all got to understand this, why the Most High said that. You didn't find it? Man, brothers found a right definition on that mistress. Yeah. What you got?
Inhumanely or outrageously evil or wrong.
There you go. Inhumanely. Wait, you wrote that down?
Yeah, I was looking for it.
Yeah, where did they get that from? Did you write where they got it from?
I didn't hear the source, but I remember.
Yeah, I remember they wrote that. The brothers read that definition. It said what?
Inhumanely or outrageously evil or wrong.
That's what a menstruous woman meant, right? It meant we know menstruance is menstrual cycle, right? But it was talking about a mind state that they were going to bring forth these brutish animals, man. And what you do with an animal? You shoot them down in the street. That's how the white man feels about us. Huh? Little boy don't know how to shut his mouth. He shut his mouth now. When I broke his teeth out of his mouth. When I shot him. And they go home and they sleep good about it. You should have taught him better. Y'all see this? What were we talking about? We got that? Where you at?
I was in the same Esdras.
The mistress. We're good with that. Where you at?
Ecclesiastes 30 and 10.
Ecclesiastes 30 and 10. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 verse 10. Laugh not with them, lest thou have sorrow with them.
Go ahead.
And lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end.
Read.
Give him no liberty in his youth.
What?
Give him no liberty in his youth.
What does that mean? Does that mean tie him up to the damn to the vent? It means what? You have to have supervision.
Right. Right.
Where no hedge is, he will perish, she will perish. You have to have supervision. You want to know why they keep playing with the girl toys? Because you didn't tell them. Every kid does that. But when you guide them and show them, like, look, those are your sister's toys, these are your toys. They don't know no better. Right? Shemaiah kisses Kasadiah, right? That's his sister. He kissed Didzel's son because he's like happy to see him. Kiss him on the cheek. We have to show him, okay, you don't kiss the boys. If you let him do that, he will think what?
Right.
I can do that. He doesn't know how to express himself properly. All he knows is I got love for this person. But if you don't train them up, he won't know how to do it. See, Esau's the devil, y'all. He will have your kids doing any and everything. Oh, let him express himself. Because they know at that young age, I can make him to the little boy, gay boy that I want. So when he turns 16, I can have him.
Right. Right.
That's what they do. So when you give him liberty, her liberty, she's running around and she's listening to what? All these other things. Man, I'm passionate about this because I feel bad for our people, man, that don't really know how to raise their kids and teach their kids. They think what? Schooling is going to do it.
Yeah,
They think long as I get them in school, it's going to do it. They don't know it's your supervision, your leadership in the right spirit and telling them the right thing. Oh, whoa. Excuse me. Go ahead.
And wink not at his follies.
And what?
Wink not at his follies.
Oh, he's cute. He's wearing girl stuff. Let him. We don't wink at his follies. You sitting there laughing because he's acting a fool instead of putting him aside and saying, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not the way you do things.
Right.
That's not proper. Go ahead.
That was me yesterday because, in our situation, we have a bunch of little children.
Yeah.
They not my blood, but I still look at them as my children. These are my nephews.
Right.
You 1 year old. If you know to hit and run, then you got to be told that that's not the thing to do.
Right.
And I'm gonna look you in your eye. Don't look me in my face.
Right.
Don't hit your brother.
Yeah, don't hit your brother, you get spanked. And all kids do that. Like Shamaiwan, once again, he's watching the Ninja Turtles. And what do you want to do? Beat everybody up. He come in the sanctuary when he comes to class and he trying to punch on him. I'm like, come over here. It's a time for all things.
Right.
The scripture says a time for all things. When we're in the school, and anytime, you can't just be running up to people and punching this. You can't play like that.
Right.
But if you let him, he'd be punching everybody. Somebody got to watch and stop thinking everything is cute. Right? It's not damn cute. It's out of order. It's out of order. You understand this? You got to teach it. You got to observe. But if you like, well, she just, bro, it's just a kid. She does what? You gonna let your out of order rib run your kids out of order? And you ain't gonna take no accountability. You're not Al Bundy. You don't just come in, pop the beer, and what? Let your house down, go into hell, and look over at your daughter and be like, oh, she's a hoe, whatever. Ha 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 ha. Oh, your son's a retarded. Ha 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 ha. That's Al Bundy. That's what Marry Your Children taught you. Don't be a father. Right? And all these other dang dumb series. We're going to laugh it off. And you get to still be an idiot. No. We can't let these things raise us. Go ahead.
Bow down his neck.
What?
Bow down his neck.
Read.
While he is young.
Read.
And beat him on the side while he's a child.
Read.
Lest he wax stubborn.
I don't know what to do. You're not setting up parameters. Your imagination is not good. I know what to do. Take away the damn electronics for 30 days. They start shaking and scratching and can I get the tablet at least? That'll change your cat's life. But you're like, I just don't know what to do. You know what to do. You just don't have no balance and structure within yourself, and you don't understand the repercussions of letting kids be loose, out of order, no structure, that they grow up to be grown-ass 30-year-old men and women with no structure, no discipline, no order. That's what you're doing. You want your kids to grow up to be better than you. I know that about me. I want them to be better than me. That's why I'm giving them everything I'm giving them with passion and with love. But you don't give a damn. Our people don't care. See? Go ahead.
And be disobedient unto thee.
Read.
And so bring sorrow to thine heart.
Go ahead.
Chastise thy son, and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior.
See, hold him to what?
Hold him to labor.
You don't got no. Damn, how many people are on here? This is for y'all. This is for all you. Oh, see, they're going off now. They don't want to hear this, man. They don't want to hear this, bruh. Because you're the kids that be in Israel, oh my God. Y'all act like you don't know the truth. They act like they don't know the truth. Like the Bible don't matter when it comes to their kids. Read that part again.
Chastise thy son and hold him to labor.
Hold him to what?
Hold him to labor.
There should be no damn reason. You got a house and your kids don't got no chores. Oh, I gotta cook, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Bro, you got 10 kids. What the my daughters can go cook. They can cook. And they start at that. What age you start cooking at? Shemaiwan wants to cook. Right. Y'all are joking. Right. Shemaiwan, we don't want him to burn himself. But we're training him what? Get up on here. This is how you do it. We're teaching the kids. 5 years old, she learned how to cook. They have to learn how to cook at a young age. You over there trying to make them dummies. No, teach them. Show them. Show them how to innovate, how to be thinkers. How to have responsibility. I go to these houses, man, and the kids, the whole house is dirty as hell because your kids won't clean up. I still be on my ribs for that. Reminding them that what? These kids got to have duties. Right. You got the bathroom. You do this. You do that. You got the kitchen. You clean up. You literally won't give your kids no duties. And don't understand that why they don't respect anything. That they'll break the iPad and think they can get another. They'll break the cell phone and think they can get another. The last phone he broke was how long ago, Ma Waller? Years. He's like, it feels like years. Yeah, because how many phones you gonna buy and break? And then the girls too. It's like, look, you break this one, you ain't getting another one. You ain't getting another one. I know, you're like, but they got one more though. Because we didn't want to have all of y'all without communication. Right? But that's the thing. You don't respect it, you don't get another one. But you what? We spoil the kids like Edomites and then don't have them to be responsible. You call it mom, when's dinner? Bro, you better get over in this damn kitchen and learn how to cook. Mom Waller knows how to cook. If it's a dang sandwich, you better rub. Because my ribs are smart. You know what I mean? I got to balance them out. But I'm like, what y'all cook? Oh, they know how to cook. They better go in that kitchen. Or they be fasting for the day. I'm like, all right, well, I need to eat. I need y'all to hook me up. I'm busy. Right? You see, y'all gotta make them responsible. And they will cook. Hey, who's cooking today? Quadashai wanted to cook this. She's 16. When she started that. Y'all got to understand that. Once again, for the disclaimer, my kids ain't the righteous be all and all that. But you can teach your kids too.
God.
You can tell them too. But you got to follow this. Give them though liberty. Give them guidance. Watch over them. And don't always think about it's just looking at them and saying, oh, they're cute. Right? It's not all about they're cute.
Right.
It's about all the other things that you're going to teach them. Right? Because after all of that, after you see all the things I'm saying my kids need, right? Guess what? Ma Waller's still lazy as hell. He'll go clean the bathroom and he'll do it half-assed. And he's been doing this for a long time. Why? Because foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. He'll still try to slack on it. I'm like, okay, bro, you did this wrong. There's still booty hairs on there. Let's get it again. You got to go do it again. I go to his room. What happened? It looked like he got a machine that just pops out all his clothes in his room. I'm like, bro, you're not going to live like this till you're 30. Bro, let's get a wrap on this now.
Right.
So I'm going over the scriptures with him. Slothful. Write it down. Read it. Go over it. Why? To show him how to what? Care for his environment. So he won't get 30 and live like a slob.
Right.
And live like a pig. Right. His breath, his teeth. I'm like, God, what's up with your teeth? Well, I forgot to brush them. Bro, what the? Your teeth are turning, what are you talking about? Then the girls, I go past their room and look like what? Somebody shot up the whole damn room. Clothes everywhere. It was just, bro, it's been 3 days. Clothes everywhere. So, foolishness bound in the heart of the child. Even though we set the parameters of discipline, we got to come back and keep reminding them. You got to get this together. That's not comely. But what do we do in those moments? Remind them what the scriptures say. And then if it get real, if they really lack, I'm pulling them and saying, look, you got brothers and sisters coming over, and this is what you live like. This is filthy. I had to lose it on them the other day. Like, this is disgusting. This is not how we live. You got to hold them accountable. God? Go ahead.
Least is lewd behavior.
Least is what?
Lewd behavior.
If you don't check them now, they'll be what?
Lewd behavior.
They'll disrespect you in front of everybody. They'll come to the feast with no bra on. They'll come to the around the congregation, right? And act like, I'm not part of this. Bruh, when my kids start acting like that, guess what? You won't see them. Like, your ass is going to stay home and move out. Because if you can come with that attitude, then you made your decision. You ain't going to come around me with that spirit. I'm going to be disgruntled on purpose? No, that's a problem. Not on purpose. Y'all see this? But you let them do what they want to do. And hold them to no standard. Because you have no standard. Come on, read.
Be an offense unto thee.
Be a what?
Offense unto thee.
Go back. Let's go back to 16. Let's finish reading. Being an offense. Start from verse 1. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 verse 1.
Go ahead.
Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children.
Now we understand what unprofitable can look like. It says monstrous. Read.
Neither delight in ungodly sons.
Read. Now we understand what it means and how do you yield an ungodly son. Read.
Though they multiply.
Though they what?
Multiply.
Right.
Rejoice not in them.
See? Check that out. Read.
Except the fear of the Lord be with them.
Whoo! Except the fear of the Most High be in them, then we rejoice. That's what I take honor in. That they respect the gospel, the word. That they fear righteousness. Go ahead.
Trust not thou in their life.
Right.
Neither respect their multitude.
Right. Are you listening? That's cold. Trust not thou in their life, bro. You're going to end up being nothing. I don't respect your life. What do you think these kids out there doing with the drugs and the blunts and all that, the murder? We stab this person, we stab that person. Their life is worthless. It's nothing. And that's why the devil, what? Takes their life. Go ahead.
Neither respect their multitude.
Read.
For one that is just is better than 1,000.
I would rather have the children I have than 1,000 kids that are out of order. Think about it. See, that's where I can come home and respect my kids and really give them a hug and be like, listen, Thawada, for being a good child, respectable, honoring the Most High. Because you have the fear of the Lord. Right? You respect the knowledge.
Right.
And why do you respect it? Don't respect it because of me. Respect it because it makes sense. Because the word of the Most High. Because of repercussions. I'm always telling them that too. Because it can't be robotic. I'm only doing this because daddy. This has got to be imprinted in their spirit, their soul. Go ahead.
And better it is to die without children.
Go ahead.
Than to have them that are ungodly.
Check that out. Man, I was, I'm 40-something right now. I was hoping to have some kids, but you can't find a good woman. You made the right decision. It's better. It's better for you not to have kids. I can say you jump in the sack with somebody that is demonic and ungrateful, that is going to be combative, and she's just going to get you for child support anyway.
Right.
Now you got 3. You got to wait how many years till they turn 18? Go ahead. Or what?
Or you do have a son, and he want to go get the operation and get it flipped
He
inside
wanna
out
get the operation.
and throw the stilettos on. And can I get one? Can I get one?
Yeah.
Somebody get Ecclesiasticus 11:28. But the scriptures is telling us as fathers, as mothers, parents, right, that we're supposed to train up our children, right? Why? Because this is going to show our lineage. It's going to show our inheritance. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 28. Judge none blessed before his death.
Right, because you got a bunch of children, you think, oh, I'm blessed, right? Read.
For a man shall be known in his children.
But what if they all nigglets? What if they all stick-up kids and OnlyFans stars? You see that? That ain't profitable. Yeah. Like the scripture just said that we read in Ecclesiastes 16, it's better than they not even have children. If they all going to be useless, unfruitful. But why are they unfruitful? It comes again that we're not teaching them anything. You letting our enemy teach it. And our enemy wants us to be unprofitable. If you go get your stuff flipped inside out, you are unprofitable to your nation, to your family. You are valueless. If you're out there talking about, I want to kill my op because he did such and such, you are the KKK. We don't need to burn crosses on your lawn anymore. You're doing the job of your enemies. You're useless. You're worthless. So it's better to have no children than to have these unprofitable children. That's how you see if somebody's blessed. You look at their children, they're respectful. They say please, they say thank you. They're 3-4 years old with their hands facing the east. They know they Abba God faster than they know little Uzi Dirk song. That's what a blessed man is.
Yep. Come on, jump back.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be. This is verse 3. It says, trust not in their life, neither respect their multitude. For one that is just is better than 1,000, and better it is to die without children than to have them that are ungodly. For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
You see what it's saying there? That one wise child can change the city. One wise man, one wise woman, one strong example. And that's what we're seeing, that the reason why we have nothing but bad examples. It should be shame on you, Israelites, that come in the truth and still raise your kids like heathens. Shame on y'all. Because we are accountable. We're the light. We're the light to the world. So it's on us to be there and help our kids be the next generation. Right? I believe the children are our future. Go ahead.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Go ahead.
But the kindred of the wicked shall speedily become desolate.
But the kindred of the what?
Of the wicked shall speedily become desolate.
See, they become desolate. Go ahead.
5. Many such things have I seen with mine eyes, and mine ear had heard greater things than these. In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled.
We know what was going to happen to them. He just read it in the 11 and 28. Right? The Most High is going to destroy this ungodly multitude. Yep. Why are billions of Israelites going to die? Because of this. Why slay utterly old, young maids and little children? That's a lot of us. Why one from a family? Because why? A man's foe should be there of his own household. They started to twerk at 18 and never turned back. They smoked that black and mild at 19 and what? Never turned back. They didn't get the repercussions right away because sentence was not executed speedily. It was set in their mind that nothing is going to change. Let me do this evil. Go ahead.
And in a rebellious nation, wrath is set on fire.
And see, and you're bringing rebellious children forward. Go ahead.
He was not pacified toward the old giants.
You forgot what he did to the old giants. All the valor, the strong, they're mighty, the men of ancient days, the powerful. Right? Go ahead.
Who fell away in the strength of their foolishness.
Yeah. Look at Samson. Look at what he fell to. Look at all these mighty men. Solomon, look what they fell to. Y'all got to understand, the Most High is not dealing with beauty. Look at Absalom. Oh, my son's beautiful. His hair is flowing in Hebrew. Man, he's going to be a mighty man. But that don't mean nothing. Look at my daughter. She's gorgeous. Brother, that don't mean nothing. She's a beautiful demon. Right? Yeah, he's a handsome, demonic person. We're supposed to be raising them to be beautiful on the out and in the end. Go ahead.
Verse 8. Neither spared he the place where Lot sojourned.
Go ahead.
But abhorred them for their pride.
Yeah, the most I tell you about the Anakims, the Anaks, they were huge, they were big. It said they were like grasshoppers. Right? Most High's like, I'm going to burn that whole place up. I don't give a damn about that. It's the spirit in the man. Go ahead.
He pitied not the people of perdition.
Go ahead.
Who were taken away in their sins. Nor the 600,000 footmen who were gathered together in the hardness of their hearts. And if
all the Israelites that we're going to read about in the wilderness, right? The ones that were what? Thinking they're going to stand bold in wickedness. Most High destroyed those generation. See? Their fathers taught them wrong. Or they chose the wrong path. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 11. And if there be one stiff-necked.
If there be one what?
Stiff-necked.
See, when you let your children become stiff-necked, go ahead.
Among the people.
Read.
It is a marvel if he escape unpunished.
You see that? That spirit, you're letting them be stiff-necked through not training them and teaching them. You're letting them be stiff-necked. You got to say, nah, I'm watching. Yeah, I be watching out for that. Huh? What's up? Oh, no, I was just saying. Oh, yeah. Watch how you say it. Because you getting bold, disrespectful, right? Don't come in that mode, right? Go ahead.
For mercy and wrath are with him.
Go ahead.
He is mighty to forgive,
right,
and to pour out displeasure. As his mercy is great, so is his correction also. He judgeth a man according to his works.
See? So what works are you instilling in your children? What works do you children have to understand? You got to come to.
Right.
Listen, you are accountable to the youngest man in here. You know better to lie, to steal, right? To be deceptive. You know better to look at pornography. You know better to do the things that the world do. You know better. So guess what? When it says slay children, your ass gets snatched in the streets. We got to sit back and be like, damn, what they do? You get caught up in the school shooting and get shot. I got to sit back and say, damn, what were they doing? I know y'all thinking like, whoa, damn, that's cold. Well, whoever perished being innocent. Like that. What did the Most High did it? What am I supposed to say? I gotta be like, damn, where did I fail? What happened? Where did they slip? You see that? The Most High's not dealing with that spirit yet. Head cover. Oh no, who is that?
Somebody random. That's random.
Okay, yeah, bro. You might be new here. You might be being new as an Israelite, but we don't cover our heads. His head ain't covered. He got a hole in the top. But go ahead, let's finish this. Go ahead.
Verse 13.
Go ahead.
The sinner shall not escape with his spoils. And the patience of the godly shall not be frustrated.
Right. You see, so the Most High is now showing us. Now we're jumping also to what type of man we supposed to be growing into. Read that part again.
Excuse me. The sinner shall not escape with his spoils.
Right.
And the patience of the godly shall not be frustrated.
What does Psalm 73 say? Psalms 37. That no matter how much the wicked grow and prosper in wickedness, they're not going to escape. They're not gonna get away. The Most High got them covered, and that's what the Most High is showing us. And the what should not be frustrated?
The patience of the godly.
That's why the scripture saying, "Patience possess ye your souls." So the patience of the ungodly is not going to be frustrated. That means what? There's no temptation that will befall you that the Most High has not given you the strength to come out of. So keep that in mind. Like, man, the patience of the... I'm feeling frustrated because you ain't locking in the spirit and understanding what you need to do to get out of that. Okay, go ahead.
Make way for every work of mercy.
Go ahead. Make what?
Make way for every work of mercy.
This is what we were talking about earlier when the brother was asking the question, right, about the woman. We threw that little seasoning in there to remind brothers, you got to make way for mercy. Because there's idiots out there that don't know they're being idiots. We got to have compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way. So you got to make way for mercy. Everything don't got to be, you know what, cast into Satan.
Right.
Sometimes people don't know they're tacky, they're out of order. They don't know that they don't have structure. You know what I mean? They don't know because they're brutes. Nobody's just telling them that, bro, that's not how you deal. Right? They don't know that. They still think they can be niggas and Israelites at the same time. Right? They don't know that. So you gotta make way for showing them, okay, brother, let us show you. Because you're not getting it. Right? Sister, you know what? You're not getting it. Let's have a little more, we gotta have a little more patience with you. Let's walk them through it, right? Go ahead, read on.
For every man shall find according to his works.
Right. And we know that scripture because we always go to that, right? You reap what you sow. A man shall cleave to his like. Right? He that soweth to the Spirit shall reap to the Spirit. He that soweth to the flesh shall reap to the flesh. So that's just another precept to add to those. Right? You reap what you sow. Go ahead.
Verse 15.
Go ahead.
The Lord hardened Pharaoh, that he should not know him.
Right.
That his powerful works might be known to the world.
Right. When you go to Romans 9, and you know, I'm not getting the precepts because we just took an hour on that 30. But when you go back to Romans, it says what? It says he hardeneth who he will. So don't be against the Father, because he'll put those demons on you. Right? Like I said, the Most High gave us free will, but at the same time, if he want to move something the way he moves it, he will move it. Right? Go ahead.
That his powerful works might be known to the world.
Right.
Verse 6.
Go ahead.
His mercy is manifest to every creature.
His mercy is what?
Manifest to every creature. And he had separated his light from the darkness.
Right. What? Uncover your head, brother. It's this brother's.
They studied another school. They said it's like they're gonna go back to their other school.
Yeah. Go. Yeah. His head is not covered. We already said that.
Yeah. But it's on you. I don't know if you want to read.
Oh, it's I mean no. What verse?
Where we at?
Verse 16.
Verse 16. 17. Say not thou, I will hide myself. But see, hold on a second. Wait a minute, Doc. You gotta understand these people, man. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm going over Jeremiah and showing y'all about Israel. How are you learning class, but you gotta come in and tell us what to do? I don't understand that.
Right.
Like, I've been in the truth for almost 40 years. You think I'm gonna let this brother be up here with his head covered? Like, these people are, that's what's wrong with Israel. They don't know nothing, but they know every damn thing.
Right.
Y'all, the scriptures say when you come to the house of the Lord, be ready to hear. You should ask, is the brother's head covered? Then when we show you it's not covered, you should sit down and be ready to learn. Right? You don't do that in any other school. Israel United ain't having that. They're not having that, you talking and being disgruntled on the Shabbat. So y'all got to have respect, man. Then if you listen, if you watch, and you listen what was said, we just said the brother's head wasn't covered.
Right.
We don't got our head covered. Israel, bruh, y'all got to stop all the shenanigans, man. 16. His mercy is manifest to every creature. Oh, 17. Say not thou, I will hide myself from the Lord. Shall any remember me from above? I shall not be remembered among so many people. For what is my soul among such as an infinite number of creatures? And that be our mind state. I'm a hide. Nobody sees me. The brother's not around. The sister's not around, so nobody sees me. Most High says his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. We cannot be hid. The Most High is everywhere. He said, going to heaven, I am there. Going to hell, I am there. The mountains also and foundations of the earth shall be shaken with trembling when the Lord looketh upon them. No heart can think upon these things worthy, and who is able to conceive his ways? It is a tempest which no man can see, for the most part of his works are hid. Meaning what? The little bit that the Most High has given us is just a little bit. That means all the things that the white man is trying to find out, the dark matter that you just barely found out about, that's little things. That's the little part of what the Most High. He said everything else is hid. So just our environment and how the earth is, the water, the trees, the land, the air, it's a little thing. Right? It says, who can declare the works of his justice, or who can endure them? For his covenant is afar off, and the trial of all things is in the end. He that wanteth understanding will think upon vain things. And we went over that before. This want is not want as in give. It's to basically the opposite.
Yeah.
To what? Lack. To lack, right? Will think upon vain things. Obviously, if you don't want wisdom, your mind will be on vain things. So once again, this is why we talked about the music. What you're watching, what you're listening, right? And a foolish man erring imagineth follies. So what is your brain on? Nothing. When they say, what are you thinking about? And you're like, nothing. Mosai said a foolish man brain is on nothing.
Right.
It's on follies. My son, hearken to me and learn knowledge, and mark my words with thy heart. I will show forth doctrine and weight, and declare his knowledge exactly. The words of the Lord are done in judgment from the beginning, and from the time he made them, he disposed the parts thereof. He garnishes the works forever, and in his hands are the chief of them unto all generations. They neither labor nor are weary, nor cease from their works. Talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth. Right? You know how they come with this, the earth is going to explode, it's going to diminish, the sun is going to go out, the moon is going to break in half. That's madness. They will not diminish the works of the Father. Right? None of them hinder none of them hindereth another, and they shall never disobey his word. After this, the Lord looketh upon the earth, and filled it with his blessings. With all manner of living things hath he covered the face thereof, and they shall return into it again. Okay? Alright, so that's going to conclude the reading. I know it was long. I know I went in on the children thing. I said I would do that because the kids need, the kids needed that. The parents have to snap out of this Gentile mind state, and we have to start raising our kids with an Israelite mind. You understand? Y'all agree with that? Okay. All right. Well, what do we got?
Slakia, but what if you named, this is going back to when you were talking about your name, having your name, but what if you named them a name before coming into the truth?
That's something different. Remember, if you rewind what I was saying earlier, if what we did in the world, we went over it earlier, the Most High winked at. Right? That was the old man. So that's different. I'm talking about Israelites. That's like I have a child now, being the truth, and I name my kid Tyrone. And I name my daughter Champagne. Right? That's insanity. You know what I mean? We're supposed to name our kids Israelite names because we're Hebrew Israelites. We're not Gentiles anymore, right? Okay, so, yeah, what you did in the past, before the truth, that's a whole different thing. We did it in ignorance. We went to that. 1 Timothy 1 and 13. Acts 2 and 29 and 30. Right? We did all these things in ignorance, so the Most High winked at. Now you come in. Oh, by the way, you can change your name if you really want to. Right? If you want to change your government name, you know, my rib did it. She changed her name from Michelle to the name she was given in the truth. Right? Show mama and everything. Mama had to, yeah, that's what it is. Right? So you can change your name. It's nothing to change your name. I don't even think it costs her all that much to change your name. But this is about putting on the new man, right? It's not about the name. It's like, wait a minute. I thought you were a Hebrew. Why would you name your kids Gentile names? Right. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? Why would you name them slave names when you don't? Your language is not English. You're a Hebrew Israelite. So the question you're asking, remember, what we did in the past is the past. We're done with that, right? We looking forward, right? And a lot of times you come in with slave names. Your kids got slave names, but then you give them what? Hebrew names, right? You know, your kids got slave names, but what? You gave them Hebrew names, right?
Well, they was actually just the English version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Malachi, Daniel, Son, his name is Christopher. But,
oh, right.
He's been given, like you said,
given Hebrew names, right? Right. You know what I mean?
Put him on blast.
I was born with a slave name, and my dad, when he got the truth, named me Hebrew, right? So, yeah, we all came up like that, but then when we got the knowledge, we ain't living that life anymore.
Right.
All right. What else?
If you are not circumcised, does that condemn a man?
If you're not circumcised, no, it doesn't condemn you, but you want to do the token of the covenant, right? But it don't condemn you. The Most High is looking at the spirit. We just went over that earlier. It's the spirit in a man, right? It's circumcision. Let's go there. Let's go to Romans real quick. It's like 2. Yeah. You got it? Read where you at.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 25.
Go ahead.
For circumcision verily profited, if thou keep the law.
See? So circumcision profited if you keep the law. So remember, when we come in, we got slave names. When you come in, a lot of brothers are not circumcised. When the Spirit comes on you and you realize that, wait a minute, I am changed, you'll take on a name, right? For the ones that came in with slave names. When you hold yourself accountable, you will say, you know what, wait a minute. What? If the token of the covenant is circumcision, let me go get circumcised, right? But that has to be sparked in you. But the Most High is not saying, he's not saying, oh, you know what, you're condemned because you're uncircumcised, right? Because you're not circumcised, right? Nah. If that was the case, there'd be a lot of us in condemnation, right? Because not only is Israel not circumcised, a lot of brothers, but they're not circumcised in the heart and in the spirit. So remember, when you ask that question to us, we're going to go through the understanding of the scriptures. The Most High said, circumcise the foreskins of your mind. He that is a Jew is one inwardly. So this is perfect. Read it one more time.
Verse 25. For circumcision verily profited,
right?
If thou keep the law.
Right. So that's what the point is. That as you come in serving the Most High more and keeping the laws, you're going to see, you're going to want to do it anyway. Like we never, the brother, I'm a one, the brother Lakarab in Houston, we never been like, brother, let me see it. Is it snipped? One day they came and was like, I'm not circumcised. Right? And then we're like, come. When you're ready, do your thing. And the Spirit convicted them. We weren't like, brother, you got to get circumcised or else you can't come back in the congregation. Nah, that don't make you clean. Right? But when you become that spiritual man, why not be under the bond of the covenant? Right? Which is what? All these things fulfilled in the law. And it was put on his heart, put on the other brother's heart. Now, I got to get circumcised. Con, you do. You do got to get it, brother. But we let that happen naturally in the spirit. Because when you go through the scriptures, that's what he was saying in Acts. Right. How come you compel them to be Jews when you act like Gentiles? Yeah, that was the whole argument. Like, you compelling them. And that's the thing with me. When I see it the same way. How are we going to compel him to be a Jew when he's still acting like a Gentile? It doesn't matter if he got it snipped or not, if you act like a heathen. But you will see the natural progression of the Spirit and the truth. As he is learning, he will naturally say, you know what, I got to do it. And I put this on everything. The Most High, we did it like that. We dealt with the brother that way. And he was like, you know what, I got to go do it. Both of them. And they end up doing it. So it's beautiful because the Spirit will put it on them. All right? What else?
Nothing else.
All right. So we'll wait a few seconds to see if anybody has any comment, question, or anything. All right?
The sister asked.
Yeah.
Salaki, my daughter's name is what's that one? Sinai. Sinai, like Mount Sinai. How would that be pronounced in Hebrew?
So, remember, let me say this. Hebrew names, when you name your children in Hebrew names, let's go back to our forefathers. Let's think about how they did it in the Bible. They named their kids after moments, times, situations. Isaac was named Isaac because Abraham and his rib were told at their old age that what? They would have a child. They both chuckled, right? So after that moment, they were like, you know what? We're going to name him Isaac. Esau was named Wasted Away Is He, because when he came out, he didn't have no skin pigment. So defining moments and times that the children were named, we had meaning behind it, right? Jacob was named Supplanter, right? Because in spirit, how he would get his blessing. But after an amount of time, when he grew out of that name, the Most High said, you're no longer Jacob. He is a prince that has power. You're Israel. Right? You see that? Abram is no longer Abram, but you're going to be Abraham, which is a father of a multitude. You see that? All the tribes were named after something meaningful, right? That meant something to us, moments that happened to us. So that's, as a Hebrew mind, that's what I'm looking at. We had meaning behind our names. And moments, times, and situations, something that will define them, right? Something that defines you in your life, right? That's how the names were gotten, if you read the scriptures. Now, Sinai. Did y'all find it in Hebrew?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Sanaya.
Let me see. Sayanai. Sayanai. That's the way you say it in Hebrew. Sa-ya. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sayanaya. Sayanaya.
Sayanaya, right.
So it's Sayanaya.
Mm-hmm.
Sayanaya.
Sayanaya. Khan.
Now, the meaning of that is thorny. And it goes into, it says the mountain where Moses received the law from Yahweh, right? So thorny, right? That's the meaning behind it. So do you want your daughter to resemble, to reflect that? Mount Sinai, right? Which is thorny, all right? So Sayanaya. Right? Sayanaya. Right. Proper name for the Mount Sinai. Yeah. Yeah, this goes into breaking it down in Hebrew. Mount, rather, region. So, Sayanaya. According to the lexicon, according to the Briggs lexicon, and according to the actual, just the regular concordance, it all says the same thing. Sayanaya. Sayanaya. That's Sinai in Hebrew. And that's the Hebrew symbol of Sa, Ya, Na, and Ya. Okay? That's how you would spell that in Hebrew. Okay? All right. What else?
Just a bunch of comments. Hold on. Is there an apocrypha written in Hebrew or the Lashwadan Quadash? If so, where can I get one?
I don't think it was written in Hebrew. I think it was written in Greek. Right? Because when they found it, it was written in Greek and I think Latin. So, yeah, I don't think so. I haven't found it in Hebrew, but you can look. You can look. All right. What else? We rock through the whole Sabbath, huh? The sun goes down early, so. But we rock through the whole Sabbath. 6 o'clock is early. Anything else online? All right, listen. A reminder everybody online. Passover is coming. Please keep in mind to help out with the Passover, the location, and the lamb. For brothers that need to pay their garments for the Passover, that you ordered a garment from the sisters, make sure y'all get that in so they can finish your garments. All right? Also, we are going to the summit from the 2nd to the 4th. To class-wise, right? It's the summit. We won't have class that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday because we're going to be leaving for the 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th. All right, for the summit. So, just to let y'all know, we try to keep y'all informed. So y'all, where the hell y'all at? What y'all doing? Right? The summit is coming up. That's going to be in Houston, Texas. And if you're in Houston, Texas area and you want to join us, y'all know the summits. The summits are about a few camps throughout the country getting together, hosted by the House of David. They've been doing this for a while, and we put in our part and try to help out and facilitate the unity, right? So you got other little camps like ourselves, and we get together and try to get together and get some dialogue going, some unity going.
Right.
All right. So that summit is coming up February 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. All right. What else? Nothing else online? Okay. If that's it, nothing online, we're going to go ahead and finish up the Sabbath prayers. Come?
Come.
All right. Let's do that. Rise and face Barakatay ho. Barakatay ho shah. The one ho. For this Sabbath. This day of rest. We ask of you. This day. Be with us. All the brothers. All the sisters. And bring peace. Upon us. The houses. Families. Husbands. Wives. Children. To be unified. In one mind. One spirit. The one for your grace, your mercy. Please, continually put the fruits of the Spirit in us, around us, on us, and unite us. Remove envy, malice, strife, hatred, bickering, fighting, arguing. Please, Yahweh, surround us with the fruits of the Spirit, and remove confusion, chaos, doubts away from us. So why Yahweh, for your Son, your grace, your mercy, we ask of you, raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women that have been in your name. Please, Yahweh, reward them that wait for you. Please, and let us be found faithful. In Yahweh Shai's name. We pray.
Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a. Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Hatawara.
Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a. Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Award.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a. Natalanawa. Ha'ayo. La Kora'ah. Excuse me. Ha'ayo. Kora'ah. La Kora'ah. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'al.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Right. It's my glasses. Psalm 92. It is a good thing, to give thanks, unto Yahweh, and to sing praises, unto His name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp, with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high, forevermore. Below thy enemies, O Yahweh, below thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire. And my enemies. And my ears shall hear my desire. Of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat. And flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. This is Psalms 133. Shayar. Hamalawah. Ladawah. Hana. Matawah. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Achim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatuah. Ayil. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayil. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayirah. Alpanya. Marawathiwa. Katol. Karawan. Shayirah. Ayo, Hariyah, Tazaya 1, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ay, Haiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon
that went down to the skirts of his garment. That went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
The
yard.
Aman.
Okay, all right, circle up.
Brothers and sisters online, we appreciate y'all. Hopefully it was enlightening. I know I kind of went in on this a little bit, but we need that. We need that for the brethren. All right? Go ahead. Call it. We salute y'all. We salute the brethren.
Akim, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Yahushai Rektor.
Pumasel,
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 Pumasel.
Yadamata, turn and face the sistren. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yadamata, dismiss the water.
She look like, what the heck is in there? Oh yeah, get the mic.
Shalom, y'all online.
Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayin with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom.
Who are we? Israel. Then who are we? Israel. Can't be you.
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.